the strongest guild, with all the strongest members and mages, along with the rank 1 humanity hero who pointed his sword and declared that today they would slay the king. Attack together. The shadow ninja and the sunset gunslinger were also in his party. Everyone a top player. But then the Mushroom King far in the distance activated his hardening skill. At the last second, the whole team had expected to easily farm this MVP, but the boss stood on business keeping himself hard, long, and thick, losing only 1 HP. At his side stood the 3 mushroom generals. They responded to his command and dove straight into battle. The strongest guild was confused. They had never seen such a rare bunch of monsters gathered together. Some members felt insecure, while others were excited about today's loot and the phallic members in the enemy side. So they got ready. The vanguard's sword shone bright, but not brighter, bigger and juicier than the goddess of favors love. Fully buffed on both sides, the brutal fight began. Everyone used everything they had. Eventually, one by one, humanity's heroes began to fall. A meteor shower flattened the entire forest. The mushrooms had won the fight, but they've lost their king. That's when something unexpected happened. The same mushrooms that had just defeated the Tongue-Tooth 1 guild were now kneeling in front of this phallic-looking boy, because they had just discovered he was actually the new Mushroom King, the one who would lead them to greatness. Even Gao, the one-shooter who also had a delicious human form, admitted that she could see from how hard this dude was that we would become big and sturdy. Our boy, however, was completely confused. After all, he was still human, on the inside. Just a few months ago, he had been a loser in the human world. Just a loser with a mushroom haircut nerd who collected spherical figurines and played the same famous game every day. The day he finally decided to change his life and confess to his shoddy was the same day Cana took another soul from our world. The second he opened his eyes, he saw a bunch of ugly snails. A system welcomed this phallic boy to the world of the brave. Right after a countdown 5, 4, 3, every snail had already hidden itself. 2, 1. A portal at the end of the clearing started to glow, and from it poured a bunch of level 1 rookie players. Our boy instantly hid, confused by the arrival of these young thugs. The first rookie picked up a branch and killed a snail. A girl picked up another one, all cutesy, making the poor dude smile for a split second, only for her to snap its neck the next moment for XP. The brutality continued until one of the rookies was killed and slammed against a tree. That's when a daddy snail appeared, crying for its citizens. What the hell is going on? This old man with his promised mustache began destroying everything in his path, until a level 4 boy appeared to fight him. Our phallic guy stayed on the sidelines, cheerleading for the daddy the whole time. But in the end, another poor snail was killed. His neck was torn open, and the young blondie picked up the shell like a trophy. She was seeing the lives of the monsters. Our boy knew he was completely aired. He saw no way to survive and wished someone would save him. Then a boy carefully moved through the forest after hearing something in the bushes, thinking it might be snails. He slowly pulled the bushes apart and found not a snail but a mushroom. The boys screamed in fear. The mushroom panicked too. Sure, this was the end, but the boys ran off instead, shouting that a monster mushroom was hiding there, making him wonder if they were actually scared of him. The system confirmed it and told him to check his stats. So he decided to open the status panel. He was a level 5 mushroom with a resurrection coin, 36 health, 22 mana, and the monster tag. At level 5, he was the strongest thing there. The next strongest was only a level 4 boy. Feeling better, he checked his skills, appraisal and mushroom charge. Appraisal let him see other people's information, so charge had to be an attack since it used no mana. They were simple skills, but still enough to give him a real shot. He had thought this was impossible mode, but now it suddenly seemed easy. With his confidence back, he went looking for targets and found some children killing snails. It was time to show them his power. He launched his attack skill. He hit 2 kids, knocking both out cold. The boy and girl vanished, and he even got 5 experience points from each. Another boy stared, confused about what had happened. The mushroom turned toward him with bad intent. The boy was terrified. This kind of monster wasn't supposed to be here. He scrambled up a vine to escape. In panic, he climbed as high as he could. A monster this high level had no business in the starter area. The mushroom looked up, not convinced height would save him. He jumped and bumped the vine with his head. He tried again, then even tried biting it to climb. Without hands, it was a mess, and he realized he'd have to wait for the boy to come down. So he hopped away from the vine. He pushed through the bushes looking for new targets, but then a rock flew at him. It struck him right on the head. The hit hurt and he lost 2 health points. Wanting to know who dared attack the king of the forest, he saw the boy had come back with friends, the strongest only level 3. That could mean more experience, but it also made things a lot riskier. He braced himself and jumped forward. This was no normal mushroom, and right in front of them he used his move. Mushroom Charge was active. The chubby boy's shield gave 8 defense, enough to survive the hit, but the shield shattered, and he yelled for the others to form up. The glasses boy and the girl moved to one side, while the helmet boy took the other, and 2 of them started running into position. At the same time, the helmet boy threw another rock. It landed as a critical hit and took 4 health. That pain made the mushroom swear he wouldn't forgive them. Then the glasses boy and the girl started throwing rocks too. Helmet boy kept up the same plan. Stones rained down on the mushroom. It really hurt. Each one took 2 health, and his skill was still on cooldown. The moment the cooldown ended, he charged again. The chubby boy pulled out another shield. The attack nearly got through, but the shield blocked it at the last second. Then the glasses boy rushed in with a sword. His friends shouted for him to kill the monster. The mushroom dodged most of it, but the blade still sliced the tip of his head. The pain was brutal. He realized what was happening. The weak could beat the strong if they worked together. The tank took the hits while the others attacked, and unless he struck all of them at once, he was finished. The children had surrounded him and kept pressing in. With barely any health left, he started throwing up from the pain. After all the hits, he finally collapsed. He was close to blacking out. The kids came over to make sure he was really down. Then they began celebrating their win over a monster mushroom. But the girl noticed she hadn't gotten any experience and asked if the others had. He had faked being dead to pull them all close. Then, furious, he struck back. That gave him enough experience to level up. With that, all his pain and injuries disappeared as he leveled. He felt amazing, strong, refreshed, unstoppable. He even started thinking he could stay there, max out his level, and clear every mission. But while he was dreaming about that future, lightning struck right beside him. It almost hit him, even though the sky was clear. Then he understood what was going on. An adventurer mocked the mage for changing classes recently and still missing. The mage was level 18. The quest said a monster was causing trouble among the Namuses, but it was only a mushroom. The level 17 archer didn't care. She just wanted to finish fast and get paid. The level 12 warrior said coming back here with his 2 seniors felt nostalgic. To the mushroom, that level gap meant only one thing, death. The mage formed a lightning orb in his hand, then he fired it at the mushroom. The mushroom panicked and barely dodged a direct hit, but part of the blast still clipped him. That alone took 14 health points. Magic users weren't supposed to be in a beginner zone, and behind him, the spell had blasted through the trees. He couldn't beat this group. Running was his only option, so he put all his strength into charge to escape. He launched himself far away from them. The players were surprised the monster knew when to run. The warrior told the others not to worry. He'd handle it. He had just learned a new skill and wanted to test it on the mushroom. Swinging his axe, he sent a slash through the ground toward the monster. A huge wall of earth suddenly rose up and blocked the escape route. The mushroom crashed into it head first and lost 10 health. The system warned that his health was below half and he needed to be careful. The impact spun him through the air. In the distance, the archer lined up a simple finishing shot. Once she had him in sight, she let the arrow fly. It hit dead on, dealing another 23 damage. That was the end of his health. The arrow pierced through him and even smashed the earth wall behind him. His body dropped to the ground without moving. The system told him the game was over. His body kept bouncing from the impact, until it finally stopped. The warrior praised the archer's aim and said she'd probably be recruited by the archers soon. She liked the praise and said she'd join the guild if the offer was real. The mage cut them off and told them to grab the mushroom's body for the reward. The system asked if he wanted to use his resurrection coin. If he wanted to keep living, he had no other choice. His body glowed again, and he gained a new skill, Spore Explosion. His health also returned to full. The second they got close, he released a cloud of spores. It spread wide and covered much of the area. The mage was shocked. A mushroom with a skill like that was new to him. From inside the fog, the mushroom used charge again, but the archer still caught his movement. She warned the others that the monster was trying to run. They rushed to cut him off. He kept hopping away from them, but they were getting closer. He needed a plan fast, so he asked the system how much time was left on the first mission. There were a little over 3 minutes left. If he stayed alive until then, the reward might save him. Another bolt of lightning dropped from the sky. It landed so close that he thought his pursuers had already caught up. He dodged and slid across the ground. He couldn't understand how they found him so fast after he blocked their sight. Then he noticed a mark above his head. It was the archer's tracking skill placed on her arrow. The stronger the archer, the better and longer it worked. He had no idea how he was still alive, but after that hit, escape was nearly impossible. The warrior charged in, hoping to end it quickly. The mushroom reacted just in time and avoided the worst. But the dodge was sloppy, and he lost his balance. He'd already used his coin, he couldn't die again. Pressed against a tree, he saw more attacks coming. Blades of wind sliced through the wood with ease. He was hit and lost 18 health points. He refused to die so he used the spore cloud again. The mist hid everything once more, but the archer said it was pointless. She could still see the mark and drew her bow. Once marked, she could hit him even with her eyes closed. Her fingers loosened and the arrow flew. It tore through the trees until it struck the mushroom. She hit him again, this time for 28 damage. Now in critical condition, his speed dropped by 80, and he couldn't use stamina anymore since he couldn't recover. The players walked toward the fallen mushroom. A countdown kept ticking. They noted that it was a special monster since it could hide with its skills. Still, that wasn't enough. The mage got ready to finish him and the countdown hit 1. The mission was complete. Time had run out. In the forest, birds suddenly burst into the air. The archer said their time was up. The mage said he'd been away so long that he'd forgotten. And the warrior asked what he meant. A huge teleport circle appeared above them. The mage yelled for everyone to run. A small mushroom came out of the circle. Then more followed. It wasn't over at all. This was just the start. Soon, the sky filled with descending mushrooms. Countless of them rained down from above. The warrior refused to run and thought the mage was overreacting. He swung his axe and cut down several of them. There was no way he would pass up all that free experience falling from the sky. He used another skill and killed even more with its range. Their bodies piled up across the forest floor. It looked like endless free experience. The mage called him an idiot and said he didn't understand these monster waves. They had to leave now. The warrior called him a coward, saying the mage was getting experience too. If he wanted to leave, he could go. The archer added that the village had a protective enchantment, so he wouldn't die there and could calm down. They left him behind, saying whatever happened next was on him. Watching them run, he mocked them for missing such a great chance. He was sure weak monsters like these could never beat him. But then a giant mushroom started coming through the portal. The warrior assumed it was just more of the same trash mobs. Then he saw the shadow clearly and realized it was far bigger than him. This mushroom had a huge mustache and wore a royal cape. It was the level 60 Mushroom King who appeared every 7 days searching for a long-lost mushroom secret. The warrior cried out in despair. There was nothing he could do. The Mushroom King dropped on top of him and crushed him. After landing, he began interacting with the other mushrooms. The warrior was already dead. His body was sent back to the village, and that death wiped out all the experience he'd gained over the past few days. But the other two only wanted to escape, since they couldn't do anything against the Mushroom King either. The king looked over his tiny subjects. Badly hurt and worn out, the little mushroom thought all these monsters had appeared because of him. The king got ready to draw his sword. He raised it high and called out to the smaller mushrooms. They all began jumping like they were answering him. The little mushrooms celebrated, and the king jumped with them. The main mushroom's vision started to blur and fade. He didn't want to be ignored. He was a mushroom too, and he wanted their help. Before passing out, he saw a pig appear. At that point, he only wanted someone to save him. When he weakly opened his eyes, he seemed to be in a cave-like shelter. He was finally awake after everything, alive but with no idea where he was. Then he noticed mushroom pieces scattered around. Nearby, an animal was chewing on something, and he instantly thought the pig had killed those mushrooms. The beast kept eating, then suddenly turned toward him. Terrified, he looked away so he wouldn't draw its attention. The pig simply went back to eating. Maybe it had dragged him there to eat later. He had to escape while it was distracted. But when he tried to move, he noticed something horrible. Though a half of his body was gone, he thought the pig had eaten it. The pig started walking toward him, its tail wagging with excitement. Knowing it was close, he decided to play dead and wait for another chance to run. When it finally reached him, he shut his eyes. The pig stood there, staring at him. Its mouth moved closer, and the mushroom trembled. But instead of biting him, the pig spat up some chewed food onto his wounds. His health began to recover right away. He wondered if those mushroom pieces had been left there to heal him. As the pig moved off, he kept his eyes closed. Then it gently nudged his head with its snout. It actually seemed to like him. The pig was clearly taking care of him. After that, it lay down beside him, and he still didn't dare open his eyes. Before long, the pig fell asleep next to him. Moonlight came through a small hole overhead. The pig woke up alert, and the mushroom was gone. It started sniffing the air. It searched the cave, upset at first, but then found his scent trail. Trusting its nose, it followed the trail through the cave. Then it suddenly remembered something, and rushed back the way it came. Its little feet hurried across the cave just to put out the campfire. Soon the fire was gone. Meanwhile, the mushroom did everything he could to keep escaping. If he had to die, he'd rather be killed by a boss than eaten by a pig. As he ran, the ground shook, and he wondered if it was an earthquake. When he looked back, he realized it was worse. The pig was charging after him. Panic hit it once. It kept getting closer, and he knew he couldn't outrun it. As a last try, he used Spore Explosion to block its view. The pig stopped when the cloud appeared. It actually looked even happier. Then it flared its nostrils and inhaled all the spores out of the air. A few seconds later, the cloud was gone, and the fleeing mushroom was visible again. That was exactly what it wanted. He panicked all over again as he ran. Sure, the love-struck pig wanted to eat him. Out of options, he asked the system for help. It answered right away. And he asked if his last mission had been cleared. It had, and the system asked if he wanted to claim the reward. He said yes immediately. To claim it, he had to choose toughness or limbs. He wasn't sure which was better, but limbs sounded very useful. With them, he could fight the pig better and maybe run more easily too. Limbs gave him more ways to move, and the system asked if that was his final choice. He decided on limbs. His body started glowing. Small bumps pushed out from his sides until they became 2 tiny arms. The same thing happened below, while his eyes kept glowing. The change was complete. Now he had little feet to stand on, and tiny arms at his sides. This should have been his chance to run, but his new legs were so small he could barely move. His speed was awful. Those sad little stubs hardly counted his limbs, but he kept running, still scared and confused about what he'd done to upset the pig. She sped up after him, and as she got close, she jumped with excitement. Using her little hooves, she grabbed the mushroom and sent both of them rolling across the ground. The pig planted her feet and stopped. The mushroom lay beside her, limp. With the chase finally over, the piglet gently licked him. Scared out of his mind, he just hoped she'd make it quick. But the piglet only kept licking him. He opened his eyes and used appraisal to learn what she was. She was level 10 with 50 attack, and if she got too hungry, she could go into a frenzy. After seeing that, he checked his own stats. At level 6, he was way weaker, and even with better appraisal, the gap was huge. There was no way he could outrun her. Then the piglet seemed to notice something and fixed her gaze on the cave exit. Her stance made it clear something was wrong. She sniffed the air, caught a scent, and seemed to understand at once. Then she started circling, like she was trying to warn the mushroom. Not knowing what was going on, he figured that if she wasn't going to eat him, he'd leave while he still could. Then chunks of the cave started falling, and the whole place shook hard. It had to be an earthquake. Outside, creatures were moving through a crater at insane speed. They were so fast he could barely make them out. Each step made the cave shake. A stalactite rattled overhead, then its tip snapped off. Others started breaking too, turning the cave into a death trap. The piglet rushed for the exit, and the mushroom chased after her, begging her not to leave him before a rock crushed him. That desperate plea reached her. She turned back to help him. Racing over, she slipped past a falling stalactite. The hit shook the ground. If it had landed on her, it would have been bad, but she moved with amazing speed. Driven by sheer determination, she made it to him. She nudged him with her snout and flipped him onto her back in one motion. Now he had a mount. Using his tiny new limbs, he clung to her as best he could. She sped past every obstacle with ease, while he fought not to lose his grip or throw. Up. The exit was right ahead. She pushed off with one last burst. That final leap got them out just before the entrance collapsed. A second later, they'd have been trapped. She landed safely outside. They were alive, though the mushroom was completely winded. Cave entrance was now buried under rocks and dust. Above them, strange figures had gathered. They were pigs, too. The mushroom wondered if they belonged to his piglet. They were wild boars, level 18, strong and aggressive, but likely to run from something even stronger. One boar stomped a hoof. The others split apart, forming a path with a bonfire in the middle. The flames burned on the head of the one who looked like their leader. The piglet stared it down. The mushroom could tell this monster was level 35, but his appraisal wasn't good enough to learn more. After a short face-off, the piglet turned her back on them. One boar got angry, but the leader let out a threatening grunt. That stopped him. The herd only watched as she walked away, and the mushroom followed her into whatever came next. Back in the cave, she had cared for his wounds, and now she'd rescued him again. She still showed no sign of wanting to hurt him. Instead, she kept sniffing the ground for something. Together, they moved calmly through the meadows. He asked the system where they were. It said they were in Crescent Bay, east of the Tempest grasslands, 200 kilometers from the starting village. That was very far, and he had no clue how he'd ended up there. Maybe the piglet had some kind of teleport skill while he was out. Then something put her instantly on guard. A sticky slime shot up from the grass. It lunged at them, but she dodged. Another strike came, and she avoided that too, keeping him steady on her back. She was so agile those attacks couldn't touch her. Still, she couldn't dodge forever. The thing attacking them pulled back into hiding. The prairie went quiet again. Danger was everywhere, and he was lucky she never let her guard down. Even now, she kept scanning and sniffing around. Then the creature in the grass finally showed itself. It was a huge toad trying to eat them. Its size scared him enough to use appraisal right away. Bull toad, level 11, always hungry, needing to eat its own weight each day, and preferring prey small enough to swallow whole. Now that it was exposed, it locked eyes with them. For a moment, both sides just stared. Then it snapped out its sticky tongue again. But the piglet dodged easily. The mushroom wasn't so lucky. The tongue grabbed him, and he screamed for help. She saw right away that he was in trouble. That made her furious. She charged straight at the toad. As the toad got ready to swallow him, the piglet came in fast. With its tongue pulling back, it focused only on the prey it had caught. He was moments from being gulped down. The piglet was already underneath it. In panic, he thought about using spore explosion, but she was already striking. She slammed into the toad with a heavy hit. The pain made it release him. He dropped safely onto her back, and she looked delighted. This time, he was truly thankful she saved him again. But they still weren't safe. A slicing attack was already coming. Feeling the danger, she jumped clear. When they looked back, they saw how close that had been. The toad had been cut completely in half. Its pieces dropped into the grass. Then came footsteps like an arthropod's. The mushroom knew something worse than the toad was nearby. By the corpse stood something like a praying mantis. It drove one blade into the toad's body. Then it tore off a chunk and started eating on the spot. It was a blade mantis, level 19, the strongest of its kind, able to cut through steel. Its health and defense weren't great, but its attack was terrifying, 180 points. Even while eating, it noticed them. The toad had already been dangerous. Against a level 19 monster, one bad move would get them killed. The mantis calmly finished the piece, a toad in its grip, then slowly lowered its blade like a pro. Getting ready, it spread its legs, taking an attack stance with its eyes fixed on them. One hit would be enough. The piglet had to be careful. But before anything happened, a rock suddenly flew high into the air. The mantis looked up at it, then the rock came crashing back down, and they could only stare at what just happened. That boulder had moved on purpose. The flattened remains of the mantis were under it. Its body started being absorbed until nothing was left. A slit slowly opened in the boulder, showing a dark, creepy eye. It stayed completely still in front of them. It was a boulder mushroom. Level 26, it pretends to be a rock until prey gets close. Slow but with strong defense. The mushroom told the piglet to back away slowly until they were out of its sight, and she did exactly that. The boulder stayed motionless in the grass. Then it decided to hide again, turning back into what looked like an ordinary rock. As they kept going, the mushroom was running out of energy. The piglet helped nudge him up a hill, but she was tired too. They pushed on a bit farther, then collapsed in the shade. Worn out, the piglet rested and watched a dandelion. There were lots of them, and she got briefly distracted by them, but the mushroom was more worried about whether this place was safe. Then something caught his eye. The plain stretched all the way to the sea, and huge creatures flew overhead. This world was as beautiful as it was dangerous. As he drifted off and thought, the system appeared and explained that this world had its own natural laws and ecosystem. He realized he was near the bottom of the food chain. Without the piglet, he'd already be dead. Still, he refused to give up. He wanted to grow stronger and someday return to his old world. Thinking that, he called the system again. He asked for another mission and learned there were 3 choices: easy, medium, and hard. Feeling bold, he checked the hard one first. It required defeating one of the divine generals of the Stormgrass King. That was obviously impossible, right? Now, so he switched to the easiest mission. He needed to gather 10 red berries for 50 experience. It could also restore a little health and reduce hunger. It sounded simple, so he called the piglet along. The little mushroom hurried through the grass, searching for the berries. He found a small patch almost right away. There were plenty more nearby too, so this mission really was easy. Soon, he had 6 out of 10. The piglet helped gather some too, but then he noticed something weird. His progress had dropped back to 4 berries. The hungry piglet had eaten the ones he'd collected. Furious, he scolded her for eating his mission items and decided to show her who was boss. He swung his little hands at her. The weak hit did nothing. She didn't even realize he was attacking. She just kept calmly eating berries. When she shifted around, she accidentally knocked the mushroom away. Feeling the bump, she turned back. Then she wagged her tail, happy to be with him. He panicked, sure she was about to attack him back. Instead, she just tossed him up like they were playing. A new mission appeared: collect 30 fruits for 70 experience points and an inventory box. After that, he had to catch 15 fish for 80 experience points, and his spores would help. Then came one more task: gather 20 stones for 100 experience points. As the day went on, he cleared mission after mission and reached level 9 with 75 health and 39 attack. The piglet kept eating most of what he found, so all that work only got him 3 levels. Tired out, he wanted to rest too. She snored happily, dreaming about food. While she slept, he took one last easy mission: absorb everything he had collected for 200 experience points and an exclusive skill. This one also came with a special reward. At first, absorbing his items sounded like the easiest job all day. He opened his inventory to pull out what he had saved. A pile of food dropped out. The smell reached the piglet. She woke up at once, tail wagging. He told her she'd already eaten enough that morning, and this food was his. Hearing that, she looked crushed. As he got ready to eat, he glanced at her. Feeling bad, he tossed her the fruit in his hand. She really had looked sad. That tiny kindness cheered her right up. She even danced with joy over the fruit. Since he had a few extras, he shared them, but warned her to eat slowly because there would be no more after that. They ate together in the shade, but when he bit into a stone, he cracked a tooth. He had no clue how to eat a rock, so he asked the system. When he checked the mission again, he saw no items had been absorbed yet. That confused him. He had already eaten 5 berries. The system hinted he should read the mission more carefully. It said, absorb, not eat. Then it clicked. That giant mushroom from before had absorbed the mantis by sitting on it. Looking under himself, he wondered if he had to do the same. By night, the moon was up, and the items he needed were laid out on the ground. He sat on the fish. Right away, his underside started absorbing it. The mission was finally complete. Eating like this felt very strange. Still, it gave him enough experience to level up again. He reached level 10 and learned decomposition. Since mushrooms are nature's cleaners, he wondered what the skill actually did. It lets him break down matter to feed himself monsters up to level 20, plus even inorganic material. He understood it now, but after absorbing all that stuff, he was exhausted. Even though the mission was labeled easy, it felt more like a medium one. Nearby, the piglet slept happily with her apple. Watching her, he figured they had done enough for one day, so they rested until dawn. By morning, the piglet was ready to hunt down every apple she could find. His next mission was to kill 10 monsters in the area. Even the easy quests were starting to get harder. Still, he and the piglet were both level 10, so weaker monsters shouldn't be a problem. He called her over, and she seemed more than ready to start. But this world isn't a game. Monsters don't just pop up anywhere. As they moved on, the piglet noticed something, and both of them went on guard. They had found their first target, a slime. It was level 8, and the only way to kill it was by damaging its heart. After death, it turns into gel used in medicine. The two got ready to attack. The fight started at once. The mushroom charged first and slammed into the slime. The hit sent it flying. It was left dazed by the impact. He thought one more hit would finish it. Then the piglet rushed in for her turn. Her blow was so strong the slime burst apart. Afterward, she landed like it was nothing. Then she turned proudly toward her mushroom partner. He was stunned by that show of strength. They were the same level, but he couldn't compare. Worse, she had stolen what should have been his first easy kill. Still, the system counted it toward the mission. He also got 9 experience points. The piglet spat out a stone. Then she tossed it to him, and he eyed it warily. Holding it, he examined the object. It was a team stone filled with moon energy. When two beings recognize each other as teammates, they can share missions and experience. This was one of the stones they had gathered before. Now he and the piglet were officially a team, and he looked at her with surprise. She seemed a little upset about what happened earlier, so he apologized and promised to find her something tasty soon. That instantly fixed her mood. She started moving through the forest again. She searched all around like she was tracking something. He just hoped she didn't think teaming up meant nothing but chasing food together. Still, he pushed the thought aside. She had proven she could be trusted. By then, they had defeated 4 monsters. All of them were slimes, and they had to run from anything stronger. This mission wouldn't be simple. As they kept going, he wondered where she was leading him and hoped they weren't lost. Then she stopped by a root, and part of the plant suddenly lashed at them. The piglet dodged just in time. Alarmed, he demanded to know what was attacking them. A pair of glowing eyes stared out from a dead tree. It was a level 18 possessed stump. A dead trunk fused with evil spirits and resistant to fire. Once noticed, it attacked much more aggressively. Even so, the pair managed to avoid its strike. Seeing the mark it left behind, he realized just how strong a higher-level monster was. They had to be careful. Still, they were starting to work well together and traded a confident look. With quick dodges, they set up a joint attack. Closing the gap, both charged the cursed stump. Their hit landed cleanly, but the impact threw them both back. His plan had failed. He hadn't expected the recoil to hurt both of them. Worried, he looked over to see if the piglet was okay. She got it worse because her attack can stun enemies, but if the target's defense is too high, she gets stunned instead. Meanwhile, the stump stood there unharmed. Fighting something 8 levels stronger was rough, but this mushroom wasn't giving up. He had an idea. Before he could act, the stump attacked again, aiming for the stunned piglet. He used a spore explosion to block its view. Hidden in the cloud, he dragged his stunned friend to safety. As the spores began to clear, the stump looked around for them. It searched briefly but couldn't find them. Since it didn't keep looking, it just moved on. Then it settled among the bushes and went back to pretending to be a normal stump. He was relieved. They were faster than it and had escaped. The piglet had recovered too. Unfortunately, she caught the smell of his spores. That made her go wild, and she rushed out of hiding to his horror. He struggled to hold her back before they got into even more trouble. Right then, she was being a terrible teammate. Instead, she happily started licking his cap. At that point, all he could do was beg her not to eat him. Half understanding, she seemed to suggest they look for something else, since they couldn't beat the stump. He insisted it was all part of his perfect plan. Still hidden, he was sure the monster hadn't gone far. Small mushrooms began growing on the wood. Soon, they fully sprouted. Like it had gotten sick, the stump started losing 5 health at a time. That was his cue. He ordered the piglet to attack. She agreed and got ready. Together, they leaped at the infected stump. They struck with everything they had. This time, there was no recoil, and they landed safely. The monster was defeated. He got 100 experience points and the piglet got 70. That victory pushed both of them to level 11. He was thrilled this strategy should work on any stump they found in the forest. As his partner kept walking, he stopped to think. Then he asked her to wait, and she turned back. He climbed onto the defeated monster and pressed himself against it. He was set on absorbing every bit of it. The process finally started. He pushed himself to decompose the whole body. By the end, he had spent 50 mana, but it worked. That raised his skill proficiency, gave him 200 experience points, and unlocked 2 more skills. Decomposition is now on cooldown. Even after all that experience, he can't use it again for 24 hours. He checks the system and asks what one-time use skills are. The system explains that the 2 skills he got from that monster can each be used only once. If they have a duration, they last no more than 10 minutes. Camouflage lets him blend in as part of the surroundings, and barkskin turns him wooden to boost his defense. That makes him feel sure he can beat the Demon King someday. Back at the shelter, the little pig sleeps by the fire while he checks their growth. The mushroom has reached level 15, with much higher attack and health, and the little pig is now level 14 too. Even with steady progress, he knows stopping Golem's followers still feels impossible. Thinking hard, he asks the system how long it will take to change class if he keeps growing like this. The system tells him monsters don't change class, they evolve instead. That catches him off guard, since he has no idea what evolution means here. Every monster has its own evolution paths, and some can get special mutations based on their environment. So he asks when he'll be able to evolve. The first evolution mission comes at level 20, the next at level 40, and so on. Since he's only 5 levels away, he asks what the strongest mushroom path is. He definitely doesn't want to turn into that rock thing he saw before. The system says it can show him some evolution paths, but each one costs 200 gold coins. Hearing there's a fee makes him pause. Now the system is really showing how rotten it is. Still, it claims to be generous and offers to show one path for free. With 100 iron ore and 100 bronze, he can become a rock. With nearly 1,000 diamonds, a pair of glasses and 1,000,000 coins, he can become a diamond mushroom. That last option actually sounds pretty cool. Then the system says that if he wants to prepare early, it can tell him the needed materials ahead of time for 200 gold coins. That was the offer. He thinks it's ridiculous that a monster is expected to have money. The system just answers, where there's a will, there's a way. If he were human, maybe he could pull that off. But as a mushroom, it's much harder. Then the system asks if he wants to trade materials instead of money. He calmly gets up and says that won't be needed. No matter what the system says, he already knows what he wants. Curious, it asks what he plans to become. Without hesitation, he says he'll become the Mushroom King. Morning comes, and their second day of hunting begins. He dodges a sharp slash with ease. The little pig avoids it too, staying locked in. Both are ready to bring this enemy down. Their target is a praying mantis poised to launch more slashes. It's a medium difficulty mission worth 500 experience points. The 3 stare each other down like one wrong move means death. Then he uses the stump skill and his body starts turning to wood. With the extra defense, he moves in. The mantis waits for him to get close. Then it strikes with a clean, deadly slash. The mantis drops low to the ground afterward. Behind it, the mushroom is still standing. He turns around confidently and says the mantis slashes don't work on him anymore. The mantis calmly slides its blade back like a samurai. Then he notices the top of his cap was cut. That one hit took 75 health and leaves him panicking. Using his tiny fingers, he signals for the little pig to come over. The 2 quickly whisper about their next move. When they're done, he gives her a pat. Now it's her turn, and he trusts her completely. The praying mantis stays alert, scanning for them. The little pig stands in front of it without fear. She starts circling her target. Then she suddenly charges, and the mantis reacts at once. It gets ready to draw its blade for a killing strike. In a flash, it pulls the weapon and unleashes a triple slash. The first cut misses, then the second misses too. She dodges everything and closes the gap. Her attack lands directly, but the mantis blocks it with the back of its blade. Right behind it, a wooden stump waits motionless. That stump is actually the mushroom using camouflage. The mantis is strong but careless. That's why the disguised MC finishes it in one sudden strike. A bit too proud of himself, he lets go of the branch he was holding. The small branch drops to the ground, then he sets himself to attack. He lunges with a deadly thrust at the praying mantis. He is just about to hit it while it's open. Mantis notices at the last second and tries to turn. Too late, his hit lands brutally, and its head is sent flying from its body. Dangerous or not, they beat it. The little pig gets 300 experience and he gets 340. Clearing the mission makes them both level up again. His charge skill also reaches level 4. He brags that he's basically a pro player when you use strategy. Even stronger monsters can be beaten. So he asks the system for another medium mission. This time, he has to go to the Mushroom Kingdom. The system warns him the trip is long, and if his stamina runs out, even weak monsters could hunt him. He asks where the kingdom is and whether it's far. The system says not really, just 400 kilometers away. He stares down the road in disbelief. The system has to be messing with him. Then it says he doesn't need to walk and can hear a faster method for only 200 coins. He ignores that and tells the little pig it's nice having her with him at times like this. That makes her feel proud of herself. The system goes quiet after being ignored. They keep heading for the Mushroom Kingdom and after a hard day manage to cover 20 kilometers. His plan was simple, keep an apple in front of the little pig so she'd keep moving. But now she's worn out. Traveling like this is exhausting, and he only has 33 stamina left. At this pace, the system says he can only go 18 more kilometers before he collapses, so he needs rest. Even with the little pig's help, they barely made progress, and she only has 12 stamina left. He guesses he should have seen this coming. A medium mission was never going to be easy. The system reminds him that once a mission is accepted, it can't be cancelled, though maybe he can find another way there. Sadly, he doesn't have the money to buy help, so he cheekily asks for a free hint. The system refuses. No payment, no tips, even if it knows he's broke. He wonders who the genius was that made money necessary just to use the system. The system suggests he look through his skills. Maybe Hell finds something useful. That tip is actually worth thinking about. So he starts trying to come up with an idea. Then something suddenly moves fast nearby. A heavy impact slams into the ground and throws up debris. He and the little pig tense up, not knowing what just happened. Through the dust, a staff appears, along with two figures that look like mages. They're definitely human. Using appraisal, he sees the hooded one is level 28. It seems to be the same mage from before, only much stronger now. Meanwhile, after all his hard work, the mushroom is still only level 16. The other mage is level 36 and says he finally found what he was after. Both start heading toward the mushroom's position. The hooded mage floats closer. The little pig steps out from hiding. She angrily plants herself between them and the mushroom, stomping the ground, but they keep coming. The tension rises. Without a second thought, the mage kicks her aside. The hit sends her flying. She lands badly and can't get back up. The mushroom is stunned by such random cruelty, but the mage doesn't even look at him and walks right past. The hooded one finds it odd that such low-level demons are in this area, still frozen. The mushroom watches the bald mage turn to the Stormhawk eggs, the thing he risked his life to find. He needs those eggs for his class change. He carefully picks one up at last, while the mushroom remains frozen in place. These two are far too dangerous. Almost by reflex, he releases a spore explosion. The mist makes both men start coughing. The bald mage didn't expect a mushroom to use that skill. His partner says he's seen one do it before, but warns they need to leave fast because this place is dangerous. The little pig recovers and charges them again, burning with rage. Her attack is lined up to hit either one. She leaps straight at them, nearly reaching the bald mage. But the tip of his staff glows, and he suddenly vanishes from her sight. She freezes in confusion, but she's already committed to the attack, so she slams into a stone instead. The impact stuns her again, and she crashes into the small tree with the hawk's nest. Now she's sprawled over one of the remaining eggs, not even aware of it. Her hit cracked the stone badly, and those cracks keep spreading. The mushroom is terrified. If she hadn't charged, they might have still had a chance. As the mage studies the mushroom, he wonders if it's a rare variant, since it even has arms and legs. Then the tree roots lift one of the stones. That instantly puts both mages on edge. As a defense, the plant releases the tension in its roots, sending the rocks spinning wildly. Knowing the danger, the humans quickly back off. The mushroom also tries to stay clear. If he's too slow, Hell gets smashed, so he uses charge to escape. He heads for the top of the plant, where the dizzy piglet is. He manages to reach her, but once he looks down, he sees how bad this really is. The root keeps spinning with the stone still attached. Soon, it slams into another plant nearby. That makes the second plant react the same way. Now, 2 boulders are spinning out of control. The whole place is getting more dangerous by the second. The chain reaction spreads, and more plants start whipping their roots around too. Stuck in the middle of it, the bald mage casts a shield to block the hits. The hooded one does the same. Afraid of getting crushed, even a small creature passing through gets caught by a boulder and is clearly not surviving that. After a while, one of the plants starts twisting back. Slowly, the stones settle into place again. Its root wraps itself up once more. But a poor creature is trapped between the rocks. Right away, the roots begin draining its body. When everything calms down, the plant looks normal again, and the little creature is already dried out. Seeing that, the mushroom finally realizes how close he came to dying. Beside him, the little pig is still dazed. The bald mage is furious about what just happened. The mushroom turns toward them. The hooded mage is already preparing lightning. Even with his shield, the bald one was hurt, which only makes him angrier. The hooded one isn't any happier. He's even missing a few teeth now. Someone is going to pay, and the mushroom knows it will be him. The 2 humans start closing in, ready to attack. But then a flying creature announces itself high above. That alone makes them wonder if staying is worth it. They paid mercenaries 1,000 coins to stall this bird, but the delay didn't last long enough. The bird dives at them with full force. Its burning feathers come into view. It crashes down in a massive explosion that even blasts the plants aside. Dust fills the air. Both mages raise ice shields, but the bird stays overhead, still aggressive and ready to strike again. Hidden away, the mushroom appraises it. His skill is weak, but he can still tell the creature is level 47. The long-haired mage runs out of mana and asks the bald one to cover him while he drinks a potion. But the bald mage is drained too, and he can't hold out much longer. Their only choice now is a high-grade potion. It's their last chance. But before they can do anything, the bird lands a perfect attack. Now the bald mage has only half of his partner left. This is definitely not how he expected things to go. At this point, there's not much he can do, and the bird quickly swallows the other half too. The falcon finishes its quick meal and turns its attention to the bald mage next. In a panic, he opens a portal with a magic circle. He grabs the biggest potion he has and chugs it quickly. The falcon rushes him, hungry for one more bite. He has accepted defeat, but he won't die quietly. Its deadly claws come down fast. To save himself, he raises the hawk egg in front of the strike. The falcon stops at once, realizing its child is in danger. Even so, the heat singes his clothes, and the pressure throws him back. His whole body shakes from an attack that barely even touched him. He spits up blood. People say high-level monsters are smart, and this proves it. The bald mage threatens to crush the egg if the falcon attacks again. That leaves the falcon helpless. With his staff raised, he calls down lightning. A powerful bolt drops from the sky at once. Unable to fight back, the falcon takes the hit. It's strong, but the spell still badly hurts it. The shock leaves it paralyzed for a while. He only came for his second-class change, and this ingredient was hard to get. Now he can do even more. Take the ingredient and beat a powerful monster to vent his anger. Falcon tries to move, but it's too weak. Stepping on it, he says this is revenge on everyone who ever called him worthless. To feed his ego, he keeps stomping on the bird. He mocks it, saying even a high-level creature is beneath him now. Once he's satisfied, he decides to finish it. He takes out a vial of poison, said to be as deadly as its maker. Then he breaks it open. His eyes shine with cruelty. He coats the tips of his ice lances with the toxin. Now he's ready to kill. The ice stakes shoot forward, and the paralyzed bird can't dodge. The first one pierces its wing. Then the others stab into its body. The falcon cries out in agony. Now it's wounded and paralyzed, but even that isn't enough. If he keeps attacking, the falcon will soon die. Nearly out of strength, the beast stares at the egg in his hand. The gem in his staff starts glowing brightly. He promises that after killing the mother, he'll crush all her eggs too. Though it can't move, the falcon screams in red. Lightning begins gathering above. Not far away, the mushroom's camouflage fades. Bald Mage is sure his life is finally about to get better. But then something slams into his neck. It was the mushroom, hitting him with charge. The staff stops glowing, cancelling the spell. The egg flies from his hand into the air. The falcon watches in panic, unable to save it. But the little mushroom catches it before it hits the ground. At last, the egg is safe, and the falcon feels it. The mother knows it too, and now everything changes. She manages to move one wing and smashes the bald mage before he can defend himself. The hit sends him flying. He crashes against a rock, almost out of strength. He doesn't understand what just happened, but he knows he has to run if he wants to live. A teleport scroll is already in his hand, but the falcon has no intention of letting him escape. A magic circle appears beneath him. The man starts burning alive. Soon his skin is gone, leaving only screams and pain. Watching this, the mushroom is terrified by the dying bird's power. The flames roar, and from this battle, the falcon levels up. Its feathers shine, its health returns, and it reaches level 48. Then it cries out across the meadow, showing its power. The force is so strong it even blows the clouds apart, and the mushroom struggles not to get thrown away. He stays under the egg beneath the gaze of a creature he knows he can't beat. The mushroom stays perfectly still. The mother falcon keeps staring him down. Then, unexpectedly, the egg starts to crack. The crack slowly spreads. The tiny baby falcon comes out. Right away, the little chick looks around. It climbs out and takes its first steps. Then it looks at the mushroom beside the shell. It almost seems to smile at him. Curious, the chick walks over and nuzzles him, like it knows he helped. The big falcon is thrilled to see her baby born. Moved with emotion, she comes closer to it, but then notices something strange. The chick rejects her and kicks her in the face. Apparently, it doesn't like all the attention. Calmly, the mushroom asks what she did to upset her own baby. Then two more small creatures approach. The mother, her chick, and the mushroom all turn to look. It's the piglet, carrying the other two newborn chicks on her back. That makes the mother falcon even more emotional. She moves in to nuzzle her babies. But those two reject her right away too. They're busy playing with the piglet like she's their real mum. The first chick goes back to the mushroom again. They may be adorable, but they're still dangerous. Soon, all three chicks are playing with the mushroom and the piglet. Meanwhile, their real mother watches in despair. Her suffering is obvious. Seeing that, the mushroom starts thinking. Then he gets an idea. He starts walking and tells the piglet to follow. Together, they approach the falcon mother. When he stops suddenly, the others bump into each other behind him. He faces her with the chicks beside him. She may be emotional, but her glare is still threatening. The warning is clear. But then one chick runs up and pecks her. That hurts her more than the poisoned ice stakes did. The three chicks gather together like they're protecting their tiny parents. But the mushroom steps between them and their real mother. He firmly tells them they can't do that. The chicks droop sadly after the scolding. Once he has their attention, he does a weird little dance and ends with a stone in his hands. With some effort, he breaks it. The chicks watch, confused. Pointing at the falcon mother, he tells them she's their real parent and risked her life so they could hatch. That makes her tear up. Then he orders the chicks to behave and give her a hug. Happily, she wraps them in her huge wings. After doing this good deed, the mushroom hopes Shell return the favor and carry them to the mushroom kingdom. With the chicks tucked under her wings, she looks at him again. Her stare is still dangerous. Now he's not so sure about his plan, but he still hopes Shell be grateful. Instead, she simply turns and walks away. The mushroom watches sadly, still hoping Shell take them to the mushroom kingdom. But all he sees is the family disappearing into the distance, far away. The chicks look back. The mother falcon does too, with that same terrifying stare. She calls the mushroom bold, a low-level monster daring to order her around. It never expected the creature to speak. And the voice is clearly male. Fear hits hard, and the little mushroom starts swaying from the shock. The falcon steps closer and demands to know what gives it the right to command him. As he walks, he suddenly feels something wrong in his body. Then the bird coughs up blood. Its chicks watch and worry as its heavy injuries make it tremble. Soon, its body gives out and crashes to the ground, alarming everyone. The little chicks rush to the falcon. The bird is so weak it can barely keep its eyes open. It glares at the mushroom and the piglet like they're to blame. Hours pass, night falls, and the falcon slowly wakes up. As its senses return, it notices a warm source nearby. Its 3 chicks are sitting inside the bonfire. The sight makes it panic at once. But the chicks are unharmed. They were only asleep. Realizing that, it settles down. Beside the fire, the piglet is sleeping soundly. That makes the falcon even more annoyed. After fully waking, it forces itself to stand. But its legs still shake badly, even with all that effort. It collapses again. Pain tears through its whole body. Even leveling up couldn't clear the synthetic poison. Nearby, it hears flasks clinking together. The bird turns toward the sound, curious. The mushroom pulls several things from its back. It lays out different items on the ground, along with gold coins. Seeing that, the falcon speaks to it. With a sly grin, the mushroom says the bird is finally awake. Then it walks over holding a vial. Cautious by nature, the falcon instantly grows suspicious. Mushroom ignores that and pours the vial straight down its throat. It feels humiliating, unable to resist even a low-level monster. Still, it quickly notices something changing. The potion slowly starts restoring its stamina. The mushroom says it's lucky the falcon didn't eat all of them. There is still antidote left, though it needs time to work, so the bird should rest. Knowing this is strange, the falcon asks why it saved him. The mushroom says that without him, no one would care for his chicks. Because of what it did, all of them are safe. The falcon looks at its chicks, deeply moved. Even after taking the antidote, it still struggles to stand. The mushroom says it means no harm. It only wants to reach the mushroom kingdom while passing through. The falcon keeps its eyes on the chicks. It warns that the road is full of danger, and even if they can get there, the mushroom may be fine, but the same won't be true for the piglet. Meanwhile, she just dreams about tasty food. The warning leaves the mushroom confused. The falcon goes on, saying the Mushroom King is well known. Humans and monsters alike are attacked the moment they approach his kingdom. That's why it got angry when the mushroom asked to go there. It already knew the place was dangerous. While thinking, the falcon moves closer. That scares the mushroom badly, and it asks what the bird wants. Terrified, it quickly backs away. The falcon says it's a very strange monster. The mushroom doesn't understand. It thinks the bird is the strange one. Normal mushroom like it should be mindless. Clearly it isn't. An intelligent low-level monster is rare and perfect food for strengthening the chicks. That frightens the little mushroom even more. But then the falcon bursts into loud laughter. He says it was a joke, though the mushroom nearly released its spores from fear. He adds that they aren't like humans, who ruin everything for selfish reasons. The mushroom knows monsters once lived in peace and asks why that can't happen again. The falcon says humans only want the eggshells, so they break the eggs before they hatch. That's how it lost its earlier broods. Even in this world, humans are still awful. Just remembering it fills the falcon with anger. It screams once more, and a burning aura wraps around its whole body. Even then, its chicks keep sleeping peacefully. The falcon looks at them with concern. This brood survived only because of the mushroom, and for that it gives thanks. Startled by the sudden gratitude, the mushroom says it's nothing. Then the falcon says it will take them to the mushroom kingdom tomorrow, so they should rest. Fine, the mushroom was already planning to rest. But then it finally understands and excitedly asks if the falcon really means it. He does, but the mushroom should be quiet before he changes his mind. Overjoyed, it tells the bird to sleep, since it still has things to do first. Suspicious, the falcon watches, wondering what this tiny creature is planning. There are plenty of ingredients here, and it wants to test some before leaving. In its hands is gel from the slimes it captured. It mixes the gel into the potion. Beside the mixture, it sets down a stone. Then it climbs onto it and swings its big bag to get ready. Pressing its rear into the liquid, it uses the decomposition skill. It starts absorbing everything in the mix. Simple or not, it still takes real effort. Then it spits liquid into a vial. It's so gross that the falcon can't hide its reaction. A little vomit drips from its mouth, and its rear is wet with potion. Calmly, the mushroom walks over and says they'll need a lot of this. It's a stamina potion. Just thinking about drinking, that makes the falcon burn with disgust. Now the mushroom has some items. A teleport scroll, almost 500 coins, and several potions. At dawn, the falcon is already flying. He moves smoothly through the air, carrying the mushroom and the piglet in his claws. The mushroom tells its friend not to be scared and to listen carefully once they arrive. She answers with a friendly grunt. The falcon says they're close and need to get ready to land. He starts descending. The mushroom is terrified, while the piglet enjoys every second. They drop closer and closer to the ground. The little mushroom can barely handle the wild descent. Its friend, though, is amazed by the view. After pulling itself together, it finally sees the Mushroom Kingdom. The place is huge and surrounded by protective walls. As he nears, the falcon tells them to hold on tight. At once, the two cling to each other. Then the falcon dives even faster. A mud-like blast nearly strikes them. The bird readies itself to fight back and fires a strong burst of magic flame. The attack blocks the shot. The mushroom asks what's attacking them. The falcon answers plainly, saying it's his kind. As the smoke clears, they can see creatures below. The small mushrooms move into position. One is level 44, calm and composed, and uses magic to evolve other mushrooms. With a wand in hand, it starts chanting. Then it taps the mushroom beside it. The little one begins to shake. Soon, the shaking turns into hopping. At last, it transforms into a thorn-covered mushroom. It's an explosive mushroom that can blow up and kill creatures twice its level. This one is level 24, so it hops into place. Now it's set at the tip of the cannon mushroom. The cannon mushroom is level 36. It usually fires mucus, but it can also launch other things or mushrooms. Its nose starts twitching. The urge to sneeze gets stronger. When it can't hold back anymore, it pulls in more and more air. Its cannon draws inward. Then it finally sneezes in relief, shooting the explosive mushroom into the sky. Many more shots follow. The falcon has to defend itself, or they could all die. It knows that and waits for the right moment to move. With sharp skill, it dodges every shot. High above, the mist mushrooms stop mid-air. Then they explode, spreading spores toward the falcon. That sudden blast forces it into emergency evasive moves. To self-destruct, the mushroom pulls a lever on its body. After that, it glows like it's burning from inside. Those are the ones he has to avoid, and one is dangerously close. The falcon is forced to use magic again, creating a wall of fire that blocks the spores. The flames protect him, and also create a distraction so he can keep escaping. They've already crossed the outer layer, and Hell dropped them in the inner one. After that, they're on their own, but the pair barely hears him because his maneuvers have left them completely stunned. He quickly closes in on the drop point. Then he senses something is wrong. The closer he gets to the city, the stronger the danger feels. So he stops advancing. Shaking, the mushroom asks if they've arrived. Sadly, the falcon says this is as far as he can go. Any farther, and he may not make it back. The mushroom asks where they are. Instead of answering, the falcon opens his claws and drops them. For a moment, neither of them understands what's happening. Then they realize they're in freefall, though the piglet seems to love it. As they fall, they rush toward a rainbow. The little mushroom smacks into it head first. After that, they both slide down it like a giant slide. The farther they go, the more their stomachs tickle. They're almost at the ground. After bouncing across the grass a few times, they finally end up sitting on the lawn. They stay still, trying to process everything they just went through. The piglet loved it. Her friend, on the other hand, wanted to die. Looking back, it thanks God for surviving. Before long, they feel a faint tremor in the ground. The shaking grows stronger, drawing their eyes to a boulder. Another one starts trembling too. In that peaceful grassy field, they realize they're surrounded by giant stone mushrooms. The terrifying sight leaves the mushroom frozen in fear. But one of them stops, unsure what to do. The piglet just stares at them like nothing is wrong. A moment later, one finally realizes she isn't a mushroom. As soon as it notices, it starts yelling in anger. It calls her an intruder. The little mushroom knows they're reacting because of the piglet. Still, she stands her ground without fear. So he bonks her on the head, telling her not to provoke them. Their only choice now is to run. At once, the boulders leap forward. They start chasing the intruders. They aren't very fast, but there are a lot of them. More boulders appear along the path ahead. Not wanting to crash into them, they turn away. Then they change direction again when more hostile mushrooms show up. Sadly, they end up completely surrounded, so they have to take a chance. The little mushroom sets off his spore burst, filling the area with a thick cloud. Nearest boulders lose track of them. One stares into the mist, confused. The others are just as lost, with no idea where the intruders went. Inside the fog, the mushroom pulls out some slime, jelly. He smears it across the piglet's back. Then he sticks part of a mushroom on top of her. He grabs a few more pieces from the ground, too. While the mist holds, he quickly disguises her. Around them, the boulders wait for them to appear. With a confident grin, he says this was all a misunderstanding. But as they start seeing him, they get mad again. He asks them to relax and claims they're all one big family. That makes the once hostile mushrooms hesitate. He then presents her as a brand new species, a piglet mushroom, though she clearly hates wearing all that stuff. The whole thing is too confusing for them to process. Then one of the mushrooms stuck to her comes loose. It hits the ground and shatters. Still, they have no clue what they're looking at. So he calmly says she's shedding, and that it's normal for her species. They walk away slowly while the others just stare, unsure what to do, maybe even impressed. Once they get far enough, they break into a run. They escaped only because those boulders were unbelievably dumb. Even so, he feels proud of the disguise. Most mushrooms would have fallen for it. Then a voice nearby says he's an interesting guy. That instantly puts them on guard, and he demands to know who is there. The samurai guesses he is a monster being controlled by a human. Watching from above, he studies them with interest. From his appraisal, he identifies him as Shaddai Takanobi, a samurai, but gets nothing else. He can't even see the creature's level, so cheap tricks won't work. Noticing the appraisal, the samurai says only humans can do that, so his guess was right. Trying to avoid a fight, the mushroom insists they're all mushrooms here, and there's no need for violence. The samurai suddenly throws his hat. It comes flying straight at them. Unable to respond to someone that strong, he just shuts his eyes. Before they notice, the samurai has already flashed past them. Then comes the sound of his sword sliding back into its sheath, while his other hand catches the hat. That was all the warning they needed. With him guarding this land, no intruder could pass. He was Cage, one of the 4 great generals. The little mushroom tries to say it was a misunderstanding, but then he notices a huge chunk of his health is gone. An unseen slash has split him clean in half. The piglet can only watch as her friend is cut apart. His 2 halves drop to the ground. She can't hold back anymore. The disguise falls off her body. Now all the little piglet feels is rage. She starts grunting wildly in fury. Then she charges straight at the samurai. Fearless, she throws herself at him, ready to end it all. Without losing his cool, the samurai declares that all intruders deserve to die. He strikes her with the sword's hilt so fast she barely knows what happened. The blow is devastating, and she can't react. The piglet collapses, unaware of everything around her. The samurai then raises his blade to finish her. He grips the sword with both hands, ready to strike. Just as he focuses on ending her suffering, a trumpet suddenly sounds. The call echoes through the area and catches his attention. This isn't a normal signal, and the samurai has to move fast. He drops what he's doing and heads back to the city center. The ground shakes hard, and even the boulders react. Left behind on the grass are the unconscious piglet and the mushroom's 2 halves. His tiny body still doesn't move. But soon, the gap between the halves starts to fill in. Little by little, his body becomes whole again. He comes back to life without knowing how. Still, he's sure he died, and he has no resurrection coins left. As he comes to, he sees the piglet lying unconscious. Panicked, he rushes over to check on her. Trembling, the little mushroom fears she's badly hurt. Even when he tries waking her, she doesn't respond. Thinking he has lost her, he breaks down crying. That makes spores spill out on their own. The mist spreads, then quickly thins out. He blames himself for bringing her here, but then the piglet's nose starts breathing in the spores. She suddenly jumps up and smacks him right in the face. She is awake and full of energy, like nothing happened. It happened so fast that he still can't process that she's fine. The moment she notices him, she happily rushes over, thinking he died too. She keeps licking him non-stop, and he doesn't even care. He's just glad she's okay. Wiping away tears, he can hardly believe she's alive. Then the trumpet sounds again, grabbing his attention. This time, the sound triggers something strange in him. The piglet quickly notices he's acting weird. The little mushroom looks completely hypnotized. She grunts at him, but he keeps walking like a zombie. So she grabs him with her mouth and tries dragging him away. She bites down harder, and the pain finally snaps him out of it. He has no idea what just happened, only that his head hurts badly. The piglet stares at him, hoping he's back to normal. But then the trumpet echoes through the area again, and the little mushroom falls right back under its spell. This time, he starts running toward the sound. The piglet is shocked by how fast he moves. She chases after him so he won't reach the city. Ahead, a waterfall cuts through the area. Water pours down from high above and runs across the land. A group of mushrooms is moving forward like an army. On the other side, many humans have gathered to fight them. The explorers slam into the mushrooms in a fierce battle. One bald man blocks an attack from a small mushroom. He is a level 33 Drank warrior, and he kills it in one hit. A level 29 swordsman trusts that warrior to cover his back. His sharp senses keep him alert. With skill, he cuts down several mushrooms, but with so many enemies, one small mushroom rushes him with a spear. Before it can land the hit, an arrow strikes it. Its tiny body drops to the ground. The one who saved him is a level 21 archer, warning him to stay focused and promising to guard his sides. He says this is no time to lose focus. The real fight hasn't even started. Then several level 19 mushrooms join the battle. They have to defend themselves at once because the enemies are using a swarm skill. A pair of hands starts casting a spell. In an instant, all the small mushrooms are frozen into huge blocks of ice. Now they are easy targets. One is pierced by an arrow, another is cut apart by a sword, and others are crushed by shield spikes. The one who stepped in to help is a cranked mage. His name is Taha, a level 38 ice mage acting under the vice leader's orders. Then massive metal shapes start moving. They are level 41 mecha mushrooms. Unable to dodge, Taha raises an ice barrier, but the mushroom's drill smashes right through. It, caught off guard. Despair fills his eyes. The others shout in panic, helpless to stop it. A huge explosion tears up the ground and sends debris everywhere. When it clears, Taha is writhing in pain with much of his torso missing. More of those deadly mushrooms appear. From the crowd, someone cries out for Taha. This man carries a large staff with a red gem on top, and it begins glowing at once. He fires a flaming spear at the mushrooms. It shoots forward and strikes the first target. The hit completely destroys it. This is Waga, their leader, a level 49 fire mage. He tells Taha to hold on because he's taking him back to the city. The archer warns that leaving the battle will get him punished by the guild. Meanwhile, Taha cries in pain, saying he doesn't want to log out of the life server yet because he's still too young. Waga doesn't care about punishment. Some lines can't be crossed, and as far as he can tell, the guild is treating them like disposable tools. They haven't helped at all. While they argue, they hear a familiar sound from above. Another one of those mushrooms is diving in to attack. This time, the warrior blocks it with his shield. There is no time to talk. They're in the middle of a battlefield, and every second matters. With effort, he shoves the creature back. It hits the ground without taking damage. That gives the swordsman an opening. He stomps the ground and launches himself upward. As he comes down, he drives his sword straight into the mushroom. Once the blade is inside, it starts to vibrate. A moment later, the creature is dead. Waga urges everyone to retreat with him, saying they're just cannon fodder for stronger fighters. But the swordsman refuses. He says this is how the guild chooses the strong, and only fools would quit. Now, by then, the field is full of wounded people and broken mushrooms. To him, this is their chance to prove themselves by helping conquer the Mushroom Kingdom. The warrior agrees. He's old and still only drank, but hell fight with everything he has. The others charge in, following the swordsman. He dreams of being recognized as the Sword Saint someday. Wagia hears him out and stays quiet. Even as leader, the bald man knows this driven young fighter is what's holding them together. The archer backs him up and says she believes in him. Then the mushroom blows its trumpet. Again. That strange sound puts everyone on edge. One fighter's wounds start to change. The trumpet is making them heal. The archer quickly warns them the monsters are regenerating. The small mushrooms get back up, ready to fight again. Everyone they killed is alive once more. Even the body the swordsman was leaning on starts moving. Again. He realizes it and panics. He keeps stabbing, but the bald man tells him to calm down. They need to regroup. Then something happens right in front of him too fast to react. A blow lands so hard it even shatters the bald man's shield. The others can't process it. The bald man's face has been crushed inside out. The swordsman freezes in horror, and Wugger feels the same. Chill. Their attacker is a buff mushroom, a level 47 juice-loving, needle-fearing one. Enraged, the fire mage swears to burn them all. Flames wrap around him as he rises and launches a huge fireball. The flames rush forward fast. The juice-loving mushroom knows it'll be roasted if it doesn't move. But nearby, another enemy is already casting. A mushroom mage uses its magic. Inside the buff one, a tiny mushroom starts glowing. With that spell, it evolves instantly. Its cap grows huge enough to block the fireball. The fire mage's strongest attack is stopped with ease. At the same time, another mushroom lets out a huge sneeze. A projectile fires from its barrel. The shot hits the fire mage. To everyone's horror, he drops to the ground and doesn't move. The sneezing mushroom scuttles into a better position. Now it's getting ready to fire an explosive mushroom. Several others prepare to do the same. A huge barrage is about to rain down on the humans. With danger closing in, an order goes out, spread out and guard against the spores. Then the shots finally come. The prairie turns into chaos, while people above watch safely from a flying ship. The ship stays high over the battlefield. Inside are the guild's strongest fighters. Ubel, a level 69 sword general, asks Lilith if the target is ready. Using a crystal ball, she locates the Mushroom King. She's a level 62 beast tamer, and controlling a creature from far away while resisting the king's influence is hard. Nia, a level 64 ninja, tells her to hurry. People below are dying to create this opening. Weak or not, they're still his comrades, and it bothers him to just watch. Marianne, a level 68 high priestess, watches in silence until a young man says her power shouldn't be wasted on low-level monsters. It's Borka, a level 67 gunslinger, and he says the priestess can't be used on cannon fodder. The ninja says they should go down now, since the mushroom army is growing stronger, but the gunslinger reminds him this guild only cares about results. Feelings don't matter here until the leader speaks. They do nothing. On a throne sits their leader, Gilheim, a level 129 fire mage. Below, the mushrooms keep holding off the humans. One mushroom starts pulling hairs from its own head. It's a needle mushroom, and it's getting to work. Each strand hurts to rip out. Normal mushrooms gather around it, and as they come close, the small one gives each of them a strand. That triggers a change in their bodies. Tiny hands appear to hold the strand. Then little feet grow so they can move. Each one becomes a level 19 soldier. It repeats the process with all the small mushrooms nearby. There are so many that it has to rip out strand after strand. When it touches its head, it realizes the worst part. It has gone bald. Furious about losing its hair, it turns that anger into power. Its rage makes the hair grow back. The change is complete, and somehow it has its hair again. There aren't even more mushrooms to give it to. It just hates being bald. All kinds of mushrooms stand ready to defend the kingdom. Above them, the Mushroom King watches it all. Another unusual mushroom approaches him. It looks sinister, an assassin at level 27. Once close enough, it launches a charge, attack. The sudden move makes the king turn, and the strike destroys something important. Lilith sees it happen through the crystal ball. Her tamed creature has destroyed the Mushroom King's hidden treasure. With that done, the leader orders everyone to descend and fight, and they move at once. A mysterious object lies shattered on the ground. That sends the Mushroom King into a rage. The assassin only grins back, jumps around wildly, cutting down more creatures until it's finally captured and dragged before the king. It seems they're accusing it of betrayal. Before anything else happens, a barrage of shots tears through them. The assassin drops dead. The holes through its body make the shooter obvious. It's one of the Mushroom Generals who has no patience for rebellion. The Mushroom King says nothing. Behind him, a hidden creature waits. It's a chameleon with a tiny blade on its tongue. It sneaks in and strikes from behind. But a storm of slashes blocks the attack. Its body and tongue are cut into separate pieces. The blade slides back into its sheath. A samurai has defended his king. Bo asks why he took so long. She thought he was dead. He says he also ran into a mushroom being controlled by humans, and he's shocked the invaders reached this deep. The king lifts the traitor's body with his own hands. Seeing one of his own used like this fills him with fury. Fluid starts leaking from the corpse. Then the body melts as the king absorbs. Soon nothing is left. His cape shakes as he gives the order. His army will attack the enemy with full force. The piglet bites her friend, trying to stop him, but he keeps walking like he can't control himself. Ever since the trumpet was destroyed, something changed in him. Now a small mushroom is controlling his body. He has no idea what happened. He couldn't control himself at all. Ahead, the war between humans and mushrooms rages on, and curiosity pulls him closer. Small creatures keep coming out of a larger mushroom. They keep fighting, and their numbers seem endless, while the human army weakens. Watching it all, he realizes just how huge this battle is, and how many kinds of mushrooms there are. From where he stands, he hopes the creatures can overwhelm the humans. As the fight goes on, more humans fall. Small as they are, these monsters can be brutal. The juice-using one unleashes its shaking rage on the humans. There are so many monsters that staying alive is a struggle. Frozen with fear, the swordsman says he doesn't want to die, and his mind is breaking like his sword. He doesn't care about being brave anymore. He just wants to live. Then the guild's strongest members finally descend. They have entered the battle at last. He stares at them in disbelief. After all that suffering, the elites have finally stepped in. The blonde tells Marianne to pull the army out so they don't get hit by friendly fire, while the tamer gets ready. The gunslinger stays calm and whistles, and the ninja says the others have done enough. Now it's their turn to end this. Radiant and calm, Marianne begins her spell. Her staff shines brightly, light spreads over the battlefield. It's a mass teleport spell. The defeated swordsman is caught in it. A bubble forms around him and lifts him up. To the mushroom's shock, every human is now floating inside a bubble. Wounded or not, all of them are being pulled out. The bubbles rise higher and higher into the sky. The mushrooms can only watch in confusion. Marianne's eyes shine intensely. A magic circle appears, and the rescued people vanish. The spell takes a heavy toll on her, but now not a single fighter from below remains. As the light fades, the confused mushrooms see only that small group of humans left behind. The blonde wastes no time and tells them to finish the enemies fast. One swing of his massive sword shakes the air. He plants his foot so hard it cracks the ground. His grip stays steady and strong. With a roar, he announces a devastating attack. Then he brings the giant blade down. A cutting wave tears forward, slicing through everything ahead. It carves a path of destruction across the battlefield. At once, the ninja jumps from his high position and starts using his techniques. He clasps his hands and pulls off a move made famous by a boy in orange. His numbers start multiplying in the air until there are many of him. Then he forms a whirlpool shuriken with 25 attack points. When he throws it, a storm of cutting steel tears toward the creatures, and it doesn't stop there. The shurikens multiply too. Countless blades start raining from the sky. The remaining monsters are hammered by the attack. One mage refuses to just stand there. A large mushroom rises among them. Its giant cap covers the others like an umbrella. It's tough enough to block and deflect the attack. The mages gather to cast more spells, but one of their faces suddenly explodes. The others are killed just as fast. That puts the rest of the mushrooms on alert. Smoke curls from a gun barrel. The gunslinger was the one who did it. A sneezing mushroom sees everything and can't stop. Now it's furious. So, it and its allies move. But he doesn't care, saying they're too slow. He calmly loads another shell into his shotgun flicking it into the air like a coin before it drops perfectly into place. Now the weapon is ready. He raises the gun toward the creatures. That single blast sprays out a cluster of smaller shots. Like a storm of burning pellets, he stops the explosive mushrooms. And the shots don't stop. There. They keep flying straight at the sneezers. With no way to escape, the creatures are torn apart. Then they catch fire and keep losing health. The rest of the monsters charge hard at the humans. The tamer pulls out some makeup. She brushes a little onto her face. When she's done, she shuts the powder case. Then she opens a small bag and starts searching inside. Peeking in, she says it's snack time. A nasty growl answers her. A clawed hand shoots out of the bag toward the creatures. Its fingers close around a huge handful. The mushrooms that survive the first hit get caught in its grip. Then the hand quickly slips back into the bag. A loud burp comes from inside. Nearby, the little mushroom and his piglet friend watch in, hiding. She had been asleep, but he saw everything and is now panicking. To him, it looks like high-level players wiping out weak mobs. The blonde says it's time to get ready and focus on the Mushroom King. He swings again and sends out another heavy slash. The ninja follows with the same kind of attack. The shooter raises his rifle and aims at the king too. All three attacks fire at once. The synchronized strike fuses together. It becomes one massive blast. Then it rushes straight at the Mushroom King. Even with the hit about to land, he doesn't move. The attack keeps closing in. Then the ground in front of him starts to crack. Earth rises before the blast, shielding the Mushroom King and his piglet friend. A solid mass forms. There, it turns into a wall that blocks the attack. The humans just watch, as if they expected resistance. Then two glowing blue eyes appear, along with a smug smile. A diamond mushroom with resin took the hit, and it only lost 1 health point. It's level 92 with nearly 10,000 defense. The Mushroom King is furious. Cage gets ready to fight. Garrett is a mage and one of the 4 generals. Bo is also prepared to defend the kingdom. The mushroom's strongest fighters have finally joined the battle, catching the humans off guard. Even so, the humans keep moving forward. It's the ninja's first time seeing a diamond mushroom, and the shooter has seen one before, but never one this big. He figures those eyes must be worth a lot. The tamer calls it a useless monster and wants the guild's vice leader to burn it down. But the blonde says they aren't rookies who always need backup. The mushroom answers with a sly grin. With its stiff body, it tilts its head back, then lowers its glasses. That lets it fully open its eyes. A bright glow shines from them. Then a huge laser-like beam erupts. It races at the humans, and as it nears, their vision starts to fade. The warrior drives his sword into the ground. He isn't shaken at all. As he pushes the blade deeper, it shines brighter. A protective field forms around them, while the High Priestess also prepares a spell. Using a powerful technique for the goddess, she strengthens their defense as the beams close in. The lasers slam into the blonde's barrier, but with his power and the priestess' support, it holds and deflects them away. One beam hits a stone. At once, it and the area around it turn into diamond. Soon, the ground nearby starts changing. 2. Anywhere the beams touch becomes diamond. Seeing all that, the shooter gets greedy. They'd be rich if they could. Take it. The mushroom keeps firing without pause. Priestess has to stay fully focused on her spell. The warrior is wearing down. 2. His barrier starts cracking, and his hands and sword begin turning to diamond. The barrage keeps pressing on, then slowly fades as the diamond mushroom finally stops. It stares ahead for a second, then jerks its head back. Now it's wearing the coolest sunglasses around. It looks up and starts soaking in sunlight to recharge. Even after all that, the humans are still standing. But the warrior's hands and part of his sword are damaged. Panting, he realizes they would have died without the priestess. Tamer walks over, worried about his hands. He says he already tried potions, but none worked. Then the priestess steps in beside him. She kneels and places her hands over his. Wings spread from her back. They grow wider, scattering feathers. She focuses completely. Then she leans in and gently kisses the crystal. That gives him hope, and slowly his hands and sword return to normal. The ninja is amazed by what enshranked priestess can do. Once healed, the warrior rises. He feels even stronger, and the ninja points out that in a boss team, damage isn't everything. The shooter tells them to stay ready. The fight isn't over. As they speak, a shot comes flying in. The bullet is almost on them. The warrior reacts fast and destroys it, saying their enemies are already here. They form up but still can't see anyone. Then the shooter's sharp hearing catches something. He instantly fires toward the sound. His shots meet the incoming bullets exactly. They burst in mid-air like bombs. In response, the ninja starts a chain of hand signs. He finishes the technique. With glowing eyes, he begins detecting magic. He finds 3 figures ahead and warns the others. The enemies are hidden and coming from the front. The mushroom samurai answers with several slashes, strong enough to force the humans apart. The blonde orders each of them to take one enemy. Everyone follows the plan. The samurai tells his side to fall back and hold the line. They can't let the humans near their king. Then they retreat and launch their counterattack. The ninja crouches, ready for the incoming strike. He scans carefully. The samurai tells him to stop looking around. Hair's right there. The ninja spins toward him. As the samurai's sword flashes, the ninja throws his dagger. While they trade blows, the samurai demands to know why humans keep invading land that isn't theirs. This is the 6th group to attack. The ninja has to pull back to guard himself. The force of the strike pushes him farther away. Standing firm with blade in hand, the samurai says every invader so far has had a 0 survival rate. From a short distance, the ninja notices cuts on his body. He braces himself and checks the damage. Then a green light covers the wounds. The priestess is healing him. He glances at her and thanks her. He admits they're stronger than expected, but says his team will still beat them together. What he misses is the samurai moving in to cut down the priestess. The ninja hurls several daggers to stop him. Now the samurai has to choose finish the attack and die, or defend himself. He smartly blocks the daggers. His eyes stay locked with resolve. Then another dagger comes flying in. The ninja appears near him and tells him not to run. This fight is his. They clash again in a rapid exchange. While the samurai keeps talking, the shooter lines up his own target. He wants his enemy fully distracted before he fires. But Bo catches him first. She appears behind him and asks what he's doing. Startled, he blurts out that hell surrender. She answers with a merciless shot. It blasts a big hole into the stone, not into him. That body was only a decoy, and now it's fading away. Bo realizes the trick. At the same time, projectiles are already flying at her from behind. She jumps at once to react. While moving, she fires several times. Her bullets collide with the ones coming at her. Her reaction speed is incredible. The human had thought he could catch her there, but Bo is highly skilled too. She fires one gun at the ground. The recoil launches her forward so she can keep shooting. The gunslinger's attack nearly reaches the human. He barely dodges and avoids the worst of it. That move lets him ready his rifle. With a clean shot, he fires. This time, he hits directly. But all he destroys is Boss Cigar, leaving him unsure if he misjudged her or if she slowed down on purpose. Still in the air, Bo uses her shots to steer herself. When she lands, she points both guns at him. But more projectiles are already coming for her. She shoots the ground again to launch herself upward. The force makes her spin wildly. While spinning, she keeps firing. Even then, the human tracks every bullet's path. But one shot suddenly slips past the others. That makes his heart jump. He has to react fast or lose his head. After dodging it, he pauses for a moment. She switches bullet types to catch him off guard. Bothu says his firepower doesn't even come close to hers. Still airborne, she unleashes a massive volley. The piercing rounds fly straight at him. For a second, he's stuck thinking about that word, firepower. Then magic begins reshaping the tip of his rifle. The weapon transforms. Now it's a rotary cannon, like a machine gun, and he wants to show her real firepower. He aims upward and sends bullets swarming at her like angry wasps. The sword warrior says hell need the priestess. Again. He starts powering himself up right in front of her. The gem on her staff glows intensely. She begins stacking blessings on him. While she does, a mushroom mage sneaks toward her and prepares a deadly spell. Then something unexpected happens. A hairy hand reaches for him. Sensing the danger, the mage knows he has to move. He barely dodges without exposing himself. The beast tamer sniffs the air and says she caught his scent. There's nowhere to hide. Since she already sensed him, the girl points straight at his hiding place. Shocked, the mage steps out and says her real ace must be the monster in her bag. He moves down a little and slams his staff into the ground. A red tip starts pushing up through the soil. It rapidly swells into a massive body. It's a war mushroom, and he wants to see if her beast can stop it. Something at its tip tightens. Then it spits out something like venom. The organic shot nearly hits. But she pats the bag and tells her beast, it's time to eat. A snarling mouth pops out at once. The wolf-like beast gulps the goo down. Then it slips back into the bag. The mage warns her not to feed her pet random things. What it just ate was venom. That actually confuses her. A little inside the bag, the beast starts writhing. Then from the opening comes a burp-like sound. The mage asks what she'll do without her pet's help. But while he's talking, the wolf's hand shoots out to hit him. He can't understand how it's still alive. He throws up a shield to keep it from touching him. Even then, the impact is heavy. The beast keeps punching. The shield is already starting to crack. Beneath it, the mage shakes from every blow. To avoid the worst of it, he jumps away from the shield he made. Even that strong spell can't withstand the beast's raw power. Right in front of him, the shield is nearly gone. Now the wolf's hand breaks through and finally lands a hit on the mage. The girl boasts that her beast is used to the guild leader's poisons, so this was nothing. At the same time, the warrior's power keeps rising. His armor can't take it anymore. He struggles to control that strength. The boost makes his muscles swell so much that the armor finally gives out. His sword glows with a golden aura. Ahead of him stands the mage punched by the beast, and behind that mage is the diamond mushroom. Certain this is his chance, he decides to cut them both down in one blow. He sets his sword and begins the attack. He spins around several times, then hurls the sword like a spear. The giant blade tears through the air. It moves so fast the ground splits beneath it. The mage and the diamond mushroom are seconds from death. But right before it lands, something changes. The sword is struck aside and buries itself in the ground. The mage feels pathetic, since the one meant to protect him had to leave his throne to save him. The Mushroom King has finally joined the fight. He looks completely enraged. The warrior only smiles. At that, he reaches out and calls his sword back. The blade begins to tremble, then tears free from the ground with force. A moment later, it's back in his hand. To him, that proves the king is seriously strong. He knocked the sword away with ease. Still, he mocks him, calling the king nothing but a big fat mushroom. Elsewhere on the battlefield, blades keep colliding. The samurai and the ninja are still going at it. After a while, the ninja realizes something. They've already fought 93 rounds, and he has lost every single one. Each time he got hurt, a priestess healed him. So he figured he could keep going until the samurai got tired. But the mushroom rushes him again. The ninja thinks he's going for the priestess and reminds him that he's the opponent. In an instant, the samurai slashes with both blades. He calmly makes it clear that he knows the ninja was always his target. The attack is so fast, the ninja can't react. Still, the strike doesn't fully cut through his armor. The priestess saved him by hardening his skin like stone. With help from his allies, he refuses to lose. But the wound across his chest keeps widening until it bursts open and blood pours out. Even the priestess is hurt from the strain. She has to fall back. Her white robes are now stained with blood. The ninja drops to the ground, beaten. As he puts his hat back on, the samurai reminds him what he said before. The invader's survival rate is exactly 0. In the other fight, the shooter's machine gun keeps roaring. Grinning wildly, he asks if that's enough firepower for her. Shells keep piling up on the ground. Bo decides she needs a new approach. She puts away her pistol and tears off a small piece of her cape, squeezing it tightly into a little ball. She loads it into her weapon, takes aim, and fires once. That tiny shot spreads into a net. It's strong enough to catch every bullet. The shooter mocks her, saying it's pointless and she'd make things easier if she just died. Then he sees a shadow behind the ball that caught the bullets and thinks it's Bo. He says goodbye and fires straight at it. But after the shots, there is no body. He realizes he was tricked. Then his sharp hearing catches something. The grass shifted from a change in the air. He knows he has to move fast. He switches weapons again, going back to his rifle. With it on his shoulder, he fires several shots, skillfully knocking away the bullets coming at him. Yahello says she hoped he'd be dead already, and for a human, his reactions are fast. He snaps back that trash won't hit him, but while she keeps firing, he wonders how she reached his blind spot so quickly. Lighting a match, he says raw power and fire rate aren't everything for a shooter. That's basic. Her bullets slowed down because she was using fumble spores. As he gets ready to shoot, he says they're in a battle, and she talks too much. Yahello coldly tells him to pay closer attention. That's when he realizes something is wrong. In the grass around him, objects have been planted. They're oddly shaped mushrooms. He has no clue what those stupid things are until one presses the button on top of its head. The rest do the same and release a blinding light. By the time he understands, it's too late. The flash blinds him. He has to get away if he wants his sight back. So he backs up, hoping his vision clears soon. Yahello thinks that some mushrooms release intense light the moment they sprout. Now hearing is the only sense he has left to fight with. Even blind, he can still hear her and hopes she keeps talking. What he doesn't notice is more mushrooms growing around him. This time, they look like they're packed with speakers. He hears them sprouting but can't tell what kind they are. Then a deafening blast erupts from them. The sonic wave is strong enough to damage his eardrums. With his senses wrecked, he has no clue where Bo is. Some mushrooms release an ear-splitting sound as soon as they grow. Desperate, he clamps his hands over his ears. He tries to retreat, stepping back from the noise, is completely disoriented. And as he backs up, he steps on a certain mushroom. It starts growing at once. The sudden growth launches him into the air. Just as Bo planned, he gets bounced from one mushroom to another. Some of them can shoot up to huge heights in an instant. After all that, he finally crashes back down, still dazed. But now a different kind of mushroom surrounds him. He slowly starts opening his eyes. His vision is still blurry, but he realizes the grass isn't all that's around him. As his sight returns a little, he tries to stay calm. He only needs one clean shot. Angry, he slams his fist into the ground. That makes the mushrooms around him react. He's furious that mere mushrooms have pushed him this far. The ones in front of him begin making strange sounds. Then they start swelling dangerously. Dark orange clouds burst from their caps and the others release the same thing. They're explosive clouds, deadly ones. The blast wave throws him back, sending him crashing through more of them. These mushrooms read the intent of living beings. If someone's harmless, they release healing spores. If they're hostile, they explode. Since he's full of killing intent, he sets off one blast after another. He rolls across the grass until he ends up near Bo. Even now, she can't understand how pathetic humans think they can invade their kingdom. But lying there, he sees her getting close as a chance. He jumps up with his rifle, saying humans only have hope because monsters are stupid, but he can't pull the trigger. His finger is stuck. Bo watches and takes a drag from her cigarette. He's furious, feeling like the mushrooms always know where hell be. He can't even lift his feet from the grass. Those mushrooms are oozing a thick goo and it's covering his whole body. As Bo walks closer, she steps into the goo, too. She lifts her foot, stretching it, but it doesn't trap her in place. There are 40,000 kinds of mushrooms here, and not one should be taken lightly. At last, Bowl points her gun at the human. From that range, he can do nothing. He stares at her, frozen in fear. Bowl says there's only one kind of human, the bad kind, then asks who he called trash earlier. One shot later, his head is blown inside out, while a small mushroom watches without, blinking. The small mushroom admits mushrooms really are strong and wonders if evolving would make him that strong, too, but his attention stays on the king. If these powerful fighters are only subordinates, then the king must be far stronger. Then he notices a tiny shadow near the king and asks the piglet if he's imagining it, or if something is really there. A strange, eerie shadow hangs over the battlefield as the warrior walks toward the mushroom king. The creature is furious over everything that has happened. Being looked down on by a monster really got under his skin. He cracks his neck side to side. His muscles swell to a ridiculous size. The juice is kicking in. His heart pumps the venom through his veins. His arms shake as all that power floods in. His body bulks up so much it's absurd. The power is so intense it nearly makes his teeth crack. His battle spirit as the war general fully rises. A huge aura pours off him, but the Mushroom King doesn't move. After all that, only smoke hangs in the air. His muscles get so hot they start smoking. He wears a twisted grin, lost in Trembo rage. This bigger form feels right to him. The two glare at each other, ready to kill. He can't figure out why the king let him finish transforming, but he doesn't care. He wants show mercy. The king's face shows nothing but hate, then both vanish in an instant. They slam into each other again and again, trading blows at insane speed. The king drives his sword forward for a thrust. Mid-strike, the blade bends strangely and hits the warrior's sword, but he knocks it aside like it was nothing. Even that parry feels like an attack. The force shoots toward the diamond mushroom. It doesn't cut through, but it does shove it back. Even then, it only deals 1 point of damage. The warrior expected resistance, but that defense still impresses him. He swings again, aiming for the king, but the creature blocks it with his saber. The impact makes the weapon bend like rubber. With a flick, the king releases that stored force and knocks the human sword away. Then he sends his own sword back at him with that same energy. A huge shockwave bursts between them. The ground is left scarred by the blast. Fueled by rage, he yells for the king to show everything he's got. Steel keeps crashing through the area and some slashes fly far past the fight. One heads straight for the small mushroom and the piglet. He feels his flesh start to split, then reacts fast, shoving the piglet aside and dodging. The two tumble across the ground. Just watching this fight nearly gets him killed again. A sharp pain stabs his head, then fades just as quickly, leaving him confused. A system screen pops up with an urgent alert. An emergency mission has started. If this was all the Mushroom King had, the human wasn't impressed. The king looks just as unimpressed. Their attacks keep colliding non-stop. Elsewhere, the mage struggles to hold off the girl's beast. He doesn't know what it is, but he refuses to let it reach the king. His shield barely holds under the impact, and then 2 more arms crawl out of the girl's bag. She likes collecting mushrooms because they're cute, but she wants nothing to do with that old one. The creature's claws push forward. The mage throws up shield after shield to survive the assault. At his staff's tip, he starts gathering energy. He fires a poison ball, but the creature blocks it. Its body is immune to magic. The girl repeats that his tricks don't work. None of his magic helps, and he hates feeling this useless. She wonders why the shooter and the ninja are taking so long, even with the priestess helping them. Done wasting time, she tells her creature to come out. It agrees on one condition: it wants a dragon bone. That annoys her, since it clearly knows what she's carrying. While they bicker, the warrior is breathing hard. Even at full power, he still hasn't hurt King. The blessings raised his strength 7 times over, and the mission said the Mushroom King should be around level 60. Then the king lifts a hand, inviting him to try Again. That sends the human into a fury. He can't stand being mocked by a monster, so he unleashes 100% of his battle spirit. When he jumps, the ground beneath him explodes. In midair, he readies a devastating strike. The giant wall of muscle charges without hesitation. He grips the hilt with both hands. The sword rises over his head. His face shows nothing but rage and lost control. Then he brings down his strongest attack. Yet, the king spins his saber again and again. The speed keeps building. The weapons meet with only the saber's tip touching the sword, and that alone throws the attack off. Of course, he insists no trick can beat him. Then he realizes something is wrong. The saber releases all its stored force and blasts him away. He slams into the diamond mushroom. The pain leaves him, writhing. The heap of muscle slumps against the diamond wall. He has no clue how that happened. A level 60 monster shouldn't be able to do this. Now the Mushroom King moves in to attack. The king comes at him hard, and the warrior knows he can't go down here. He raises his sword to block. Blood sprays everywhere. The small mushroom, the piglet, and even the tamer are left stunned. Even the diamond mushroom peers over his glasses to see what happened. The human looks completely spent. While the Mushroom King stays cold, the saber pierces through the sword and takes the human's arm with it. Blood spills from his mouth. He drops to the ground and props himself up with his sword, weak and hit by Trembos backlash. His body starts shrinking until he's back to normal size. Only a bit of blood remains on the saber's tip. The king beat him without taking a single wound. Broken by defeat, the warrior begs the king to finish him. But the creature doesn't move. He can't understand it and starts thinking the king was playing with him the whole time. With nothing left, he collapses. His defeat changes everything. The tamer finally agrees to give her creature the dragon bone. Even it seems surprised, then thanks her for the promise. Part of its snout starts to come out of the bag. The mage knows he has to stop this no matter what. He gathers a huge poison sphere at his staff's tip. It keeps growing, and he knows it won't work on the monster. Still, he makes it bigger because his real target is the girl. She sees the attack coming. The blast erupts on impact, but it only hits the creature's arm. The mage watches, trying to figure out his next move. The tamer tells it to finish this already, since it's getting the dragon bone. Still half inside the bag, it tells her to relax. It gently sets the girl down while the mage watches. Knowing magic won't work, he puts up a shield with his staff. Then he tries the usual mushroom charge. The giant creature slowly turns toward him, then lands a brutal hit. The sudden blow crushes the mage's face. He slams into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. The beast bows to its master and says it'll handle things from here. Then it disappears in a blink. A second later, it's already behind the king. It raises a paw to strike. The king turns fast and brings up his saber to block, but the beast is too strong and drives him into the ground. As it keeps pressing down, it demands an apology. Then it pushes even harder, smashing the king deeper below. A huge crater now marks where he stood. Cracks spread wider as the creature keeps forcing him down. At last, lifts its paw, then howls like the fight is over. Far away, the small mushroom watches in fear. The piglet only thinks about apples, and the system screen stays frozen. Only the wreckage of the battle remains. The monster starts throwing a storm of punches. It pounds the ground again and again, then Bo and the samurai rush in to help the king. Even from behind, the beast still blocks them. It stops the sword with just 2 fingers. With its other hand, it catches boss bullets. It asks where these 2 annoyances came from. The samurai says they're its opponents. Now, Bo recognizes it as the creature that killed the 4th great mushroom, General Locke. Then the priestess teleports in behind the girl. She brings the 2 fallen fighters with her. She says she'll help the tamer in this battle, but the tamer refuses. Her beast can handle them. The creature says it has killed plenty of weaklings and doesn't remember their Names. The samurai pulls free while Bo fires. Again, but the beast is so fast it disappears. Their attacks hit the ground instead. That puts the samurai on edge. Bo feels the same. Before she can even spot it, she gets hit. The samurai immediately grows, alarmed. The wolf appears behind him and asks what he's looking at. But the samurai already has his blade set. Before the strike lands, he slashes back, sending a flying cut at the wolf. The impact is strong enough to knock it back. It even leaves a small cut on its hand, which surprises it. Now the three mushroom generals stand together. Behind the samurai, the mage casts a detection spell across the area. The magic spreads fast, reaches the beast, and links his senses to the others. The spell shares what he knows. Bo gets the information, and so does the samurai. Seeing them work together, the beast smiles. Within 50 meters, the mage can track its movements and pass them on, so the wolf smirks and starts to move. Its outline begins to fade until nothing is left. Even with the spell, the three realize it simply disappeared. The mushroom mage can't make sense of it. The beast is moving beyond the range of his magic, and that makes it even faster. Suddenly, it strikes and lands a hit. Bo and the samurai now stand back. He knows he can't win alone. Anxiety shows on Bo's face. They're surrounded by a monster moving at insane speed, its claws closing in on them. Bo raises both pistols to defend herself. She fires a rapid burst at the wolf. At the same time, the samurai counters with his swords. The little mushroom knows they're outmatched and wonders how strong this wolf really is. Then the system pops up again with an emergency mission. He wants to keep watching, but the screen is in the way. It's an epic quest. He found one of Golem's servants and has to erase it. The prize is a resurrection coin, a lottery ticket, and 200,000 abund XP. The reward feels way too big, and there's no way he can do it right now, so he tries to shove the system window aside. A mission like that has to be a mistake. He just wants a clear view of the fight. Meanwhile, the samurai finally figures it out. The wolf has been slipping in and out of the magic field with insane skill. Bo realizes the wolf still isn't fighting seriously, and that scares her. Once it does, they won't keep up. Grinning, the wolf asks if they understand the gap in power. Now, if they want to stop him, they're nowhere close. Before they can react, the samurai gets hit almost at the same time, and so does Bo. The impact sends both of them flying. In the end, pawns are still just pawns, but he was once a king Lycan, ruler of the polar wastelands, a level 92 werewolf king. They crash down near the strange figure. Both are badly hurt. Bo tells the samurai to run, but he refuses to leave her. The figure stays beside them while the little mushroom and piglet watch. They can't clearly see that shadow or even tell if it's human or monster. Maybe it's the servant of Golem the system warned him about. He uses his appraisal skill on it, but the system can't read it. Usually it says his level is too low this time. It only shows an error. The creature seems to notice and turns toward him, making the mushroom freeze in fear. Then the shadow disappears. To his horror, it reappears right in front of him. It stares him down, and he's too scared to move. Cold sweat starts pouring off him. In the next instant, Anna appears before him. He glances at the piglet and sees she isn't reacting, as if she can't see it. Part of the shadow's cloak shifts shape. Anna turns into a huge black blade. Now he knows his life is in danger. The blade comes close to his face. If he moves, he dies. If he stays still, he might die too. He has no idea what to do. As a last resort, he makes mushroom noises over and over while waving his tiny arms. The shadow actually seems confused, and the mushroom starts rolling around like a clumsy, normal mushroom. The piglet, who had been watching the fight, gets distracted. She looks at her friend acting extra mushroom-like to avoid suspicion. Seeing that, she starts grunting playfully, then runs over to join in. She happily gets in front of him and blocks his path. Her joining the act makes it look much more natural, because rolling around alone would look suspicious. She notices him mumbling He tells her to push him toward the forest and away from the cliff. He looks at her, asking if she gets it. Her grunts say yes, but she starts pushing him the wrong way. Then she pushes even harder. The mushroom is dying inside, but he can't show it. The shadow is still there, and the mushroom is sweating. But, shaking with fear, he keeps making mushroom sounds while the piglet comes over and licks him, but he's still terrified. The two keep playing their part while the shadow watches. After a short pause, it decides to ignore them and floats back to the battle, but it's holding something strange. It's a bell, and it starts ringing it. Something begins moving at the bottom of the crater. The wolf made. Thin smoke starts rising out of it. Then two eyes light up. At the same time, the sky starts darkening, like a coming storm. Meanwhile, the wolf keeps slaughtering everyone. The generals can barely resist anymore. They're being beaten down with no chance to answer back. After so many hits, they're exhausted and badly hurt, and the samurai realizes it's still not over. Another storm of attacks rushes at them. He raises his swords and braces himself. Then he jumps straight into it. But the pressure is too much for him to do anything. To his eyes, the wolf seems to move slowly. But his instincts tell him that's a lie. The wolf is striking faster than he can't and even see its speed and power are far beyond him, and the wolf only smiles at their weakness. Bo rips off another piece of her cloak and fires it at the wolf. The fumble net shoots forward to trap him. He simply takes a deep breath and blows at the net. That alone tears it apart. On the ground, several mushrooms begin to sprout. The glowing one presses the button. On its head, bright flashes fire at the wolf, but he keeps moving like nothing happened. Then he asks Bo if she still hasn't noticed he's blind. So far, none of their attacks have done anything. Then he attacks again. The samurai steps in and blocks with both swords, but he doesn't have the strength to hold it. He gets hurt again and spits up blood. Even so, he lands back on his feet. Once they regroup, they realize they're in danger all over again. Another huge barrage is coming at them. This time, they have nothing left, so they shut their eyes. Then a massive crash shakes the battlefield. They open their eyes, shocked they weren't hit. The king is standing in front of them. He threw himself in the way to shield his people and was badly hurt doing it. His body is covered in deep wounds. The wolf looks surprised that he's still alive. Now hell makes sure the king doesn't survive this time. The generals behind him say they can still fight, but the king keeps standing there to protect them. The samurai says they're his men, and they watched him grow up. They can't abandon him, but the king repeats his order even more firmly. The samurai asks forgiveness, saying he can't obey, and calls Bo to attack. She shoots him in the head. He drops unconscious on the spot. Now the samurai is completely out of the fight. It wasn't ideal, but she had no choice. Then the wizard appears and says it finally happened. Bo asks what he means. He asks if she's ever heard of Gollum, the demon king. She can't believe this has anything to do with old legends. He says it's no legend. Anyone who accepts Golem's power becomes demonized, loses their mind, and turns into his pawn. To protect them, the king made that pact with Golem. With no other path left, he chose the unthinkable to save his people. The wolf suddenly catches a familiar scent. It's the same strange energy he felt when Fenrir, his younger brother, took his place as leader. He hates remembering it, but if he's right, this needs to end fast. The wizard tells Bo to protect the king's legacy. The future of the mushrooms now rests with her and the Bay samurai. She asks what he's planning to do. As his last act, hell send them far away. Tunnel-making fungi rise from the ground around the two mushrooms. It's a fungus that digs tunnels. With both of them inside, it burrows underground. The wizard served 3 mushroom kings, and he wants to stay with his king to the end. He's already badly wounded from the earlier attacks. Across from him, the wolf gets serious and prepares a devastating move he's never used here before, even hurt. The king stays ready to fight. The wolf unleashes a strike fit for a king. His hand drives forward to wipe the mushroom out. The shockwave tears across the plain. The wizard fears for the king. It's been a long time since the wolf needed that move, but then he catches a strange scent. He can't understand how it's possible. That eerie magic is getting stronger. The king's body starts changing until he no longer looks like a mushroom. Multiple eyes form on his head, and his mouth fills with teeth. Tentacles burst from his body in every direction. This is the form of the fallen Mushroom King. His demonization is complete. One tentacle shoots toward the wizard. He accepts it as an honor to become the king's strength. The tentacles wrap around him completely and begin absorbing his body. All that's left is his staff. The crown still sits on top of the king's head. His head starts to split open, revealing something inside. The creature walks toward the wolf, leaving corruption wherever it goes. The wolf stares and starts growling. Then he kicks the creature's head hard. Yes, it's the same feeling as before, but this thing is slow, so he figures he can rip it apart. He follows up by smashing the corrupted king in the face. Then he keeps attacking without mercy. His speed gives him a huge edge. He's moving too fast, and he's sure this is over. Then he brings both hands together. Like a spear, he lunges in for the finish. As he closes in, the creature suddenly turns toward the wolf. It opens its huge mouth and starts inhaling. Air rushes into it. Then it blasts out a massive cloud of corrupted spores. The wolf sees the deadly mist and has to cancel his attack. He stomps the ground and pushes off, fast jumping away from the spore cloud. His fur resists magic, so as long as he protects his snout and eyes, the spores shouldn't harm him. But then something feels wrong. Cancer-like mushrooms spread across one paw and start eating away at his life. It's from the cut the samurai left earlier. He reacts at once and bites into his paw. Then he tears it off, stopping the damage before it gets worse. He looks at the severed paw, still covered in mushrooms. To his shock, the infection keeps spreading, so he tears off the rest of his arm. Even that doesn't stop it from taking over his body. In panic, he calls for his master. She rushes over to help. His condition fills her with despair. They try to reach each other, but the mushrooms overtake the wolf. First, nearly out of strength, he begs her to save him. She opens her bag and tells him to get inside fast. He obeys at once, retreating into safety. Inside, she can heal him with mana and promises to ask the guild leader how to cure him. Then she notices something strange inside the bag. Even in there, the wolf keeps thrashing wildly. He struggles harder and harder, and she has no idea why. Her mana starts draining out of control until the bag bursts open and mushrooms scatter everywhere. By then, his body is fully consumed. There is nothing the beast tamer can do. Crying, she tries to get closer, but she suddenly blacks out. Her body drops to the ground. She can't fight anymore. The priestess seals her inside, a magic bubble to pull her out of the battlefield. She tries to get everyone away from there. The corrupted mushroom notices. It lashes out with its tentacles at the humans. The priestess struggles to defend herself. The bubble carrying the beast tamer is nearly grabbed by the mushroom king. Before it can reach her, the monster suddenly catches fire. That saves the priestess at the last second. At last, the final fighter joins in. With his team nearly dead, the fire mage decides it's time to step in. He tells everyone to head for the airship while he handles the rest. He's sure things will change now. The priestess wants to stay, but he firmly orders her to get everyone out. This time, she listens without arguing. As the others rise toward the airship, the mage drops down to fight. The creature watches this new human, but he doesn't look worried at all. The corrupted mushroom inhales again. This time, it draws in even more air and blasts a huge cloud of spores at the mage, but a barrier of fire surrounds him. The spores vanish the moment they touch it. Not one of them reaches him. The mushroom is clearly stunned. Then it notices one old servant still nearby, the diamond mushroom, and sends tentacles to seize it. The poor thing doesn't even understand what's happening. At once, the corrupted king drags it in. Its pull is so strong the creature can't resist. It gets yanked straight to the mushroom king, but instead of absorbing it, the king hurls it at the fire mage. A small mushroom sees this and can't believe the corrupted king tossed such a huge creature so easily, but it gasps out loud, making the shadow turn toward it. Terrified of drawing attention, it quickly goes back to acting like an ordinary mushroom. The shadow loses interest and ignores it again. Meanwhile, the diamond mushroom hurtles toward the fire mage. He opens a hand and tiny sparks rise from it. A creature appears, yawns, and asks why it was summoned. It's half asleep and completely confused. Without explaining anything, the mage throws it straight at the danger, and it screams in panic. Once it understands, it complains that this stupid human always summons it without warning. Strong flames wrap around the diamond mushroom as the fire spirit's magic takes hold. She gives one command: burn it. The flames surge and swallow the mushroom whole. It can't do anything but burn. When it's over, she gets 2 diamond mushroom eyes, perfect material for magic items. With the job done, the fire spirit calls the human an idiot and starts kicking his face. He dismisses her right away. Useful, but far too annoying. Then a mass of corrupted mushrooms suddenly rises behind him. The Mushroom King grins horribly. It climbed up by making mushrooms spread upward. Now in range, it leaps at the fire mage. Its abdomen splits open, revealing a second mouth big enough to swallow him whole. The jaws snap shut, and the mage is swallowed instantly. With him inside, the corrupted king crashes back to the ground. In the distance, the dark shadow simply watches. The monstrosity slowly stands, again, then drags itself across the battlefield. Smoke covers the area, and it seems to think the fight is over. But then its body starts swelling from within. The mage is still alive. It looks down in alarm as the bulging grows. Worse, its body shakes so hard it can't even walk. The swelling becomes too much to contain, and after a moment, it explodes into pieces. Among the gore stands the mage, alive thanks to Phoenix rebirth, and beside him lies the mushroom king's crown. With the battle finished, he picks it up. His rewards from this fight are the diamond mushroom eyes and the crown. Even so, some tentacles still twitch in the remains. A level 60 monster forced him to use his strongest card. At least no one saw it. With the loot in hand, he rises into the sky, away from the corpse. Then he looks down, planning to erase every trace of the battle. Above, the sky twists like a storm is forming. Burning stones begin falling like meteors, and the small mushroom watches in fear. Everything below is destroyed and swallowed by fire. The evil shadow lets out a disappointed sigh. This wasn't the result it wanted. Then, just as mysteriously as it came, it leaves. Beside it, the little mushroom can only hope it's really gone. Now alone, he nudges the piglet and tells her to wake up so they can run. She slowly opens her eyes. Since she missed most of the fight, she has no clue what happened. Then they notice the meteor shower and run with their tiny feet. Each impact explodes, and one shockwave is enough to fling them far away. He can't believe this is happening. There's no way they can outrun something like this. Meteors are falling everywhere. The piglet answers by biting his hat. Determined, she decides to save her friend. She starts digging with everything she has. Soon they're underground while fire and destruction rage above. The devastation doesn't stop. The corrupted mushroom never had a chance. The whole kingdom turns into a sea of fire, and nothing nearby can escape being burned to ash. One by one, even the biggest mushrooms catch fire and crumble away. Everything is being wiped out. Then something moves inside the rock. 2 balls of packed earth roll down the slope. When they hit the ground, they crack open, revealing the mushroom and the piglet, nearly roasted alive. Both are dazed. Then the system announces they have reached the mushroom kingdom. Right away, both level up and recover their health. Now thinking clearly, he looks over all the ruin. What used to be bright and full of life is now a dead wasteland. One spell from the fire mage erased the whole kingdom. Even then, The piglet's stomach growls. It wasn't that the monsters were weak. The humans were simply too strong. When the piglet nudges him again, he pushes her away. That small moment makes him realize something. Even if he became the Mushroom King, it would still mean nothing against a truly strong human. Then the system gives him a new mission: find an evolution path in the Mushroom Kingdom. Seeing all this ruin, he doesn't even want to do missions anymore. But the system reminds him that missions are the fastest way to grow stronger. Reading that, he stands up. He stares at the message. He doesn't want to evolve anymore. He made up his mind. The system asks what he wants. Instead, the little mushroom clenches his fist. He wants to become a brave mushroom. Far from the ruins, an object drops from the sky near a tree. It's the mushroom carrying the samurai and the bow gunslinger. Once it lands, it starts to open. Inside, both of them are still worn out from the battle. The samurai tries to rise, coughing hard. He had sworn to serve the king until death, but now there is no king left to serve. Angry and lost, he thinks about going back to their kingdom. Bo answers by slapping him across the face. Cage is still shaken and doesn't know what to think. She reminds him they're here because of the king's wish, and his sacrifice can't be wasted. But without the king, Cage doesn't know what he's living for. Frustrated, he punches the ground. For a moment, they sit in silence. Both are still weak, and Bo leans against the tree. She tells him that if he wants to die, he can do it after they finish their mission. After blowing out cigar smoke, she reaches into her pocket. In her hand is a golden object. They still have to fulfill the king's final wish. It's the king's legacy. Whoever is recognized by it earns the right to become king. That's their mission now. Hearing that, Cage forces himself up. Bo is right. Their journey isn't over. The two look toward the horizon, hoping for better days. Meanwhile, the small mushroom faces a new problem. The system reports an error because monsters can't change classes. As he rides through the forest on the piglet, the same message keeps popping up. Tired of it, he asks the system to show the map so he can see how far they are from the beginner village. The system finally shows their location. They've been traveling for a full day, and if the map is right, they should reach it after one more day. Then the error pops up again. He says hell still check the village, won't change class, and wants the system to stop spamming him. As soon as he says that, the screen vanishes. The piglet keeps going, still starving, but he's set on trying the class change and says he has plenty of stamina potions if she's hungry. He tells her to run full speed, since they're almost there. At the source volcano, lava pours in every direction. The eruptions keep throwing molten rock around, sending smaller creatures running. The burning stones slam into the ground. Their shells crack open, showing strange bodies that seem liquid inside. Once they land, they start shaking. They're actually lava monsters. One opens its huge jaws and bites into a lava boulder. Then swallows it like a snack, absorbing the molten rock into its body. This is a level 52 lava conda. It grows by eating lava and molten stone, great material for fire resistance. As the snakes look up at more falling rocks, the guild airship flies overhead, heading for the headquarters in this deadly zone. The burning stones never hit the buildings because a barrier protects them. It covers the whole base and blocks hostile threats. The airship, though, passes through just fine. As it crosses the barrier, an alert rings through the base. The ship docks safely. The injured are carried away while the fire mage heads for the main building. He enters a huge hall, clearly there to report to someone. Then footsteps echo out. A child excitedly says he's already back. Big brother Gillum has finally returned. The boy eagerly asks if he got what they wanted. This is Balan, a level 119 poison master. The mage places a hand to his chest before presenting the Mushroom King's crown. The boy grabs it with both hands. He's thrilled to finally have it. Now that the crown is his, he can barely contain his joy. The fire mage then asks for the item he was promised, but Balan is too busy celebrating, so he sets the crown on the floor. Digging through his pocket, he says it's right here. After searching a bit, he finally pulls it out. It's the medicine he made for the priestess, a small blue vial, but being clumsy, he drops it. He fumbles, trying to stop it as it flies through the air. The fire mage catches it just in time. He also says all the bodies were sent to Balan's lab as requested. The delivery was handled exactly as asked. Balan thanks him for everything. The mage leaves, storing the medicine in his inventory. After that, the boy goes back to admiring his crown. He finally has it. What a perfect day. On his way out, the mage asks about the Mushroom King's demonization and whether that was part of the guild leader's plan too. That makes Balan stop and smile darkly. The mage waits for an answer, but the boy acts like he knows nothing. He simply asks what he's talking about. That isn't the answer the mage wanted. Still, he walks off, saying they can call him if needed. Outside, he meets the priestess and says he has the medicine, so they can go. They start to leave, but she asks him to wait a moment. Too many people died on this mission because of her. He reminds her they only came because he asked, and they'll leave once they find a way to remove the poison from her body. He says he'll handle the hard part himself. Meanwhile, the guild leader walks with the crown down a candlelit passage. At the end, he goes down a massive staircase. He keeps walking, humming to himself until he reaches another chamber. There, he follows a path surrounded by lava. This is the altar called Golem's Heart. Standing before it, he presents the Mushroom King's crown with clear delight. Then he throws the crown in as a sacrifice, and it drops into the lava. The boy watches it burn away. The heat melts the item down until only bubbling remains. Then lava starts rising along the altar wall. He watches the whole thing happily. A stone figure fills with lava until no space is left. Another part is finally complete. He already had the cat, Queen's eyes, and now the Mushroom King's crown. As a shadowy figure appears behind him, only one ingredient is left: the heart of true love. Then Golem's power will be his. At once, a violent tremor shakes the area. The whole guild rumbles, even stirring the lava rivers. 2 days later, the small mushroom is still traveling. He's been thinking hard about everything. They run into many monsters, but the piglet is fast enough to avoid them. Since the error, the system has also stopped replying. The mission screen is frozen on the same quest. Still, some buttons work, so he can check his skills and Utah's inventory. He wanted to use decomposition to absorb materials, but the mage burned nearly everything. Only the Werewolf King's skin was left, and the loss still makes him furious. He even waited days to absorb the mage's staffs and that wolf skin. The staffs were badly damaged and gave only 100 experience, and the wolf skin was too magic-resistant to use. Maybe he can try again after leveling the skill more. For now, it was just wasted time, and that annoys him. Then he feels the piglet shaking. He finally asks if something's wrong. She suddenly drops, dizzy and disoriented, not knowing why. He uses evaluation on her, but it shows nothing useful. The skill lets him view another monster's abilities, and everything looks normal, so he can't figure out why she passed out. He tries waking her with stamina and health potions, but an apple gets the real reaction. Her stomach growls, and she lunges for the fruit. The piglet gets way too excited. He asks if she's better and tells her to hang on. They're almost there. Then he opens the map. The marker shows they've passed halfway. They're now very close to the village, and since there are snails nearby, they may be even closer. Now that they're near, he wonders if that item will work. It's a teleport scroll. He activates it to send them to the village. The scroll disappears and uses 20 mana. A magic circle forms under them, but the energy soon breaks into sparks, and the circle fades away. The system says monsters can't use this item. Before, they were too far away. Now monsters just aren't allowed. Without replying, he goes back to the mission screen. But he still doesn't want this quest. He's set on becoming a brave mushroom. Even if the scroll failed, he doesn't care much. He is not in a rush. If anything, this seems like the perfect place to farm experience from newbies. He pats the piglet, telling her to keep moving. But she doesn't respond and stays still. He asks if she's okay and whether she wants another health potion. He tells her to hold on a little longer, he'll fix her problems soon. What he doesn't know is that they're being watched by pigs from her herd. Their leader stares hard at the piglet. A while later, MC realizes he isn't alone, and after more walking, they reach the portal where the newbies appear. The mushroom hides in the bushes while the piglet lies there, unconscious. He uses evaluation on the portal. It's a gateway to the village made by the 6 original Braves who sealed Golem, and it teleports people away when they're in critical danger. That's why those players survived when he beat them. Now all he has to do is wait. Soon the portal starts glowing and a player's hand reaches through. The kids rush out, excited to level up by killing snails. One little girl grips a stone, ready to attack. She smashes a snail so hard its eyes pop out. A boy brags that his father hired bodyguards, so he's not afraid of anything and starts taking down monsters with his spear. Another level 12 boy with swords says he'll keep everyone safe. At the same time, a fire user brags that even the big snail can't beat them. Then the mushroom steps out of hiding. He heads straight for the spoiled kids. Once he's close enough, he uses spore explosion. The mist makes the children cough. It's the perfect opening for him, and he charges in, beating them down. All he gets in return is experience points. With that warlord gone, at least no one will bother the snails. He then rushes the boy with the bodyguards and beats them too, leaving behind more experience, but it's still not enough to level quickly. Then more kids start coming out of the portal. The expoyer may be small, but there are plenty of them. One girl wants to hurry before the snails get away. As soon as they arrive, the new group wonders where the earlier kids went. Then the mushroom attacks them too. The second wave is wiped out, giving him 630 experience. The third wave gives him another 540. Now the children start running, shouting that a dangerous mushroom is here. They climb onto the platform so he can't reach them, but they're idiots. From below, he watches the ones who made it up. They don't know why the mushroom is there, but they feel safe because they think he can't climb. They're wrong. He can jump right up to them. The children panic. By the fourth wave, he gains another 720 experience. When night falls, he makes a campfire and gives his friend dinner. A health potion. She looks at the little vial but refuses to drink it. That makes him ask if she isn't hungry. He checks her status, and everything looks normal. She carried him for days, so her stamina should be low, but hell handle the grinding for both of them since he can't sleep. He keeps checking the system. This time, he checks his own stats. After farming newbies all day, he's already level 18. Level 20 is close. His stamina is low too, but he's too tired, so he'll use potions tomorrow. He leans on the piglet and tells her good night. She's half asleep and barely reacts, only staring at him for a moment. Her vision blurs from exhaustion, and she starts imagining him as a grilled mushroom. She almost takes a bite, then catches herself. Shaking her head, she refuses to do that to her friend. Even with her mouth watering, she tries to sleep again. They rest by the fire, but her stomach won't stop growling. Not far away, the other pigs are watching, and their leader is furious. He keeps staring at the piglet and the mushroom. By morning, no newbies have come yet. Then he notices people arriving. The children come out, nervously. After what happened yesterday, they don't want to get hurt. But one boy steps out and calls them cowards. They were sent by the village to guard the newbies. It's strange to see a mushroom here after the monster waves already ended. They heard a guild wiped out the entire mushroom kingdom, including its king, so this one must be a stray. One of them mentions that the axe user once fought the mushroom king. He did, and says the king was weak, which is probably why the guild beat him so easily. The mushroom watches them and uses evaluation. 2 are level 17, and 1 is level 23. It's risky, but with the right plan, he and the piglet might beat all 3. He tells her they'll strike one at a time and wait for his signal. But she seems out of it, so he releases his spore cloud. The mist blocks their sight before he attacks. One child panics and asks what he should do. But he doesn't let up. Inside the fog, he keeps taking down newbies. One guard warns the others to stay together. The mushroom isn't weak. The bald one asks if they should save the children, but the leader says they're just bait. Killing the mushroom pays more than protecting newbies. Then he realizes the mushroom is coming for them. The bald man raises his shield, but it does nothing. The shield shatters and the hit sends him flying. One enemy is down. The long-haired one is shocked by how strong the mushroom is in the mist. The piglet gets into position to help her friend, but her stomach keeps twisting, and she doesn't have the strength to move. Then one man swings his axe fast enough to blow the mist away. Now he spots the piglet on the ground, and that excites him. The meat is worth a lot. The long-haired fighter rushes in to finish her off, determined to kill the monster. His spear gets dangerously close, but the mushroom moves. First, he slams the long-haired man away, warning him to stay away from the piglet. The hit launches him back. On the ground, he admits the mushroom really is strong. He drinks a health potion to recover. The strongest one tells the weakest to leave, but the long-haired man insists he can still help. The mushroom tells the piglet to get up. The enemies are closing in. She doesn't answer, so he wonders what's been wrong with her. Her eyes gleam as she looks at him. That soft little backside looks way too tasty to her. Her vision blurs again, and she sees him as a perfectly grilled mushroom. The piglet falls into a trance. One human thinks his ally doubts he can handle both monsters, so he pulls out an item. The long-haired one asks what it is. A secret weapon, berserker potion. He drinks it at once, and his level starts rising fast. The little mushroom watches in alarm. This just got worse. The effect only lasts 10 minutes, but that's plenty. The human jumps to level 38. Forced into a corner, the mushroom decides to use his trump card too. He turns and runs, telling the piglet to follow, but the human swings his axe and cracks the ground. The shock throws the mushroom off balance as they fall. Earth walls rise around them. That terrifies him. He and the piglet are trapped, and the walls are too high to escape. Worse, the humans are trapped inside with them. This couldn't be worse. The powered-up human pauses, deciding whether to kill the piglet first or crush the mushroom. He steps back to think, while the others look forward to the reward. Meanwhile, the piglet still sees the mushroom as food. Her hunger pushes her into a frenzy. Foaming and wild, she gets ready to eat. More time passes with everyone trapped inside until someone screams for the monster to stay back. Then the walls explode apart from a huge force. One human probably won't survive. He crashes down in ruined area, and his dying body gets teleported away. The other can't understand how he lost, even with the berserker potion. The piglet stomps on his stomach in rage, then bites his clothes and shakes him around like a toy. Before tossing him away, his body crashes into the trees. Too injured to stay, he's teleported back to the village. After winning, the mushroom reaches level 21 and the piglet reaches 20. Hare's stunned. He never knew she was this strong. Now only the two friends are left in the clearing, but her stare is still terrifying. He gets scared, not knowing why she's looking at him like that, drooling. She turns toward the little mushroom. She's ready to fill her stomach, trying to understand. He uses evaluation on her. Her satiety is at 0, putting her in berserker mode and giving her 500 extra attack. In this state, she keeps losing health and can't think straight. He finally understands the potions never cured her hunger. Backing away, he tells her to calm down and promises to find food, but she has already chosen her meal. Sweet and chilled, he can't believe she wants to eat him. She lunges at him for a bite. Not waiting to find out, he runs. Now he's fleeing from a starving, enraged pig. He dodges her first charge and she slams into a boulder instead. Even so, he has to keep running. He has no idea what to do. One hit and he's done. Meanwhile, her health keeps dropping. As time passes, she gets hungrier. The potions worked for him. If he'd known, he would have gathered food for her. Then he finds a huge pile of apples It looks suspicious, but the starving pig behind him doesn't care. This is his chance to get her to eat something else. She charges again. He dodges and she crashes into the pile of apples. From a distance, he watches the fruit heap. He's incredibly nervous. Then the top starts moving. He keeps staring, hoping she's okay. The apples keep shifting. At last, the piglet pops out, back to normal. Seeing her eat and calm down, he finally relaxes. He's happy to wait until she's full, but he wonders who left those apples. Once she's done, they head back to the portal. He wants to sneak into the village and learn what it takes to change classes. He moves toward the portal while the pig leader keeps watching, hiding. From the shadows, the chief pig has already killed several humans to protect the two clueless friends. The mushroom gets a chill and his hands shake. With nerves, he's about to enter the beginner village. He thinks it's full of weak newbies, so once inside, hell be the deadliest thing there. Confident, he steps through the portal. Right away, he bumps into something. It's a warning sign about danger. The whole portal area is fenced off, with barriers stretching all around. Then a paper blowing in the wind smacks him in the face. It's Afla. When he reads it, he panics. It warns that dangerous monsters were seen nearby. He freezes, unable to understand how that happened. As he keeps reading, he starts sweating. The language here is the same one. He knows. Maybe it's because he was transmigrated. He's always understood human speech, so he keeps going toward the village. Through a gap in the wall, people keep coming and going. There are lots of them, all guarded by armed sentries. Everything seems peaceful until he notices one bird isn't normal. It screeches and dives at the crowd. It's a high-level monster. People run for the village in terror. One child is about to be eaten, but a storm of arrows kills the creature first. Watching all this, the little mushroom is shaken. The guards are clearly very strong. He forgot that villages and cities usually have near-invincible protectors. Now he has to rethink everything. Meanwhile, the piglet cuddles an apple, and seeing that gives him a great idea. People are saying dangerous monsters keep showing up nearby, and even a level 40 warrior got beaten. Among them is one strange figure holding a wand with an apple on the end. The odd figure is just about to pass through the gate, but a guard suddenly tells him to stop. He freezes for a second. The guard warns him not to litter and tells him to throw the apple away properly. The mushroom says nothing, standing still with a fake mustache made from the piglet's fur. They're disguised in wizard robes, and the apple wand is how he guides the piglet. To him, the disguise feels brilliant. After getting farther in, they reach the village center. There is a potion shop, a blacksmith making weapons, a stand selling grilled monster meat, and even a huge library. He had only seen places like this in games, so seeing it for real feels completely different. Now he has to learn how class changing works. So they keep moving through the crowd until they spot a small group of people. He goes over to find out what's happening. They're reading a notice about dangerous monsters outside the village. It also says class changing needs 10 shells each from red, blue, and green snails, plus 1 shell from the big snail. That reminds him of something he heard earlier about the big snail shell. The kids complain that with monsters outside, only rich people can change class now, since the big shell costs 50 coins and there's no way around it. The ceremony is later this afternoon. They're frustrated, especially since they're even looking for a level 60 player to handle a monster. One boy says this isn't a normal mushroom, it's smart and full of skills. Hearing that, he realizes why fewer people are outside, and he's glad he never met that level 40 warrior. The divine tree will release class change energy later today. Ready to leave, he moves the apple, but the piglet trips. Now both of them are exposed in front of the humans. The mushroom instantly panics. Some people nearby glance over, and even workers notice them. Scared, he curls up and shuts his eyes. If the sentinels came, he would be finished. But everyone just keeps going, completely ignoring them. People assume they belong to some rich owner, since mushrooms and pigs like that are expensive. Once he realizes no one is attacking, he notices there are monsters all over the village. One snail is carrying bags for a woman. A candle cat rides on its owner's back, and there are other monsters around. 2. If everyone thinks he's a pet, this gets much easier. Then he spots a famous cat sitting on a boy's head. The boy walks ahead with his monster team, and the mushroom follows him. He stays in line and tries not to stand out. Then he notices something useful. A sign points to the village chief's house. He signals the piglet to follow. The two slip away from the other creatures. Crossing the open area, they head toward a rock. Hidden there, he tells the piglet their target is right ahead. 2 players pass by, chatting about store sales in the village. They also say they want to join a guild soon, so leveling up gets easier. One regrets not choosing priest, since guilds always want them. But his friend says tamers shouldn't think like that. The third strongest person here is a tamer. He has even subdued human angels and demons. Those are creatures other classes avoid, and the boy says reaching that level may be impossible for them. Hearing this, the mushroom gets curious about angels and demons in this world. Then they point at the village chief's house, saying it brings back old memories. It no longer gives missions, so they wonder why people are gathered in front of it. Then one remembers that today is the class change ceremony. That is exactly what the mushroom wanted to hear. As they keep talking, one says he promises to become a great tamer. His friend jokes that he's already doing great since he even tamed a mushroom and a pig. But the boy laughs it off, saying those monsters are not his. 2 share a quick look. Then they turn back toward the mushroom and piglet. But the pair is already gone. In front of the house, several children are lined up. They're nervous because the ceremony should have started an hour ago. Then the door slowly opens and an old figure appears with a staff made of snail shells. He apologizes for oversleeping. He is Broccoli, and he congratulates the children on finishing the mission. They're one step closer to becoming true braves. The children greet him with a bow. He tells everyone to come inside. The doors open wider, and the children file in. At the very end of the line is the mushroom in disguise. The old man looks pretty absent-minded, so getting past him should be easy. Then the elder asks if he is the last one. He puts his staff across the path and tells him to wait. The mushroom wonders if he has been found out, but the old man only says food isn't allowed inside. He holds out his hand for the apple, then takes it for himself. Inside the robe, the piglet gets mad. The mushroom grabs her ears, trying to calm her down. Without the apple, guiding her is much harder, and keeping her walking straight becomes a struggle. When he reaches the hall, he is stunned. The divine tree is enormous. Books surround it, and its branches fill the whole room. From outside, he never imagined the inside would look this grand. Its trunk even seems to have a woman's shape carved into it. The children stare at it in awe. The old man tells them to place their materials before the tree so they can begin. When they take too long, he snaps at them to hurry, and the mushroom notices he suddenly seems much more lively. Once the materials are set down, they must pray to the tree for help and come back the next day for the result. The children put the snail shells into the pot and start praying. The tree's leaves begin to glow, and soon some drift down around them. Then the old man notices someone in the back still has not started. It's the mushroom, just standing there. The old man tells him to put his ingredients in the pot. Now he won't repeat himself. The mushroom asks if he can offer something else, since he has items worth more than snail shells. But the elder insists those exact items are needed and asks if he came just to cause trouble. The mushroom starts tugging the piglet's ears, making them back away. The old man now feels like a completely different person, but the mushroom still doesn't understand why the snail shells matter so much. Then the system pops up. His last mission failed, and a new one has appeared. The little mushroom goes quiet as he reads it. This is the last thing he wanted, right now. The old man notices the writing is in the monster's language and steps closer. Humans should not be able to hear that, so he orders the mushroom to show who he really is. but the mushroom is still focused on the system. Then he finally registers what the old man said about the monsters, language, and by then, the old man is gone. He is confused for a moment, then understands. The old man is about to attack. At the same time, the system screen starts glowing, intensely. The light is so bright that the mushroom shuts his eyes. Then a burst of strange light fills the room as the old man's staff slams down and cracks the floor. But the figure speaking the monster's language is gone. The old man pauses, thinking over the disappearance. The system announces they have been sent to the penalty space. The mushroom and piglet crash onto a platform. After the impact, he slowly pulls himself together. He has no clue where he is. The last thing he saw was the old man. Then he reads the message and wants to know why failing the mission led to a penalty. Now he has to jump across 10,000 platforms in 1 hour, or die. That terrifies him because the system never warned him about a punishment like this. Even so, it cheerfully wishes the player good luck while the timer keeps running. Desperate, he begs the system to answer him again because he can't do this. He feels completely scammed and has no idea what to do, but he has no choice now. Finish the mission or die. By his count, he needs to clear about 3 platforms every second. There is no time to waste. He tells the piglet to hurry too. If he uses his charge, he might be able to cross several at once. He gathers his strength and leaps, clearing multiple platforms in one jump, but the piglet gets left behind. He yells that this is no time to play. Their lives are on the line. She runs in circles for a moment. From above, he shouts again that there is no time. Her eyes shine with fear. She can't jump that high. Still, the piglet tries. He screams when he sees it. The mushroom jumps too, crossing several platforms and grabs his companion with everything he has. But he tires quickly. He isn't as strong as she is. It drains him badly. With 42 minutes left, he has only reached 1,020 platforms. Still, he pulls out a potion and says there is no time. Rest. It restores 50 stamina points right away. With the piglet on his head, he tells her to hold on tight and starts jumping again. The wild leaps make her shake, in fear. Then, in the middle of a jump, she sneezes. To his horror, that ruins his momentum, and he drops down several platforms. The fall costs him health, and he realizes he might die before finishing. Looking down only makes it worse. There seems to be no bottom. He's lucky to land on another platform. He tells the piglet that was dangerous, and next time she has to warn him before, sneezing sweetly. She shows that she will. He can only hope she means it. Then he gets ready to keep going and drinks a few more potions. Even so, the height still terrifies him. The piglet on his head starts dozing off. With a little over 30 minutes left, he still isn't halfway there. He drinks more potions. Sweating and worn out, he keeps going. At 22 minutes left, he is still jumping from platform to platform. As time passes, all that jumping levels up his charge skill and speeds him up. Even carrying the extra weight helps train it. Now, one jump can clear 10 platforms. With only 2 minutes left, just one final platform remains. The problem is, the gap is too wide to cross while carrying the piglet. So he tells her to stay still. They can't risk a mistake now. He refuses to lose to this penalty. Gathering every bit of strength, he jumps. They're so close to escaping that place. They rise high, but halfway through, he realizes it still won't be enough. Both of them drop back onto their platform. Even with all that effort, he wasn't close. He tells the piglet to hold tight. They're going again. He braces himself and tells her to get ready too. Then he charges at the platform again. He tries over and over, but every attempt fails. Now, only a little over a minute is left, and the piglet is getting nervous. After so many failures, he has no idea how to do it. Still, he decides on one last try. He sets himself on the platform once more. This time, he truly believes he can do it. Hell pour everything into this jump. The piglet focuses too. Less than a minute reigns. She licks him to cheer him on, but it only distracts him. Then the piglet climbs off his head. He's confused, but she gently nudges him. Her eyes are full of courage. He realizes what she wants, and he hates it. But she looks at him kindly. Forced into the hardest choice of his life, he breaks down crying. Then he moves to the platform's edge. He gathers all his strength. Without the extra weight, he reaches the platform. This time, it was easy. Maybe the system just wanted to sharpen his skills, but the piglet wasn't there for the final step. Since this was his task, he asks if she'll be punished too. The answer is worse. When the penalty ends, that world disappears, and anyone left behind dies. That is the last thing he wanted to hear. Only 42 seconds are left. From above, he looks down at his loyal friend. She stares back at him, worried. His eyes say only one thing: sorry. He stands near the portal, staring at the way out. At last he moves to jump, but instead, he leaps back down. The landing costs him 20 health. The piglet is stunned by what he did. After everything they've been through, there's no way ahead. Leave her there. The piglet is upset by his choice. She shoves him while he shakes with a mess of emotions. Tears pour down his face, but after all this pain, after she saved him and stayed by his side, he can't live knowing he abandoned her. Either they get out together, or not at all. The piglet understands his decision. Only one step is left, and she's nervous. Still, if he wants to try, she won't stop him. The little mushroom trembles. This will be his strongest jump yet. No mushroom has ever jumped like this. Soon, they're already halfway up. Their momentum keeps carrying them higher, just a little farther. But the force pushing them up is gone. The two begin to fall. He panics. The jump failed. Only 12 seconds remain before it's over. The piglet shuts her eyes in fear. The clock keeps counting down. The mushroom is scared too. The system warns him that time is almost up. He's overwhelmed, thinking he's really going to die. There. Then he opens his eyes and remembers he can still do this, just like the explosive mushroom launched itself forward. He suddenly gets an idea. Only 5 seconds remain. He grabs the piglet's paws with both hands. Now it's all down to determination. He puts every bit of strength into it and unleashes a massive spore explosion. Time is almost gone, but they're rising. They have to keep going up. The spore cloud lifts them even higher. This is now his spore jet. With 1 second left, they're almost out. The piglet crosses the portal right as time hits 0. The system finally congratulates him for clearing the penalty. After passing through the portal, they crash into a new area. He gets hurt when the piglet lands on his head. Looking back, she seems thrilled about what happened. He can barely process her cheerfulness. He almost died seconds ago, and she is already smiling. They notice the glowing sky and the tree figure. Still annoyed, he asks if finishing the penalty means he's finally free to do what he wants. Even though only an hour passed, it's already night. With no one around to stop them, it's time for the class change. Ritual. But what he says leaves the piglet frozen. She hangs on every word. Back then she took it deeply, thinking they'd stay together forever. He notices and asks what's wrong, urging her on. The piglet looks at him with love. Then she runs to him happily. From what the old man said, those ingredients are needed. He just can't see how those items connect to a class change, or how they'll make him brave. Inside one pot, there's a shell. A green dot drops into it and gets absorbed. That makes him stop and think. After a moment, he finally gets it. He pulls the mushroom shell out of the pot, then tosses the empty pot aside. He repeats it with another full one, dumping it after taking out the contents. When he's done, he believes this is what he needs for his superclass change. Even if he didn't bring the materials himself, he doubts borrowing them will matter. He puts his hands together and starts praying, asking the divine tree to help him change classes. He slowly opens his eyes and looks around. Nothing happened. That makes him wonder if he's doing it wrong. Maybe he needs a clear heart, like in dramas. So he repeats his prayer to the divine tree. Still, nothing happens. On the third try, he adds some made-up magic words. Again, nothing. Not knowing what else to do, he keeps praying with all kinds of weird phrases. After many tries, nothing changes. The tree in front of him is still the same. Now he starts wondering if monsters really can't have class. Changes. The system appears and reminds him it already warned him to give up. To him, that just feels like mockery. He's come too far to quit. No matter what it takes, hell find a way. There has to be one. He yells for quiet so he can think. Meanwhile, the piglet hops around, calmly. As she jumps, she's eating the glowing dots. He tells her not to eat everything she sees, but she ends up leveling up. That shocks him. It shouldn't even be possible. Now he wants to know what that green energy from the tree really is. One lands on his head, and he finally understands. It gives 50 experience points. He grabs one and uses evaluation. It's condensed magic power, and since it comes from monsters, humans can't absorb it directly. Then it clicks. Humans use mushroom shells as an intermediary. The secret isn't the snail, it's that condensed energy. Once he figures that out, he tells the piglet to leave, some for him. Now they focus on one thing, eating as many green orbs as they can. Their levels shoot up fast, and soon they run out of potions. Even after taking in so much, his movement is still bad, and he tires quickly. He suggests the piglet drink stamina potions too. She won't wear out, but she just keeps eating green orbs, non-stop. Checking on her, he's stunned. The piglet is already level 28. That only makes him feel worse since she's growing faster than he is. It's hard to beat someone who loves eating this much. Being a mushroom really puts him at a disadvantage. Still, there has to be some way to absorb all that energy. Curious, he calls the system. It appears and repeats that monsters can't change classes, but he asks if anything in his inventory might help. His level 27, and nothing there stands out. So he studies his skills and starts thinking. His eyes stop on the skill window. Decomposition is available. He looks at the divine tree. Since he's already here, he figures he has nothing to lose. He steadies himself, then jumps with all his strength, using Spore Jet to go higher. At the top, he pulls off a smooth move and lands perfectly on the sculpture's head. The piglet looks up, worried. She's scared seeing him so high up. He tells her to sit back and watch. She listens and keeps her eyes on him. The little mushroom closes his eyes. Pressing himself against the tree, he apologizes for what he's about to do. Then he activates decomposition and power starts pouring out of him. Because the tree is organic, the skill grows even stronger. His body glows brightly as he pours everything into it. The piglet watches nervously. Using all his strength, he shouts. The system warns that this much energy could cause unknown changes, but he's too deep in to stop now. He's determined to absorb it all. The longer it continues, the more his level rises and the more refined his skill becomes. Green orbs drop from the leaves, but instead of drifting away, they flow back to the source. The magic is no longer being released. Now it's all being absorbed straight into him. Soon the leaves start wilting, and even the branches begin to dry out. Despite the warnings, he tells it to keep going. Below, the piglet stays worried. Overwhelmed by all that power, he cries out. The magic spreads through the tree figure, and even it starts to age. As its magic is drained, the whole tree withers. Still, he keeps the decomposition going. It takes everything he has. When the decomposition ends, part of his body is pulsing. The energy is so huge that he has to force it down. Even as the strain starts to hurt, the piglet grows even more worried about her friend. Then a small flower starts to bloom. Even with all his effort, the mushroom feels something beginning to come out. Now the piglet is getting nervous. There is simply too much power to hold in. Just as expected, the flower fully opens. The mushroom screams in pain through the whole process. Then beams of power burst out of him in every direction. This transformation is clearly brutal. The mushroom starts glowing with intense magic. The beams ricochet everywhere, and the piglet tracks them until one suddenly turns her way and hits her. The blast sends her flying. Even with all the shaking and noise, the old man stays asleep. He only turns over and keeps snoring, but a rune on his wall begins to glow. The seal on Golem's left hand is weakening. The magic beam keeps bouncing until it spreads into the sky like a shooting star, crossing the starting forest and passing over the pigs, making their leader turn back. Near the two mushrooms carrying the king's legacy, a heavy impact strikes. The ray also passes through the time castle, making a doll on the ground light up. It can be seen in the submerged world too. Deep under the sea, a seal reacts and a beast roars. From the depths, the waves grow rougher. It is seen in the Pentachrome Desert too, where several hooded figures watch it. At the source volcano, the star draws the guild leader's attention. Even in the land of the dead, countless sinister eyes watch it. That night, stars like this appeared all over the world. At last, morning comes. A small bird notices a drifting petal. It leaves its perch to get closer. This was at the village chief's house. Inside the divine tree's hall, much of the place has been wrecked. Someone slowly opens their eyes and sees a bookshelf nearby. Then a strange screen appears before him. A notice pops up saying an update is in progress. It says 5 million experience points used. The system congratulates him. He has now become a brave. Still dazed, the mushroom wonders if he really did it. Then it sinks in, it worked, and he really can become a brave. After reading the message, he accepts at once. The moment he does, his vision shifts. He also feels something different in his hand. Looking at the system's reflection, he sees human hands. He lifts them to his face. After everything, he has finally become human again. It feels so unreal that he wonders if he's dreaming. Then he looks down and notices something even better. His eyes light up with joy. The one mushroom he needed is back on his body. Realizing that, he shouts in happiness. Now he just has to find the piglet. When he tries to stand, it feels weird after being a mushroom for so long. One hand touches something soft. He gently rubs a plush snout, his flat hand feeling the piglet's head swaying side to side. Then he notices there seem to be 2 heads. Curious, he looks down. Beside him is what he thought was the piglet, and the sight makes him freeze. A nosebleed instantly hits him. He has no clue who this woman is. This is the mushroom police, and yes, this scene looks suspicious. Censorship is needed here. Mistakes fade, but regret lasts forever. A woman is lying beside him, completely at ease. He thinks he must be hallucinating after turning human again. Then he remembers the piglet was struck by the beam. At last, she starts waking up. He quickly tries to apologize, saying he did not see anything. But she jumps at him, happily calling him the mushroom. That is not the reaction he expected, especially when 2 large, soft piglets rush at his face. She hugs him tightly, overjoyed. Meanwhile, those 2 piglets nearly stop his heart. So yes, this really is the piglet. The 2 piglets press right against his face. Flustered, he pushes her back. She is too innocent for him to take advantage of this and still call himself human. She hugs him again and says he smells nice, leaving him stunned. Outside, people are talking about last night's meteor shower. He notices there are people outside the house. If humans or monsters see the destruction here, that could become a problem. He turns to call the piglet, but he can't keep staring for long. He quickly opens his inventory and finds a cloak to cover up with. Luckily, he has clothes, so they don't look indecent. The piglet happily sniffs the clothes. While thinking about the people outside, he decides his only choice is to use spore explosion and flee. In the confusion, since the area is big, he has to put his full strength into it. His hands and feet tense up from the effort. After straining hard, he uses spore explosion, but only a weak puff comes out. Nothing else happens. The piglet stares at him, confused. He has no idea why his abilities aren't working. He nudges her away and says this is no time to play. He is trying again. Grinding his teeth, he pushes even harder. Again, all he gets is a tiny puff. Panicked, he thinks he has lost his powers, so he calls the System again. The system says his new body means he must relearn his skills, starting with missions. The first is killing 10 level 20 monsters. That only annoys him more because the system always answers with missions. Then, saying they may have started badly, it asks the player to choose a name. Of all the surprises, this is one of the worst. He never expected to have to make his own name. Frustrated, he snaps that the system is doing this on purpose while people are outside, and complains it only ever asks for money. The system replies that it has never received any money from him. He calms down and decides he should trust himself. The name he picks is Dumo. After confirming it, he just wants to check his inventory. There has to be something useful inside. Most of it is just food and potions, but there is one special item. The system also tells him to be kinder now that he's human and has feelings. In his hand is a teleport scroll. If it works, they can reach the fountain inn, the city center. He still isn't sure he feels fully human, and then he hears the old man's usual line about oversleeping and being late. He doesn't know if the scroll will work, but he has no other choice. Using 20 mana, he activates it. A magic circle slowly forms beneath his feet. He desperately needs it to work this time. The old man is getting closer. The piglet says something for no real reason. This time, the magic circle keeps glowing. The old man is almost at the divine tree hall, and MC and the piglet are still there. He walks in, already talking to the children about materials. Blue light shines across the mushroom's face, and the old man stops, in shock. The whole hall is overturned. Broken things cover the floor. The place is a disaster. Even for the village chief, one of the strongest in the area, this is strange. A boy mentions a bright flash came from here last night. The old man slams his staff on the ground. He says the ceremony had fewer people, so the tree's energy became too dense and caused this mess. Then he tells them to come with him to the tree. He has done this for years and says it's nothing serious. If needed, he can fix it. But then he notices something is very wrong and is left stunned. The divine tree has completely dried out. Even the children are shocked. The tree now looks ancient, with dry, bare branches. Your eyes are still blurry from the teleport light. When you look around, you realize you are in the city center. The scroll worked perfectly. Someone bumps into them and complains that they're blocking the way. Another woman shows up, grumbling that she's been told to make potions again. The city square is packed with people. The boy lets out a relieved sigh. That was way too close. The little pig is still getting used to her new body, especially her fingers. She has never had. That was way too close. The little pig is still getting used to her new body, especially her fingers. She has never had any care. The body change was intense, and her coordination and skills are all thrown off, so she needs time to adjust. At least looking human will make it easier to gather info on Gollum's followers. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, he starts wondering what they are staring at. So he looks to and finds the little pig rolling around and exposing parts she definitely shouldn't. Even he is stunned by that sight. He tells her to get up right now, but she is not interested. After resisting a bit, she finally listens. It's clear they need to start with the basics, so he says hell buy her food and clothes. That makes the little pig very happy. He spends 150 coins on clothes for her, then another 200 on weapons. That leaves him nearly broke, with only enough money for a few more days. So he needs a job, and in that way, being a monster was easier. While he worries about that, the little pig tugs on his clothes. She wants a skewer, and this time he gives in since they can still afford food. Later in the room they rented, the boy keeps staring at the system. The little pig is fast asleep in bed while he adjusts to his new body. It still feels strange getting used to this form, but he also thinks it is pretty nice. He did not expect to look the same as before, but he is glad he still looks human. Besides a few coins, he still has items he picked up. He just has no idea how he even got those branches. He guesses they came from the divine tree when he used decompose on it. After checking his stats, he saw they weren't worth much, so he decided to focus on learning his new body instead. He was level 58 with plenty of HP and mana. His first thought was that the system had bugged out. There was no way he had gained 30 levels without feeling stronger, so he wanted to check if his friend had changed too. He tried using appraisal on her, but nothing happened. Since the system couldn't bring back his old skills, he at least wanted answers. It repeated that a human body worked differently from a monster body, so he had to sense magic through his own body. Thinking back to last time, he knew that hadn't helped much. Humans were less sensitive to magic, but they could control it better. The system told him to close his eyes and focus, wanting results. He did exactly that. Soon he felt magic moving through him. That finally let appraisal activate. His companion was level 47. That made him happy. They really had gotten stronger. Then a brutal headache slammed into him. It was the worst migraine he'd ever felt. The system explained that humans needed finer magic control, so some abilities were shut off to keep the body from overloading. He got curious and asked what would happen if all his mana ran out. The system said he would be invited to stop living, then admitted it was joking. He'd only pass out. Apparently, the latest upgrade also added terrible jokes. That night, a drunk stumbled through the city, annoyed that so many strong warriors had shown up lately. Then he stepped on a slime on the sidewalk. He cursed whoever left it there and said he'd smack them. Senseless, then saw a snail in his way. He called it disgusting and decided to kick it dead. But this wasn't a normal snail. When it opened its mouth, it showed rows of huge teeth. His foot was already swinging toward it when the snail released black, sticky sludge. It coated part of his leg. He was outraged that such a weak-looking thing attacked him, but when he tried to shake it off, it spread higher and began eating him alive. He flailed and screamed for help. It was already too late. The hell snail had chosen its meal. It devoured him completely until nothing remained. Nearby, the little mushroom slept peacefully, unaware danger was coming. The black sludge started slipping under the door. Then it crept down the stairs, heading for the protagonist. The creature had finally found the source of the divine tree's power and squeezed under the door, leaving slime behind. This was the one it had been searching for. It studied the two sleepers carefully because they were the ones who had ruined years of its work. Morning came at last. As sunlight appeared, the creature knew it needed to hide. The light burned its body on contact, and it bitterly thought that power should have been its own. It swore to make them pay. The protagonist and the little pig kept sleeping. The creature slipped away, admitting they were lucky today, but it would remember their faces. In his dream, the boy watched the little pig. To his shock, she stood on two legs. Then she reached behind her back and started unzipping something. A person seemed to crawl out from inside her body. Then a hairy leg appeared, and it was the broccoli head man. The nightmare was so awful, it jolted him awake. It took him a moment to realize it wasn't real. Still, it had scared him badly. Now, fully awake, he stretched and told his friend they'd be taking missions today. In that city, there was a train station. The system informed him he had finished the starter quest by boarding the train and traveling to Granite Mountain. The little pig held an apple, which was her breakfast. Doing missions was useful, even if they gave poor experience. At least it helped them understand how humans lived. First, they hunted monsters to learn how their new bodies worked. Then they took more jobs and got a better feel for this new life. By now, he could sense danger. After taking transport, he reached the mission area. This job was to kill creatures spreading through the place. The target was a level 18 possessed tree stump. He'd beaten these before he ever gained all those levels, so this should be easy. Still, it was strange that they were multiplying. Here, even after a long walk, they hadn't found a single one. Maybe the real challenge was just finding them. The pay was also very different from system quests. He started doubting the mission, but he needed money, and his companion loved to eat. Then he finally noticed something about the area felt off. The system announced an enemy Nearby, he looked around but couldn't sense anything yet. The little pig seemed to notice it too. Nervous, she gripped her fruit tighter. He told her to get ready. She clearly wasn't letting anyone steal her food. He used appraisal successfully and saw two monsters ahead. The bigger one was level 35. It was much larger than the one's head fought before. The system noted that monsters change with their surroundings and evolve into new forms. Confident they could handle this, he chose to fight without help. Meanwhile, the little pig calmly set her fruit somewhere safe. Even the monsters seemed confused by that, but quickly turned threatening again. She gripped her axe and rushed them without hesitation. One swing hit with insane force. Her strength in this body was unbelievable. The monsters were reduced to shattered wood. That attack earned her plenty of experience right after she complained that she was hungry. He was glad to benefit from her attack and even happier that she was incredibly strong. What he didn't expect was an attack from behind. He activated Sage mode and sensed it just in time. Even caught off guard, the enemy was too slow. Using charge, he drove power into his legs, and that let him pull off a new move. He called it Sword Dance after slicing through several enemies at once and gaining a lot of experience, but the forest still wasn't clear. When he turned back, another wave was coming. He was surrounded again. If this kept up, he'd burn through all his stamina. He gathered mana in his palm, preparing another skill. Too bad for them. These monsters were made of wood. He fired Spore Explosion, hitting the entire group. The dust threw them into confusion. Then mushrooms sprouted from their bodies, draining their life until nothing living remained there. He figured that should complete the mission. He asked his friend if she was finished too. With a relieved sigh, he saw her side had ended even worse. For the enemies, since they were both done, it was time to celebrate with food. But the system suddenly warned him of new danger. His hands started shaking. Behind the little pig, a huge monster appeared. After he warned her, she looked back. The creature crawled across the ground toward them, and roots were already reaching for his boots. Apparently, like mushrooms, these things could come back. He used appraisal again to check and confirmed the bodies on the ground were only broken off pieces. Branches and roots twisted together, forming a single monster. The little pig's fruit got caught too. She grew alarmed as one branch lifted an apple. Then the tree opened its mouth and roared. It was an ancient tree, level 60. The roar was so loud it released a shockwave. Now he was seriously worried. The system explained that this was evolution. One creature had absorbed the others and transformed. The little pig wanted revenge for her stolen fruit, while he warned her the enemy was too strong. She attacked anyway, but her axe shattered against the tree's hard body. The monster roared and quickly wrapped branches around one of her legs. Before she could react, she was trapped, completely pinned and helpless. Using the movement skill he had just learned, the mushroom rushed in and freed her from the wooden coils. He caught her in his arms so she wouldn't hit the ground. That rescue only made her like him even more, but it cost him. His sword couldn't take much more, and his legs were giving out too. Complaining that she was heavy, he dropped her. The poor girl looked confused, but still got up smiling and hugged him, grateful that he saved her. They stayed like that for a moment until the system warned them the danger still wasn't over. He told her to stay sharp. The monster was coming again. The tree had absorbed the energy from the fruit, which sent the pig into even greater rage. The tree changed again, becoming far more menacing. He told her to calm down because they needed to run now, but her anger was beyond reason. She refused to let that thing get away after what it did to her fruit, so she leapt at it with full force, not realizing the monster had been waiting for exactly that. It was ready to catch the little pig off guard. Their fists slammed together. Debris flew up and the boy covered his eyes. The impact sent the little pig flying. He thought speed could beat it, but after that transformation, and with no weapons, they had almost no chance. Then he remembered his spores. Maybe they could still help. With no better choice, he released a cloud of spores. They burst the moment they touched the monster. Fungi quickly spread all over its body. The monster stood completely still beneath. The fungus and the boy waited to see if it worked. But then the creature shed its outer layer right in front of him. His attack had been completely cancelled out. Now he had to fight with the only weapon left. It was the branch of the divine tree. Not knowing if it would work, he rushed in and struck several times with the branch. When he fell, he saw something strange. The creature was completely unharmed. That only frustrated him more. The branch was useless. Branches started growing from its back, then turned into another pair of arms. The mushroom had to move fast because the creature kept attacking. But he was already too slow. The monster's new arms smashed into him, dealing heavy damage. He crashed into the ground hard. Now he faced the monster while badly injured. A single hit had cost him 800 health points. The little pig finally saw what happened and rushed over. In panic, he tried to tell her to stop, but she was too furious. She wouldn't let that thing do whatever it wanted. Shouting that it had no right to hurt her friend, she charged with her fists raised. The monster realized she was a real threat and struck back, but this time her blow was devastating. The creature's whole body started to crack, then exploded in the shape of a little pig. The mushroom could barely believe what he saw. It was unreal. The little pig was absurdly strong, but that attack drained almost all her power, and she collapsed. Seeing her fall, the mushroom ran to help. Because of the close contact, he even got a small nosebleed. Holding her tight, he kept asking if she was okay. Then he noticed her body had changed again. She had a small tail now, and not just that. Her whole body looked like a normal pig again. Too weak to move, she stayed in his arms. He still couldn't figure out why she had transformed. Again, at an inn in the plains, people talked about many things, including how awful the Firebane Guild headquarters was. They also mentioned new recruits would arrive soon, and the sword sink would make its move. Walking in, the boy said he had finally made it back safely. He went to the counter, and Polter asked if he wanted a drink or had come for business. Showing what he brought, the boy said he was there to turn in a mission. Inside the bag, the man found the monster's mask. Realizing it was from the ancient tree, he said the reward would be ready right away. He handed over a pouch full of coins. The boy was shocked by the amount, but the reward had been tripled since that creature had stayed on. The list so long. The other adventurers were quickly impressed by the kid. Thankful for the money, he asked if there were more jobs available. Smiling, the man said yes. With a snap of his fingers, a scroll appeared in his hand. It held the full list of jobs. Only A-rank missions were left since the easy ones were already gone. Jarl was supposed to capture a few criminals, and he could probably find a party for it. The reward was smaller, but it was safer. The problem was that if his mana ran out, he'd turn back into a monster and become a target. Still, he needed to join someone to learn more about Gollum. With little choice, he accepted the mission. Polter said others had taken the same job and asked if he wanted to meet them. Thanking him, the boy said he'd rather work alone. The man warned that even though it was A-rank, the danger could rise at any time. The boy said that was fine and thanked him for the warning. Around the inn, adventurers said 30 people had already died trying to finish that mission. A mysterious man sat with his feet on the table. As the boy left, the stranger lifted his hat. Outside, he kept walking away from the inn. The two kept heading toward the train, but ever since leaving, he felt something was off. He asked if the little pig also felt like they were being followed, though maybe it was just because the road was busy. He complained to the system that even after the update, he still knew nothing about Gollum. The system told him to keep clearing missions and fate would bring answers. Eventually, he wanted to know more about Gollum's followers. The system said they included both humans and monsters, and even the weakest one was over level 100. That terrified him. The little pig was upset because she had dropped her apple. Seeing that, he knew he had to get much stronger. Then the system said there was another option. Hearing that, the mushroom asked what it was. He could stop Gollum's resurrection, but to do that, He needed all 6 pieces. That actually sounded possible. He wouldn't need to fight the followers. He only had to find one sealed piece. Interested, he asked if the system knew where any piece was. It said no. He shoved his hand into the screen, and the system asked what he was doing. The boy said he knew how this worked. The system liked money, so it should just name a price. But after the update, it didn't care about that anymore, and really didn't know where any piece was. All it knew was that the pieces were sealed in places full of energy. As he kept asking what places fit that, the system suddenly warned him of danger. A group of adventurers stood on the other side of the road. They called out and asked him to wait. They wanted to talk. Before answering, he used appraisal. The archer was only level 49, and the fat man joked that carrying that much gold must be hard. The swordswoman was level 56. Their leader, level 63, invited him to join their team. Compared to monsters, humans could be worse, and out of the 3, the leader was the only real threat. Turning them down, he said they could have the money. He didn't want to fight. The fat man then told him to leave the pig too, so he could walk away, without trouble. That set him off at once. He would never abandon his friend. Saying he'd wasted his chance, the woman rushed him. The mushroom moved fast too, dodged the strike. She noticed he was defending himself with a tree branch and then got caught by a brutal kick. The blow launched her far away. She slammed into a tree and was out of the fight. The fat man wasn't letting that go. He shot several poison arrows at the protagonist. At once, he activated Sage Mode and A Spore Blast. He used the attack to launch himself forward. Dodging the arrows, he closed in fast. Now close enough, he was ready to beat that loudmouth down. His charge hit so hard, the man's insides twisted. At last, the arrogant fat man paid for what he said. The kicks were so strong, they smashed his body against a boulder. Now only one was left. Without stopping, he fired spores at the last thug. He wasn't going to let that man say another word until he felt his ankle get tied up. That was a very bad sign. His body was yanked into a tree, and the crash cost him some health. The thug mocked him, saying he should never cut someone off. While they were talking, he found it amusing that the boy could use spores, but against him, they were worthless. The swordswoman had recovered too. The mushroom noticed that her blade wounds carried poison. Enraged, she swore she'd make him suffer for the rest of his life. Her poison blade was made from the fangs of a venom beast. Poison arrows came flying at him again. The boy blocked with his branch. The one tentacle grabbed the little pig's paw and pulled her from his arms, making him panic. He realized just how much she meant to him. Truly angry now, he gave them one last warning. Let the little pig go now. The branch in his hand began to shine, but the thug didn't take him seriously. A second later, one of the toads met a horrible end. A mysterious man appeared, holding the little pig. He calmly walked over to the boy and returned her, saying he'd handle the rest. Happy to have her back, the boy thanked him, though he had no idea where this cowboy came from. The criminals knew he was strong. He had dropped one of them with a single shot. The bandit leader could barely hide his anger. The cowboy simply said he was a traveler passing through. The mushroom used the chance to grab his coins again. He didn't hesitate. If the cowboy said he could handle it, then he was leaving. The bandit leader tried to threaten the cowboy, but the man already knew who they were. They had been criminals for a long time, and now justice had caught up with them. Their sentence was death. Night came, and the mushroom rested in his room with the little pig. If not for the cowboy, he might have died that day. He thought his level made him strong, but he was still nowhere near the truly powerful. He wanted to beat Gollum and get back to Earth, but when he looked at his companion, his feelings grew more confused. She had burned through all her mana to protect him, and he had almost lost her again. He had to get stronger so he could protect her instead. His friend kept sleeping peacefully. He got out of bed and called for the system. He reached into the screen to pull something out. The system hated that. Holding the branch of the sacred tree, he remembered how strange it felt when he poured mana into it. Its description said it needed magical power, so in private, he decided to test his idea. The branch lit up at once. At the same time, it kept draining his mana. Determined, he summoned every mana potion in his inventory. The sacred branch shone even brighter. Meanwhile, the little pig slept on. The boy struggled to keep the branch glowing. It ate through all his mana until tiny patterns appeared on its surface. The markings spread fast, and a bright light poured out the windows before fading away. The system congratulated him for successfully binding himself to the branch of the sacred tree. It had now become the mushroom rapier. He hoped it worked, because he was completely spent. Out of strength, he dropped the rapier and went to sleep. When he felt the little pig trying to wake him, he mumbled for a few more minutes. He tried to push her away. Then he opened his eyes and saw it was morning. Next to him, the little pig was already back in her human form. That made him panic. A huge nosebleed came right after. The two then headed downstairs to the main hall. He asked her not to lean on him so much, or they might both fall. Using appraisal, he learned almost nothing about the weapon besides the fact that it was unique. Wanting to test it, he stepped outside. Someone remarked that he hadn't expected him to already have a companion. It was the cowboy from yesterday, and he wanted to talk somewhere else. The three of them went to the spot where the earlier mess had happened. Staying careful, the boy used appraisal to show he meant no harm. Dumo introduced himself first and showed his guild symbol. The boy didn't recognize it. It was the mark of the sacred sanctuary, one of the 6 major guilds, and Dumos' job was to keep that area peaceful. The boy thanked him for saving him yesterday, but still didn't know why he had come looking for him. Dumo said keeping peace there was his duty, so thanks weren't needed. Still, he wanted to join the boy in hunting those criminals. Knowing how strong he was, the boy said he didn't need help. Dumo replied that he wanted to protect him because his heart was pure. That only confused the mushroom more. The man smiled and took the cigar from his mouth. Then he used a skill called Judgment of Purity. Floating hearts appeared around them. The mushroom expected to be judged like a monster, but a number appeared over his head instead. Dumo said his skill wasn't perfect, but it could measure purity, and after 2 months the boy was the first one to meet the standard. Then he looked at the little pig and grew even more shocked. She had a full 100 purity points, which was unbelievable. The two still had no idea what he was talking about. Dumo said he'd only seen purity that high in saints. Still unsure of his motives, the boy realized Dumo wanted to protect them because of their purity. Even if they didn't fully trust him, he could still help. The little pig got distracted by ants on the ground, totally fascinated by them. Dumo said he could deal with the criminals alone, but he wanted people he could trust beside him. The sacred temple stood for justice and only worked with people who had high purity. The boy still couldn't understand why the criminals would hide in a place so easy to surround. Dumo explained that after the Mushroom Kingdom fell, the mushroom ruins became a criminal hideout filled with traps. One enemy used swords, another used guns, and besides the traps, they probably had escape routes too. Dumo wanted to team up because of their purity and said he felt safe with people like them. Even then, the boy was still suspicious as Dumo reached out his hand. He called himself a scout of justice who only fought for good, said all the treasure could go to the boy, and quietly used a persuasion skill. The boy fell for it, deciding it would be safer to travel with him, even if he still had doubts. At last, he gave a small smile. He shook Dumos' hand and asked him to look after them. Dumo told him to keep the insignia, saying he'd mention him to the saint after they beat the criminals. The boy introduced himself as Dumo, then said they should focus on the mission and board the train at once, but the cowboy said that wouldn't be needed. He revealed he had a scroll. He tossed it into the air and instantly drew a pistol. He shot the scroll with perfect aim before it touched the ground, ordering it to take them to the ancient mushroom ruins that activated the teleportation scroll. The boy was seriously impressed. Dumo explained the scroll would send them straight to the marketplace. As the light faded, all three vanished. The former mushroom kingdom had become a wreck. A blue glow formed into a circle and rebuilt the three travelers' bodies. They had reached the ruins. That item was amazing, and if something that rare existed, the ruins might hold even better things. The boys saw a chance to make some money, but they weren't the only ones there. Other adventurers had gathered too. Dumo pointed toward the ruins. Past several waterfalls stood a large portal. He said they shouldn't waste time and should head there right away. A crowd of adventurers waited outside the portal. They recognized Dumos' emblem from the sacred temple. Seeing someone from such a major guild there surprised them. Some wanted to follow him into the ruins and use his strength to avoid trouble. From their reactions, the boy realized just how important the sacred temple was. That made him more confident they could handle this. The small group moved to enter the portal, but Dumo stopped and asked why no one was going in. It wasn't that they didn't want to. They couldn't. A magical barrier blocked the portal, and it hadn't been there on his last visit. The little pig kept happily eating her apples. The boy stepped up too, to inspect it. A large magic circle was carved into the portal. Then a harsh voice told everyone to move. The boy turned to see who it was. A man with a hammer called them weaklings and said he'd smash the barrier himself. The boy quietly told his friend they should stay away from people like that. Dumo only watched. The brute powered up his body and raised the hammer. He was sure raw force would break the barrier. Then he slammed it down with a crushing strike. The shockwave sent the water surging, the portal shook, and the man thought he'd fixed everything. Some onlookers were impressed by his power, but nothing changed. The same crowd mocked him, saying if that was all, anyone could have done it. Veins bulged on the bald man's head. He snapped that if they were so talented, they should try it themselves. And they quickly acted like they hadn't said anything. Tumo said he'd test it too, but the musclehead told him not to bother, since even his own strength had failed. Tumo calmly asked him to move. The man tried to act tough, then noticed the cowboy's emblem. Since he was from a major guild, the brute assumed he thought he was above everyone else. Once the path was clear, Tumo walked forward without a word. That only made the bystander angrier, and he decided the cowboy had to be weak, so he swung to test this arrogant man himself. He put everything into the attack. For a moment, it looked like the cowboy would be crushed. The boy panicked for him, but before the hit landed, Tumo drew his guns. One bullet was enough to blow the hammer apart. Only fragments were left. The crowd was stunned by that absurd display of power. The brute looked like he'd nearly messed himself. Using a piece of the broken hammer, Tumo put out his cigar and the terrified man dropped to the ground. The mushroom and the little pig hurried after him, asking him to wait. The bullet he fired was still stuck against the portal, but slowly its force ran out until it lost all momentum and fell into the water. The boy was disappointed. Even that attack hadn't broken the barrier. Tumbo carefully picked the bullet back up. If a piercing shot strong enough to cross a mountain couldn't get through, brute force clearly wasn't the answer. The boy started thinking the whole trip had been pointless. The portal was really a teleport device, so maybe they needed a high-level mage to deal with it. Curious, the boy stepped closer to inspect it. He had expected to find treasure there that day. Even so, Tomo told him not to give up. His guild had mages who could break the barrier. Without saying that he really wanted to bring the two pure-hearted ones to the sacred sanctuary, he started explaining the route to his guild's headquarters. As he got closer, the boy noticed the barrier looked odd. The moment he touched it, it shattered. Everyone was stunned by that. Even the cowboy who had failed to break it. Now the way inside was open. The little pig was thrilled by what her friend had done. The cowboy quickly put a hand on the boy's shoulder. He wanted to know how he did it, but the boy had no idea. Thinking fast, he came up with an excuse. Lots of people had already attacked the barrier, so maybe it had been weakened already, and he just got lucky. The thick-lipped bystander proudly decided his own hit had helped weaken it. Still, the explanation sounded reasonable. The entrance was open, so it was time to go in. The ruins felt like a giant cave. Inside, the bandits knew only someone from the Mushroom Clan should have been able to break the barrier. But maybe a powerful mage had come instead. They grabbed their weapons. They couldn't let the intruders reach the center. The samurai said the answer was simple: kill them all. As they stepped inside, the boy was amazed. These were the ruins of the ancient Mushroom Kingdom. He told his friend the ceiling was beautiful, and just looking at it made him feel refreshed. One adventurer rushed ahead, hungry for treasure. Everyone wanted the riches inside, but the fool stepped on a suspicious mushroom. It caused a small explosion. The group quickly realized the cave was full of traps. These mushrooms were living mines. Ice magic could disarm them, and they also wouldn't blow up if stepped on gently. Among them was a golden mushroom. The boy couldn't identify it, so they had to be extra careful. He decided to inspect it, and got caught off guard. Before the mage could react, a huge creature swallowed the man like a snack. The woman screamed for help. The others were struggling too, blocked by mushrooms that ruined their vision. Some were trapped in thick, sticky slime. Another was getting pummeled by an old mushroom. They had to stay together and hold formation if they wanted to survive. The old mushroom was the first to learn it. Wasn't that tough? The giant creature fell too, and the vision-blocking mushrooms were getting overwhelmed. The cowboy stepped in, telling the wounded to move to the rear. Then the protagonist accidentally stepped on one of the mines and froze, waiting for it to explode. When nothing happened, he started thinking. Even the glowing mushrooms went still. The big carnivorous mushroom didn't attack either. It just walked right past them. He realized why, despite looking human, he was also a mushroom. The thick-lipped bystander got cornered and figured if he stayed still, he'd be ignored. Sadly, the carnivorous mushroom kept coming anyway. Before it could get worse, the little pig saved both of them. But that drew the attention of the other monsters nearby. They all rushed toward her, so the boy had to move fast. He raised his sword in a guard stance. At once, every creature stopped, shaking. He told them not to come closer, or he'd strike. The creatures immediately backed off. Seeing that, the thick-lipped guy started thinking the boy must be some kind of expert. As more carnivorous mushrooms appeared, the cowboy shot them down. His pistol was smoking from overuse. Then one creature tried to ambush him from above. Gunfire suddenly burst from inside its mouth. The cowboy spotted the incoming shots and barely dodged them. Realizing someone was hiding there, he fired his piercing rounds. Again, he sensed danger behind him. This time, the bullets grazed his skin, and he instantly fired back, destroying the creature. In the silence after, he searched for the hidden shooter. The attacker was inside the monster's mouth. As he dodged more shots, he realized this gunman was nearly as skilled as he was and still hidden in the beast. The bullets were getting closer, closer. More creatures appeared, and the gunfire never stopped. The cowboy was almost fully boxed in. With no other choice, he went for his final option. He had a special bullet in his holster, already loaded into his pistol. Even then, he still had to dodge another attack. His plan worked. With both hands on the gun, he steadied himself. The shot was fully charged. It was the supreme bullet of purification, and a bright holy light filled the cave. The creatures tried to hide from it. The light was so strong it scared. Even the monsters and the worms crawling from the walls slipped back into their holes. Anything that couldn't escape the light was burned away by it. But wounded people felt the opposite effect. Their injuries were healed. The thick-lipped bystander felt his strength return. It was all thanks to the cowboy, and the whole group admired him for it. The boy felt that sacred light warming his whole body. Then the cowboy explained that it was a special bullet blessed by the saint. It destroys monsters and heals human wounds. Terrified, the girl said she didn't want to keep exploring. They were supposed to face a few bandits, but the cave was packed with monsters. They felt lucky just to be alive and decided the cave was too dangerous to continue. It looked like everyone had lost heart until another gunshot rang out. From the cowboy, he said defeat only lasts for a moment. Their mission was to purge the world of criminals, and the survivors were enough to win. If they kept going, nothing could stop them. One adventurer answered that he was only there for treasure. Risking his life for justice was for idiots. The cowboy said he wasn't like them. He came to protect peace and punish criminals. People who chased only riches would always stay weak. That speech offended most of them, but he kept going, saying greed had already made them throw away their dignity. Fighting beside him was their chance to earn it back. Still, no one looked convinced, especially since they weren't armed like he was. Seeing that, he said that was exactly why they would never stop being weak. One adventurer grew more annoyed as the cowboy told anyone who wanted to run that they could leave now. But for those who stayed, he swore to protect them with his life and take none of the treasure. Then he used his persuasion skill again, making his words hit even harder. He kept feeding the crowd grand promises. In the end, they were moved and started believing him. They began to think they really could win if they stayed united. Then a huge hammer slammed into the ground. The thick-lipped bystander chose to stay. That pushed the others to decide too. Many were already leaning that way, and they agreed to capture the bandits and clear the cave. The boy was amazed that the cowboy's speech could change people's hearts. Just like the saint always said, hope is precious and justice will win. Far more carefully now, they kept moving through the cave. They got past more of its dangers and by working together brought down the carnivorous mushrooms. The boy and the little pig helped too. Together they subdued many monsters. Since it was already late, they decided to camp and take turns on watch. The group found a huge chamber, deeper inside. There they set up campfires and rested. The boy hadn't expected the adventure to take this long. He even worried they might be lost, but the cowboy told him they weren't. He had left marks along the way, and they were close to the cave center. He was sure everything would be settled the next day. The boy couldn't help thinking this guy was really cool, and the cowboy looked pleased to hear it. He admitted he hadn't always been like this. In the past, he was a cruel gunslinger who extorted people in the streets and showed no mercy. Even the poor suffered under him. One day, after shooting a man in the foot, he listened to the young man beg for mercy. That was exactly what he liked. He enjoyed hearing people suffer. But then a soft light appeared and asked him to repent. That light fully healed the poor man's wound, which only made the gunslinger furious. The saint told him violence would never give his life meaning. Meeting her was when he finally found his purpose. She offered him a chance to repent and be saved, but in return he had to spread hope and justice across the continent. He didn't know why she chose him, since he saw himself as a worthless man who had done terrible things. The saint said she saw real value in him. That made him question his whole life. Her presence was amazing, and her guild made healing potions that adventurers depended on. The cowboy said he wished he were a priest, and that all he could offer was fighting, but that was enough if it helped him spread justice and peace. That short story made the boy admire him even more. While they talked, someone snuck up on them. It was the thick-lipped bystander. The boy jumped when he noticed him standing so close. The man had come to apologize for earlier, and he offered them the meal he had prepared before entering the cave. Clearly nervous, the boy said that wasn't needed. Kindness like that felt strange coming from someone so huge. Then he noticed the food looked really good. The little pig caught the smell and got very interested. She instantly snatched it from the man's hands. Then she started wolfing it down like actual animal. The boy quickly scolded her and tried to teach her some manners. At the very least, she needed to act a little polite. But before he could stop her, she had already finished everything. She even licked up the scraps. Then, very delicately, she repeated, "Manners." While licking sauce off her finger, she rubbed the rest right onto the boy's face with her slobbery pig hand. To him, trying to fix her was hopeless. The polite young man said it was fine. He had made plenty more. There was enough for everyone, so no one should hold back. The little pig kept eating non-stop. That scary, muscular man was an amazing cook, and the boy never saw that coming. Cooking was actually what he loved most. He wanted to save enough to marry his fiancée and open a restaurant. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. There was a photo of his fiancée, a skilled archer. The boy took the picture to see her better. She would handle the customers while he worked in the kitchen. The boy stared at the photo for a moment. Something about it really caught his attention. His fiancée was just as unbelievably muscular. They really were a perfect match. Meanwhile, the cowboy sipped the kind of water little birds don't drink. Then he asked if the boy had ever thought about joining the sacred sanctuary. Right away, the boy worried they might uncover his real identity as a monster. That could help him learn more, but it was also dangerous, so he said he couldn't see himself being useful to that guild. The cowboy explained that the saint had ordered him to look for people with pure hearts. If someone earned her approval, they could become an important member and gain many benefits. The muscular man congratulated him. Chances like that were rare. The boy had no idea, since he didn't know much about guilds. The well-mannered giant said even people hiding under rocks knew the great guilds. There were 6 major ones. First was the Warriors Guild of the Sword Saint. Another housed the priests of the sacred sanctuary. There was also the Beast Tamer group, the Tamers Alliance. The archers belonged to the spirits of the forest. The Mages Guild was called Firebane, and last came the Bandits Guild, the Pirates of the Sea of Thieves. These were first-class guilds, though many smaller ones existed too, including his own, which honored noble people and friends of Tremblone. The smaller guilds had less power and fewer resources, while top guilds could control huge areas. Now the boy understood Firebane was one of the biggest. The Mushroom Kingdom had stood no chance against them. That made the cowboy's offer even more valuable. The boy said he was still figuring out his future, so he declined. But really he was scared of being exposed. The kind giant said that was normal. Not everyone wanted adventure. Some just wanted to earn money and live quietly. He added that a guild competition would happen next month, so if the boy wanted, he could join then and pick one that fit him. Using that opening, the boy asked if anyone knew about the demon god, Golem, and his seals. The muscular man thought it was only a myth, but the boy figured that if Golem could return, someone had to be guarding those seals. The cowboy immediately took interest and asked if he'd ever seen one and where. The boy said he'd only heard stories and had never seen any seal himself. Still, if that being ever came back, everyone would need to stop it. The cowboy listened closely. With confidence, the muscular man said the strongest guilds would never allow that. His own leader was a veteran, fighter too. Then the little pig nudged the brave giant, asking for more food. The boy tried to stop her, saying she'd already eaten enough and shouldn't be greedy. But the man just smiled and said it was fine. His meals didn't raise stats, but if they made people happy, he had plenty left. That made everyone want another serving, so they all ate happily. The cowboy was impressed by how genuine these people were. Around the campfire, they shared a warm, peaceful moment. The muscular man even started an arm wrestling match with the little pig. He was insanely strong, but the little pig had almost unreal power. The mushroom boy acted as referee. Both of them stared each other down with total confidence. When the countdown ended, the match began. The little pig turned out to be ridiculously strong. The kind giant was left speechless. Even the others couldn't make sense of it, but they still cheered for her victory. While everyone played around, the boy noticed the cowboy kept to himself, so he went over to talk. He said it would have been nice if the cowboy joined them. Without his support, none of this would have happened. With a small smile, the cowboy said it was fine. He had only done what the saint asked and brought hope to people's hearts. Now everyone was enjoying the campfire together. Later, the fire died down and the adventurers went to sleep. While sleeping, the muscular man dreamed of an overflowing cup of juice. Nature was clearly telling him he needed to pee. He got up and moved as quietly as he could. After finding a calm spot, he watered some mushrooms. Feeling relieved, he headed back to his bedroll. But then he tripped over someone's leg and crashed to the ground. Annoyed, he started saying that person should have been on watch so they wouldn't get ambushed. Then he realized the watchwoman was dead. Alarmed, he checked the body for any sign of life. Slowly, he turned her over and confirmed there was none. Fear hit him instantly. He had to warn the others fast, but he didn't know someone was watching. From the shadows, his attackers moved carefully. Desperate, he shouted that they'd been ambushed. A figure dropped to the ground. A voice told him not to waste his breath. The moment he recognized it, he froze in shock. It was the cowboy. He said yelling was pointless because magic had silenced the area, then slowly drew his pistol. The muscular man couldn't understand why he was doing this. Gripping his hammer, he knew he had no choice now. The cowboy said the gap between them was huge, and deep down the man knew he couldn't win. Still, he might make enough noise to wake the others. He prepared to strike, but the cowboy moved first and cut through him before he could react. The pain was awful, but he tried to stay standing. The cowboy said it was a smart plan, but it meant nothing if all his tendons were severed. Then the cut spread across his body. Weak and bleeding, he collapsed. Beside him fell the photo of his fiancée, now stained with blood. He couldn't understand how this happened after they'd all been given so much hope. The cowboy replied that he was only following the saint's order. After hope, people feel the deepest despair. The boy woke up groggily and said it was almost their turn to keep watch. The strange part was that no one had come to wake them. Then he saw a line of bodies in front of him and instantly went on alert. The cowboy sadly said he hadn't wanted the boy to see this, but he couldn't save anyone. He claimed the killers were terrifying and silent, and that he survived only by luck. The boy ran forward in panic. The cowboy said the truth was cruel, but they had to push through the pain. As he lied through his teeth, he covered the kind giant's body. The boy stepped closer, overwhelmed, and then stepped on a piece of paper. It was the photo of the muscular man's fiancée. He still couldn't accept what happened. Just last night, everyone had been happy. His grief was so heavy that he finally broke down crying. That ending was just too cruel. The little pig tried to comfort her friend. Meanwhile, the miserable smoker lit another cigarette and said it was hard, but they had to stay strong. They had to hunt down the killers and avenge their friends. He swore he'd bring them to justice, all while using his persuasion skill. The boy agreed they had to avenge them. Seeing his condition, the cowboy warned him not to let emotions take over. The boy said he understood, but needed a few minutes to say goodbye to the muscular man. The cowboy agreed and said head wait farther ahead. He walked off, leaving the grieving boy behind. Kneeling beside his friend, the boy held the photo of the woman he loved. He prayed the man could rest in peace and promised he would be avenged. Then he placed the photo over him. If he ever met that woman, he'd tell her what happened. He set the picture so the man could face his beloved as he rested. That's when the boy noticed a mark on the photo. It instantly sparked his curiosity. The trio kept moving deeper into the cave. Every now and then, they were caught off guard. They kept moving through the cave, dodging dangerous creatures on the way. Even the wasp-like mushrooms couldn't stop them. Their march continued. Soon, they ran into a group of angry old mushrooms. The cowboy fired piercing rounds at them and dropped them easily. He thought it was odd how these creatures kept attacking when they clearly couldn't win. Then he started to think they were only targeting him. The boy guessed they might sense his power, making them attack harder. Maybe so, but they were wasting too much time. And there was still no sign of the bandits who could control monsters. They had to keep moving before they got surrounded again, so the trio pressed on. Then the boy noticed something strange on one of the bodies, something he couldn't ignore. The wound on the creature had a very specific mark. It was the same spiral from the photo. Right away, he realized he might be getting played. The cave walls were covered in mushrooms, and one kind could record what happened. Its lens-like eyes caught everything. The sharpshooter knew the enemies were coming and said they had to kill them fast. Her partner answered with the edge of his blade. Reaching a huge gate, they finally entered the cave's center. Blade reaching a massive gate, they finally arrived at the center of the cave. The boy was stunned by how massive it was. While he stared at the gate, the little pig tapped his shoulder. She was starving. She hadn't eaten since waking up. They hadn't planned to stay this long, so they were out of food. He tried to calm her while The cowboy listened. The treasure had to be behind that gate. The saint would be happy if he came back with money, and with the two he had fooled. He put his hands on the door and tried to open it. He was ready to use all his strength. The cowboy shoved with everything he had until his palms got sweaty. But the gate didn't move at all. Instead, it seemed to drain his strength. Maybe breaking it was the better choice. He stepped back and drew his weapons. If he couldn't open it, he'd destroy it. He fixed his eyes on the target, then fired several piercing bullets. The shots slammed into the gate and shattered, on impact. Still, they did some damage until the gate started healing itself. It was made of many fungi, and they could fully repair the damage. The boy was shocked. The gate could stop the cowboy's bullets, regenerate too. But that weapon had other uses. Changing the form of his pistol, he switched attacks. Now it became a slashing weapon. He sent sharp strikes, flying at the gate, leaving shallow cuts. Seeing that, the boy broke into a cold sweat. Now he was sure the cowboy was a killer. He needed to get away without making it obvious. The cuts tore part of the gate apart, but it regenerated again. That still wasn't enough. The boy asked for a chance to try. He leaned over and whispered, "The little pig." The cowboy lowered his weapon and asked what he was planning. The boy said he wasn't fully sure, but he had a special move he could use with the little pig. He placed both hands on the gate. This was a skill only the two of them could use together. Then he told the cowboy he was too close and might get hit. He needed to stand at least 30 meters back and trust him. The cowboy hesitated for a second, then chose to believe him. The boy watched him back away. Once he was far enough, they started pushing on the gate. The plan was to decompose just enough to make a hole for him and the little pig. Careful not to overdo it, he began breaking the structure down. Bright energy poured out from the skill. Watching it, the cowboy realized this magic was strong. The boy and the little pig stayed, fully focused. The glowing energy spread, was strong. The boy and the little pig stayed, fully focused. The glowing energy spread. His hand started passing through the gate, and he knew he was close. He looked back and told his friend to shove him, with all her strength. She grabbed his shoulders and followed his command. Together, they slipped through the gate without opening it. Left outside, the cowboy thought he'd be pulled in too. He dropped his cigarette and ran for the opening, but it had already closed. Furious, he pounded the gate. He cursed in rage when he realized he'd been tricked. The system announced that the boy had decomposed the gate and earned a one-time skill, Great Mushroom Wall. At last, the duo was inside. They ran deeper in. The clues were enough. He was sure he'd been deceived, and they were probably the next targets. To him, nothing was worse than the human heart. He hated that he'd fallen for a nice speech. He hoped the gate would keep the cowboy out, but he and the little pig still had to be ready to fight. As they moved down the corridor, he noticed something. He could still follow the markings on the path. He just didn't expect them to lead to stairs. Then the little pig tripped hard, losing a few hit points. After shaking off the pain, he saw something amazing. Across the room was a mountain of treasure. This had to be the treasure chamber. He also noticed carvings along the corridor walls. They seemed to tell some kind of story, and his curiosity grew. One carving showed a man on a throne, while another showed several knights. The little pig focused on a different engraving. It showed humans and mushrooms together. The strange carvings were hard to read, but it looked like monsters and humans had once worked, side by side. There were shadowy figures too, but this wasn't the time to study them. They had to move fast. He'd heard a teleportation. Scroll was in here. He asked the system if it could help store all the items. It said yes, but immediately warned him that danger was coming. He sensed it too. With no time to waste, he threw himself in front of his companion and blocked sudden gunfire. The attack had come out of nowhere. The bullets exploded on impact. He had no idea how the cowboy reached them so fast. Then they looked up the stairs and saw him. The level gap between them was huge. He needed time to find the scroll, so the boy placed his hands on the floor and used a skill. It was spore manipulation. Spores started growing at once. He was trying to block the hall and keep the cowboy out. Carefully controlling the energy, He motioned for the barrier to close. He successfully formed the great mushroom wall, cutting the cowboy off. He just hoped it would hold a little longer. But right away the cowboy started forcing his way through. The boy listened in fear to the sounds outside until terror took over his face. The barrier had been destroyed. It happened even faster than he expected. The cowboy mocked the cheap trick. He only had to hit the same spot over and over. Then he asked when the boy figured it out and whether tricking him had been fun. The boy took a fighting stance and told the little pig to get ready. Now there was only one option: fight and avenge his friends. What he didn't know was that a mysterious pair was watching everything. They noticed the boy was holding the mushroom foil while the cowboy kept coming down the stairs. He played with his weapon casually, sure the boy had broken free of persuasion. His will was stronger than expected. He had wanted to bring both of them to the saint, but now he knew that wouldn't happen. The boy called him a monster, but the cowboy vanished. In the next instant, he had grabbed the boy's hand. The weak had no choice. Sage mode activated at once, but even then, he could barely track the cowboy's moves. That made the little pig jump in too. She shouted that he couldn't bully her mushroom friend. That move left her open, and the cowboy slammed a kick into her side. The blow sent her flying. It hurt her badly enough to take her out of the fight. The cowboy told her to stay down. The saint would be happy to receive her. Taking advantage of that opening, he said the boy's sentence would be carried out now. His punishment was simple: death. Knowing he had to act, the mushroom used his sword techniques, but even attacking first, he was the one getting overwhelmed. He couldn't keep up with his enemy. Then a knee smashed in his head, sending the small mushroom flying. He crashed down in front of the giant treasure pile. That one blow took nearly 900 health from him. He knew he couldn't lose here. He had to use his remaining health potions. He reached for the first bottle, but shattered in his hand. A second later, the cowboy stomped hard on his stomach, even though he was badly hurt. The little pig tried to help, but her body wouldn't move. The boy was in terrible shape too, and the cowboy was about to finish him. He fired at point-blank range, but a crown appeared from nowhere and stopped the bullet. Behind the sly deceiver, two figures appeared. At last, the real bandits revealed themselves. They said humans loved killing for no reason, and now that they were here, the cowboy had no chance of surviving. The boy had no idea what had just appeared before him. The woman had planned to wait until the humans killed each other, but things had changed. While the gunslinger was an A4 level human form fighter, the cowboy kept crushing his target, completely unaware of the danger in the room. The boy quickly realized this was the criminal duo. The woman was a gunslinger. The second one was still hidden in the smoke. He used swords, mocking the humans for entering that ancient place while preaching justice. This was Cage, level 77. After getting a better look, the boy asked if he was a dwarf. Furious, the man snapped that he was a shinobi, not a dwarf, even then. The cowboy wasn't scared. He hadn't expected his lies to be exposed, but these two gave him a new chance to kill them, then invent a tragic story about what happened here. His blade attack was blocked. The samurai and the cowboy grew nervous when his weapon's blade shattered completely. The samurai wasn't impressed and told him to go back to cutting potatoes. Then he rushed him with a fierce attack, slashing the liar again and again. The cowboy hadn't expected the duo to be this strong. To protect himself, he changed his weapon again. It turned back into a gun. He fired several armor-piercing rounds at them. The samurai and gunslinger were barely bothered. Dodging the shots was easy for them. Even so, the cowboy used that moment to put some distance between them. The gunslinger mocked him. He could use both guns and blades, but was terrible at both. The cowboy answered with a nasty smile. The bullets suddenly curved back toward them, but the gunslinger seemed to expect it and only looked disgusted. The samurai was already ready to cut them down. She called that skill pathetic again. While she attacked the cowboy, samurai destroyed the bullets. Even more injured now, the cowboy knew he was far weaker than the two of them. Not knowing why they were there, he decided the only thing that mattered was escaping alive. to warn the saint. The boy recovered a little strength and hurried to his companion. Even badly hurt, she kept mumbling that she had to protect the mushroom. He told her to hang on a little longer. He had a potion for her. He pulled a small vial from the system. Once she drank it, 400 health returned. It was enough to help her open her eyes wider and see her friend in front of her. The little pig instantly hugged him with all her strength. She had been scared for him, and the hug was so tight it actually hurt a little. After noticing he had blacked out, she began wondering what had happened. Meanwhile, the gunslinger and samurai kept overwhelming the liar. His goal had changed. He only needed to survive. From his holster, he pulled a special bullet and loaded it at once. He was ready to use another trick. It was a transmutation. Curse bullet, blessed by the saint herself. Strong human enemies would fall before it. Losing patience, Samurai said he would end this now, but a strange light began changing them. The samurai's body started to transform. The same thing happened to the gunslinger, the little pig, and the mushroom too. The light healed their wounds, but also cursed its targets by turning them into monsters. The gunslinger saw her body had returned to normal. The samurai looked at his hands and realized he had changed too. Still confused, the boy saw he had become a mushroom again. Looking at his friend, he saw he wasn't the only one. She looked pretty happy to be a piglet again. The cowboy said the change was temporary, but he had plenty of time to kill them first. Now they could taste true despair. They didn't know these bodies and were low-ranked monsters again. Too bad for him. The samurai began to smile. He said he should thank the cowboy, who still had no idea what he had done. The gunslinger agreed. The only one who should be scared now was the cowboy. Drawing his swords, the samurai said he would show his thanks. The cowboy felt it at once. His enemy had become even more dangerous. A massive attack came from the samurai. It was so fast the cowboy couldn't react. He was completely overpowered. The samurai's idea of gratitude was sending him quickly to next world. At last, he could sheath his swords. The cowboy was deeply cut down. Defeated, he couldn't understand why becoming monsters had made them stronger. His body was wrecked. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to stay by the saint's side. With his last strength, he reached for his emblem. The moment he touched it, he began absorbing all that despair. The boy and little pig moved toward the samurai and gunslinger, but he felt uneasy and didn't know what to do next. Then he remembered this same samurai had almost killed him before. It really looked like they were about to finish off the protagonist. Worse, he and the little pig had no way to defend themselves. The samurai stepped toward them, the boy tensed, and the little pig prepared to fight. His sword was already poised to strike, trying to save himself. The mushroom boy blurted out that they were the same race. The samurai froze at once. His blade dropped, losing all strength. Even that was enough to terrify the little mushroom. Then the samurai fell to his knees as if some unseen power had forced him down. Even the gunslinger came closer to see what was happening. A golden light appeared above them. The samurai's body stopped obeying him. He thought maybe it was because he had stayed human too long, but his pride wouldn't let enemies escape. He grabbed his sword again and charged, but the crown shone even brighter. The little pig and mushroom tried to shield themselves. Once again, the samurai's knees slammed into the ground. The crown had placed itself between them and their would-be victims. He still didn't understand what was happening. The gunslinger watching it, all was impressed too. For now, the little pig and mushroom were still alive. She nudged her friend so he would open his eyes. When he saw that golden light, he couldn't believe it was that thing again. The crown stood before him. The little pig was fascinated by the golden glow and started playing with the object. She even tried to lick it, too amazed to stop herself. Seeing that, the samurai was deeply offended and called it unforgivable. He rose in fury, ready to kill the little pig. By reflex, the mushroom begged him not to, and the samurai froze. In mid-attack, still refusing to quit, he tried to stand again. He pushed so hard the ground began to crack. He managed to raise his sword and tried once more, but his body still wouldn't move. Even though they were safe for now, the mushroom was still worried. The samurai kept struggling to attack. but his body refused to obey. His pride couldn't accept letting two enemies escape. After dozens of tries, the mushroom was starting to get bored, but every attempt still failed. No longer afraid, the little pig went back to playing with the crown. The samurai realized his people's relic was about to be defiled again. Her tongue was almost touching the sacred object, and he screamed for her not to do it. She licked the crown anyway, cheerfully mocking his helplessness. With his pride crushed, he collapsed. That was the sacred inheritance of the mushroom tribe. The gunslinger just watched while smoking her cigarette. It seemed her idiot friend still understood nothing. This was all because of that guy, and even the little mushroom was surprised. It took him a moment to realize they meant him. He said they were wrong because he had no idea what was going on either. But while he said that, the royal crown started moving toward him. The little pig tried to grab it, but the crown clearly had its own target. It settled on the chosen one's head, then shone brightly and was fully absorbed into the mushroom. The system congratulated the player for obtaining a heritage item. He instantly panicked when he realized he had absorbed the crown, but then his fear vanished, and his eyes began to glow. His body floated, his eyes shone brighter, and a crown mark appeared on his cap. Both the gunslinger and the samurai watched closely. The little pig had no idea what was happening either, and soon the mushroom gently dropped back to the ground. Still dazed, he shook his head and received a system message. He had completed the mission, become king of an entire race, and gained many new benefits from it. He was eager to check his stats now. He was a level 60 mushroom king, and much stronger. It was hard to believe any of this. Still furious, the samurai couldn't understand how a human had been accepted as king of the mushrooms. He demanded the rebel return his tribe's inheritance at once, forcing his pride back up. He tried to attack the new mushroom king, but his body failed halfway. The little mushroom hadn't expected that either he was a bit slow to catch on. The gunslinger raised both guns and said the samurai would never hurt that enemy like this. Nervous, the little mushroom suggested they talk things out calmly. She ignored him and fired anyway. The little mushroom was terrified, but what exploded above his head looked more like a celebration. Fireworks lit up the cave. The gunslinger was pleased. They had completed the former king's mission by finding his successor. Knowing that, she walked up and bowed before the little mushroom. She took off her hat and greeted the new mushroom king. The samurai beside her still couldn't accept it. The little mushroom was just as confused. He still couldn't believe he had become king of an entire race. Elsewhere, the sacred sanctuary stood in a beautiful place. Rose petals covered the area where several people had gathered to meet the saint. The soft music finally stopped. She knew the cowboy had arrived and hoped his soul could rest in peace. The symbol on the object glowed brightly. At last, they had enough. Femery said the cowboy had also found the final ingredient they needed. With a smug tone, Camazot said no one would think he was smart if he kept stating the obvious. The old man disliked that and asked if the bat wanted a fight. Barbaro, who looked like a priest, asked if everything was confirmed. The saint said yes. The last ingredient had been secured. A dreadful symbol appeared on the water mirror. Before leaving, she said their meeting was close and everyone had to play their part. She told the bat to keep watching those people. The young man already knew his role. Barbaro was ordered to watch the other guilds and report the Sword Saint's movements. He accepted the task. Only the old man received no order, so he asked what he was supposed to do. The bat mocked him, saying he was just a guard dog and should act like one. Angry, the old man called him a rat with wings and threatened to teach him a lesson. The bat stayed calm and said it was time the dog learned few lessons instead. The two were about to start a violent fight. The saint quickly calmed the old man, saying his presence made her feel safe. That praise pleased him. The time was near, and she was sure they would win. She only hoped the great demon would accept their offering. Soon, they would present the pure heart, the final piece needed to break the seal, the head of someone truly pure-hearted. Those seals were in the land of the dead. A bird flew toward a glowing stone. It landed on top of it and looked around curiously. The other stones were glowing too. The tiny creature turned toward them. They were shining just as brightly. That made it ask if its friends were there. Then its beak slowly changed shape, like a sound amplifier, and it announced that the meeting was about to begin. The stones started glowing even brighter. On one of them, a woman's silhouette appeared. The shadow that had watched the Mushroom King's battle was there too, though its identity was still unknown. The old man with a broccoli-shaped head also joined the meeting, along with a man whose chest was a wall clock. Zuzu noticed one of them was missing. The stone meant for Zuzu stayed empty. Ignoring that, they began. First, they would review each person's progress. The broccoli-headed man hated this place because he couldn't hide anything there. His mission was nearly finished. The saint was halfway done. The mysterious shadow was close to 70, and the clock-chested man had already passed 80. Compared to before, they had all made progress. Now they only needed to know how the missing member was doing. They assumed he was doing fine and that Golem would return soon. He then asked if anyone had found anything about the prophecy. The man with the clock said no. The broccoli-headed man said the same. The saint said the heavens would announce his arrival and a legendary adventurer would appear. But the story sounded so absurd, it might never happen. Their real problems were still the Sword Saint and the Elemental King. That legendary adventurer was probably just a myth. If she knew how strong those two were, she wouldn't speak so lightly. Even all of them together couldn't beat the Sword Saint. And Zuzu hadn't shown up in 30 years. Maybe he wasn't even alive. Until they knew more about the Elemental King and the Sword Saint, no one could afford a mistake. They had to move carefully. The saint had forgotten that the broccoli-headed man had once lost to the Sword Saint. If that still haunted him, it might be useful. He snapped back, telling her to mind her own business because her lackeys were useless. The creature stepped in and reminded them they were allies. The shadows stayed silent. The clockman guessed the broccoli head might defeat the Sword Saint once he broke the seal he guarded, but the creature said they couldn't know that. As far as she knew, the secret tree's plan had failed, which meant trouble for absorbing Golem's power. Hearing that made the broccoli-headed man furious. The creature worried she had said the wrong thing. The saint called it shameful and said the broccoli might be their downfall. He warned her again to stay out of his business. He had his own answer to the problem, and if she interfered, she would regret it. After saying that, he vanished. The saint said she would love to see him try that with her. The silent shadow left as well. The creature was disappointed. They had hoped the others would stay and play. At least one of them, anyway. The clockman realized he would soon owe the creature a favor. He said he couldn't stay because he still had too much to do. Then he disappeared. The poor creature wished he had stayed a little longer. Soon everyone was gone again. The creature seemed to have no friends. Ever since Sosu vanished, no one stayed to play with her. Still, she had an interesting idea. Even if they left, she could make friends herself. She called for them to come out of the shadows. Several creatures approached. Those many-eyed monsters were the friends she meant. The broccoli head finally opened his eyes. That meeting had left the old man furious. The saint was disgusting. He would prove he wasn't useless without his tree. He swung his staff at a creature, but the snail dodged quickly enough. He was sure he could catch them by himself. The snail, though, didn't look worried at all. His weakened body couldn't catch it. Some kids wondered if they should help, but decided not to. The old man was too nasty. One said he had heard the old man used to be strong, but nobody escapes old age. Maybe they didn't need to become adventurers after all. There were other ways to earn money, so they left while the old man kept struggling to catch his snail. Barely staying upright, he was hit by a skateboard. He fell to the ground, completely helpless. Behind him was an angry snail, burning with hate. It bit him right on the rear. When he chose that seal, he thought it would be easy. He never expected to grow so weak every time he left the cursed stone. The whole thing was ridiculous. At last, he gathered some dried-up fruits, but it took far too much effort. He had once been incredibly powerful, and now even snails were a problem. That boy had ruined everything, and every day he wanted revenge more. Meanwhile, The protagonist was still in the Mushroom Kingdom with his new companions, all still in monster form. The little mushroom wanted answers. Looking across the plains, the gunslinger said the kingpin was recovering, and the grass showed it. Nearby, the little pig was playing with one of her apples, but MC really wanted to know how they had gotten there. He had only thought of the place, and suddenly they were there. As he realized that, he activated his domain ability. Maybe it was something only kings could do. The samurai still thought this mushroom becoming king had to be a mistake, so he tried attacking again, but the king's domain caught him off guard. Everyone started floating. The samurai was stunned. Unlike the others, he dropped into a puddle. He thought the king was trying to force his recognition. Enraged, he shouted that would never happen. Then the domain activated again, and all of them were lifted off the ground once more. The gunslinger told the king to stop fooling around because there were things he needed to know. He said he could control it now. A second later, they were teleported somewhere else. The poor samurai landed headfirst, leaving the others wondering what had just happened. His new powers were passive, and the domain let him move anywhere. Inside his territory, his abilities had grown stronger. His race now had to obey him, and his power increased with the number of subjects he had. The samurai still couldn't accept it. To him, it was impossible that this mushroom was the new king. The gunslinger said he was only embarrassing himself. Not even the former king had these powers. The royal inheritance didn't make mistakes. Even if the samurai refused to admit it, he already knew that. All former mushroom kings had a royal form, but this little mushroom still hadn't transformed. That made him realize something was wrong. After gaining the title of king, he should have changed into a stronger form. So he asked the system why he still looked like an ordinary mushroom. The system started searching for an answer. Since becoming an adventurer, he had been stuck in that mushroom form. Even with the king's stats, that was exactly it. He had given up his ability to evolve so he could become an adventurer. Seeing him talk to himself, the samurai became even more certain something was wrong. The gunslinger stepped toward the new king. Maybe this was fate. She asked if he had been struck by the falling stars, but the little mushroom didn't understand. A few days earlier, while searching for the new king, they had been hit by a light and gained the power to turn human. The samurai blamed evil humans. If he found who did this, he swore he would cut them to pieces. Without telling the truth, he simply agreed that he and the piglet became human after being hit by falling stars. As soon as he said that, his body began changing again. The same thing happened to the gunslinger, and to the samurai too. It seemed the cowboy's curse had worn off. The piglet turned back into her human form. Now she struggled to play with the apple. Because she was so clumsy, it slipped from her hands. The apple rolled toward a cliff. A desperate scream echoed out. Even the others were shocked by how loud it was. The gunslinger sighed that the idiot was at it again. The samurai looked completely crushed. Watching him suffer was already getting old. She said he was a hopeless fool and still couldn't turn back into mushroom form. The boy asked if that was really possible. She said yes, and was surprised he couldn't do it. The truth was, he had never even tried, so he asked how it worked. The gunslinger tossed her cigarette up, and her body changed again. That was how she transformed. Impressed, he asked how she did it. She said it was simple: draw in the star's energy and blend it into your body. That lets you transform. Then she switched back to human form while the samurai cried in despair. The boy asked why the samurai couldn't do it too, and the man stopped crying. He stepped closer to answer. He said it sounded easy, but not everyone could control that energy well. Right in front of him, the boy transformed. He had never even considered it. He thought he would stay human forever. That only made the samurai feel worse. Trying to comfort her friend, the piglet hugged him tightly against her chest. The gunslinger said it still wasn't hard. The samurai was just a fool. He still couldn't control his mana, so he stayed stuck in half-transformed state. He was neither fully human nor fully monster, and because of that, he couldn't use all his strength. The samurai argued it wasn't so simple. She was used to mana control, and the boy had the advantage of being king. If it was really that easy, The girl should be able to do it too. Right away, the little mushroom urged his friend to try. Without noticing, she squeezed him even harder. She tried to change back into her piglet form, but she couldn't do it either. The samurai smirked and said again that it wasn't as easy as they thought. While he was grinning, the little mushroom offered her an apple. At that moment, something changed in her body. She transformed successfully, making her friend happy. After that, the samurai had no excuse left, being incompetent. That only made him feel even worse. His misery deepened. The gunslinger told him to stop, screaming so loudly, then shot him right in the forehead. The boy and the piglet were stunned. She said it was a blank round. Now it was time to talk about serious matters. The kingdom was slowly recovering, but the tribe was gone. And without the mushrooms, it was just an ordinary place. The king had to restore the tribe's old glory. Only then could they bring the mushrooms back. He admitted he still had no idea how to do that. Then the woman fired a few shots. Small mushrooms appeared in front of them. She explained these were spores from different mushroom types she had collected, and she could grow them when needed. The little one realized he might be able to raise them until they became strong. He just didn't understand why she needed him for that. She said there were 40,000 kinds of mushrooms, and she had gathered only a few. Only he could create them all. The king showed her his spore manipulation. Annoyed, she said that wasn't it. The king had to use royal spores. He still didn't know what those were because he had never seen such an ability. He guessed he needed to make basic spores first and let them evolve later. To test that idea, he used spore explosion, trying to summon small mushrooms. She watched him test his theory, but nothing happened. The system said a king has many powers, and he still needed to unlock his full potential. She agreed his abilities still had plenty of room to grow. Then he asked if she could help him level up quickly. She instantly pointed her gun at his face. She told the king to call her by name, not lady. Her name was Beau. Almost slipping again, he said he would do as Big Sis ordered. Smiling, she said she knew a way, since helping the king grow was her job. The boy also said he didn't want her calling him Majesty. She could use his name instead. She asked why. He said he still didn't feel like the true Mushroom King and was too weak to bring back their lost glory. He believed one day he would lead them to prosperity, and when that day came, he would accept being called Majesty. After saying that, he gained the persuasion skill. The gunslinger was impressed. The little mushroom wasn't arrogant, and maybe he really could become a great king. Knowing what drove him, she agreed to call him by his name, Duemo. He asked what they would do next. While they talked, the samurai woke up. He jumped up, did a flip, and declared the goal was obvious. They needed revenge right away. They would wipe out the humans of Firebane. Terrified, he said he really didn't want to die yet. Then the system announced a new mission, the revenge of the Mushroom King. The Mushroom Kingdom sat near the ocean, on the great continent. Now they were traveling somewhere else, and they chose a train to get there. The locomotive pushed ahead, moving across the land. Its smoke trail gave away its position, and people on motorcycles were watching it. As the train kept going, Piglet looked out the window. One biker stared right at her. He clearly had his own plan. The little mushrooms group kept traveling. Inside the train car, people kept moving around. The passengers seemed drawn to something. It was the gunslinger's beauty, catching the men's eyes. That angered the samurai, especially since his odd looks got him ignored. The gunslinger was happy that traveling outside the kingdom was much easier in human form. The samurai said that in his true form, he would be faster than the train. Even though he kept talking about revenge, he didn't even know where Firebane's headquarters was. The train was headed for the volcanic region. They would get off nearby, then take rising platforms to their destination. Hearing that, the little mushroom started wondering what those platforms were. Then a man with a glass of wine walked up to them. The gunslinger noticed him, and so did the little mushroom. The smug fat man asked why such a beautiful woman was sitting with commoners and invited her to join him in the luxury section. She didn't even look at him, and simply told him to go away. Glancing aside, the fat man assumed she was choosing the ugly man, beside her instead. He sneered that the guy looked like he had crawled out of a filthy cave. Before he could say anything else, the samurai drew his sword, and one slash cut through the wineglass and the fat man's head. Only when the head rolled across the floor did his men realize what had happened. Little Mushroom was stunned. The head kept rolling through the carriage before finally stopping. Then, unbelievably, a new body grew out, from where his neck should have been. The man started yelling at his subordinates for not helping him. That scared the Little Mushroom, who wondered if this guy was even human. Furious, the man said this was outrageous. Since he hadn't seen the strike, he blamed his men for not fastening his armor properly. As they left the carriage, he kept complaining to them. He was too angry to stop talking. A ninja said the Castle of Time was a great place to train, but it was expensive and full of annoying people. The woman with them said she could handle the mission alone. The man with covered eyes said they shouldn't question the guild and couldn't afford to underestimate the enemy. The one who never stopped drinking cared more about trying the alcohol served at the Castle of Time. They said Knight Adrian should worry more about his own image. Still, with Dragon Knight Eugene on their side, there was nothing to fear. The ninja was impressed since Eugene belonged to the Sword Saints team. They didn't need to be nervous, their guild was full of experts and only getting stronger. After hearing that, the girl stayed quiet. The man hiding his eyes said that if the knight had more discipline, he'd already have been promoted. But the drunk said if promotion meant giving up alcohol, he would rather stay, crank forever. After that answer, the covered-eyed man had nothing left to say. His companion had already emptied another bottle. Then he looked at Elefay and asked why she had joined them. The ninja answered for her it was obvious, because they were strong. Still, since she was from the Elven tribe, she could have. The ninja hadn't considered that joining the guild might have been easier for her, but it wasn't easy at all, and she was excellent with a bow. She said she had no interest in the forest spirit. That blunt answer left the others speechless. She wanted to make her own path without her father's help and prove it to everyone. Trying to lighten the mood, the drunk offered them a drink, but they turned him down. Meanwhile, the train kept moving until it finally reached a station. The doors opened, the Little Mushroom and the others got off and continued on. Soon they came across a signpost, pointing in several directions. The system said they still had a long way to go, though at this pace they would arrive soon. The volcano. The system said seals hide in places with strong energy, so this could be one of them. The two wanted revenge, but their real goal was finding the seal. The samurai said that if they were attacking first, they should leave no one alive. While they moved on, the Little Mushroom gave the piglet an order. She was already ready. Since he was so slow, having her help was useful. At last, the original duo was back. As soon as he told the piglet, she took off running, leaving the other two behind. That was when he realized he had been caught off guard. The samurai had already caught up and asked what he thought he was doing. Even if he hated it, he was still the king, so the samurai would train him like the kings before him. The Little Mushroom hadn't expected that. If they wanted to beat the humans, he and the gunslinger alone wouldn't be enough, so the boy had to learn to fight. A little scared, he asked what kind of training this was. The samurai answered that hell on earth was starting right now. Terrified, the Little Mushroom tried to change his mind. The gunslinger tried to calm him down, saying Cage had trained the last king too. Meanwhile, the women rested on a small mushroom cart. They were resting peacefully there. The system warned that the boy's stamina was almost gone. He said he couldn't keep going and begged the samurai for a break. As his answer, he got smacked on the head and it hurt. Quitting wasn't allowed. The training would end only when he passed out. Completely worn out, the boy said he had reached his limit, but the samurai said he still didn't understand. He'd stop only after collapsing. While hitting him again, he told the boy to call him teacher. That made the samurai happy, since training gave him the perfect excuse to bully the new king in revenge for being forced to kneel so long. But the boy was already completely spent. His stamina hit zero and he collapsed back into his mushroom form. The samurai sighed that this was as far as they got. With the unconscious boy in her lap, The piglet grew very worried. She said he couldn't treat her friend like that. He replied that the king was still weak, then suggested the gunslinger train the piglet too. When night came, they stopped to rest. As the little mushroom slowly woke up, he first saw his friend. The voice he heard was different. It was the samurai telling him to get up. Then he realized he was being held by someone else. Startled, he thought the piglet had somehow turned ugly. He figured he was still training and had no idea what happened. Looking at the samurai, he asked where the gunslinger and the piglet were. Both were asleep. Calling him too noisy, the samurai said the king was pathetically weak and could barely do anything. Then the boy remembered everything. His head was pounding. The system told him he had been out for 6 whole hours. He realized he had to be careful if this happened while he was alone. He would be in real danger. Unsure who he was talking to, the samurai asked if he was speaking to someone. The boy said he would have died if he had been alone there. But the samurai told him not to be so gloomy. His training had only started. He blamed himself for not being able to evolve. He thought becoming human would let him break his limits, but he rushed things. No matter what he learned, he believed he would stay stuck like this. The samurai asked who told him he needed evolution to get stronger. He also asked who said low-level monsters couldn't grow stronger. The little mushroom insisted that was just common sense. The samurai said, strength doesn't come from your form, it comes from your will. If your spirit is strong, you will grow stronger too. Still discouraged, the boy thanked him, but said if he stayed this way forever, he'd only drag everyone down. The samurai slapped him on the head and told him to watch carefully. He flicked away the leaf in his mouth with his sword, making several cuts. At first, it looked like nothing had happened. Then he sheathed his sword. Only then did it become clear. The leaf had been sliced with incredible precision. The little mushroom could barely believe it. After showing that skill, the samurai asked if that looked like real strength. Still amazed, the boy said yes. His teacher was incredibly strong. Then the samurai revealed he was only a low-ranking monster. Shocked, the little mushroom couldn't understand how that was possible. The samurai said it all began 40 years ago. He had lived in the mushroom kingdom, like everyone else. Back then, beginner mushrooms all wanted to evolve. One path was becoming a needle mushroom. They could make weapons for their allies, turning them into armed fighters. But one mushroom was different. His needles were too soft. He wanted to help, but his needles were useless as weapons, and his allies couldn't use them. Because he couldn't help, the others mocked him. Ashamed, he ran off to hide. Then one day, humans invaded the kingdom. The king ordered everyone to defend their land. On the enemy side were several dangerous adventurers. Among the mushroom troops was that so-called useless one. Using all his courage, he charged at an adventurer, but his needle did nothing. It wasn't hard enough to work as a weapon. Since he was basically unarmed, the adventurer beat him down easily. Even so, his companions still worried about him. Injured, he got back up again. He grabbed another needle and rushed back into battle. The adventurer mocked him, calling him weak and stupid, saying leaders shouldn't even bother with monsters like him. Sword in hand, he moved in for the kill. But at the last second, someone saved the mushroom. The sight stunned him because he saw a mushroom using a sword. That mushroom's arrival made the adventurer retreat. He was much stronger than the humans and saved many of his allies. The more he watched that samurai, the more amazed he became. Later, barrels of wine were sent to the front, and the guild leaders said they needed it to beat the mushrooms. Loaded wagons rolled in. The fire mage saw his chance and cast magic on the alcohol. The wagons burst into flames, and as they neared the mushrooms, they exploded. Larger mushrooms got ready to stop the attack. They could spit huge amounts of sand, so they smothered the fire on the wagons. Seeing that, the mage grew furious. He said his plan wasn't over yet, but the mushroom ignored him and kept spitting sand. A massive wave of earth was about to slam into the fire mage. To everyone's surprise, the attack worked extremely well. Right after that, the mushroom army pushed forward. The humans' plan had failed. Now they were doomed. As the adventurers ran, the mushrooms charged after them. Many looked back in panic because deadly mushrooms were waiting for the slightest mistake. The battle finally ended, and the mushrooms still had wine left to celebrate. But hidden from the others, the wet emo mushroom was sad. Night fell, and the kingdom celebrated wildly. Even the king got completely drunk. Only one mushroom stayed, away from the celebration. That was when he noticed a strange, magic circle forming. A person appeared there. The mushroom was shocked by what he saw. The man with the broccoli head was pleased. Everything had gone as planned. Getting inside had been easy. All he had to do now was corrupt the Mushroom King. Then he could use Golem's power. But suddenly, something hit his leg. It was that little mushroom, the one whose weapons didn't work. The poor thing was knocked down at once. The man sneered that trash was still crawling around. At that moment, the mushroom gained a new skill, the power of speech. He declared that he wouldn't let the man hurt his king. The broccoli-headed man walked toward him. He was ready to kill the little one, even if a talking mushroom was rare. His staff was about to finish him, but the tip of a sword blocked it. Though terrified, the little mushroom opened his eyes. That mysterious mushroom had saved him. Because he was so weak, he passed out. When he woke a few minutes later, he could barely move. But he still managed to see that the broccoli-headed man had lost. His beaten body lay on the ground. Standing over him was the mysterious samurai. The man claimed the sword saint had nothing to do with this. Then the samurai pointed his blade at his face, saying the broccoli had let himself be corrupted, even with no advantage. The man tried to change the subject. The sword saint already knew he followed Golem. He didn't know his full goal in the Mushroom Kingdom, but he guessed it. Involved the evil god. The broccoli-headed man knew he had been found out. His hunger for power had blinded him. The sword saint refused to let that god return. Pulling out a scroll of absolute binding, the man begged his old friend to spare him, promising to disband his guild and never leave the starting village again. The samurai wanted to know what would happen if he broke the contract. The answer was simple. He would lose all his magic, a physical strength. With that condition, the sword saint agreed to spare him. One slash cut off part of the broccoli's hair. Blow was devastating. It also shattered the staff he carried. The damage left behind was overwhelming. Finally, he sheathed his weapon and took the contract, warning him not to try evil again. The little mushroom watched the whole thing. The samurai then walked toward his hat lying on the ground. He picked it up carefully and headed for the little mushroom, changing form as he came, but the little one no longer had the strength to stay awake. When he woke the next day, he was still shaken. His first thought was whether the king was safe. He looked around next, hoping his friends were all right too. From the cliff, he tried to check on the Mushroom King. It took him a moment to understand what he was seeing. Everyone was safe, and tears filled his eyes. It barely looked like a huge battle had happened the day before. Seeing his companions unharmed brought him immense relief. The mysterious mushroom said that even against an impossible enemy, the little one never hesitated. He was truly remarkable. He remembered he had been badly hurt. It had to be the stranger who saved him. As he stood, the mysterious one said that if fate allowed, they would meet again. But the little mushroom suddenly dropped to his knees. The samurai did not understand the gesture. Full of emotion, the little one said he did not know his savior's name, or even whether he would ever evolve. Still, he wanted to learn the sword so one day he could be that strong. The samurai asked what drove him to seek strength. The answer was simple. He wanted to protect that place. A deep silence settled between them. The samurai knew his training was brutal and wondered if this little mushroom could survive it. Without fear, the boy said he would endure anything. It seemed like the story had finally ended. But the new king asked if that was really all. He was too curious about the training to let the tale end there. The samurai said there was little more to tell. The training had started. Yet the little mushroom did not remember actually being taught anything. All he remembered was crushing exhaustion. That was the secret. The samurai said to face near death again and again, and only then grow stronger. Honestly, that kind of story sounds familiar. Some bald guy got famous for it. Still curious, he called for the system. It appeared right away. He asked if forcing his body to the limit every day could really make him stronger. The answer was yes. His body would slowly adapt, so he checked whether his stats had changed. After just one day, his health, mana, and attack had gone up a little. His level, though, stayed the same. Even after pushing himself so hard, the gains still felt small. The closer he got to his limit, the more his stats would rise, but it was hard, and passing out left him defenseless. Knowing that, he asked if the system had a better method. The samurai looked at him and told him to stop talking to himself. If he got through the worst part, he'd grow much stronger. He asked how long the samurai's own training had taken. When the man held up 5 fingers, he guessed it had been only 5 months. Then he learned the truth. It had taken 5 whole years. That was far too long for the little mushroom. The samurai admitted the truth was harsh. Since the boy was only a little stronger than a basic mushroom, even the king might need 10 years. That was under normal conditions. Because he was the king, it might go faster. His successor had done it in just 1 year. What they were doing now was breaking the body's limits, and he still had to learn the sword itself. The boy knew he had to defeat Golem's apostles as soon as possible. He remembered the system saying the closer he got to his limit, the greater the reward. Those words stuck in his mind. Then he came up with a very interesting idea. Looking up at the stars, the samurai swore he would never let that tragedy happen again, and he noticed the little mushroom was not listening at all. As he left the clearing, the little one said he had something to do and told the samurai to rest. Instead of scolding him, the samurai said he should call him master, and to make sure he learned that, he planned to train him even harder. He set down his sword and hat. Seeing them brought back memories of days spent copying his master's every move and the lessons he learned each day. Then came the day those skills were tested in real battle. He had failed to control his emotions, and the king had turned into a fully corrupted monster. That memory still hurt deeply. Elsewhere in the forest was a lake, filled with creatures. One lifted its head above the water, and soon the others followed. They were swamp fishmen, fierce but peaceful with their own kind. Then a dark shadow appeared above the lake, holding a bell. Its sound drew the fishermen's attention. At once, they changed. They were now consumed by aggression. The rage inside them was overwhelming. They instantly began attacking each other. Wild violence swept across the lake until only the churning water showed what was happening. After a while, only traces of the massacre remained. Out of all of them, just one survived. The shadow seemed satisfied. Now the fishermen had no enemies left in the lake. The bell rang again, and the creature began to go berserk. Its body changed violently. Horns grew from its head. Its mouth became even more terrifying. Fully transformed, it grabbed one of its former companions and ate it like a snack. The body was absorbed in a strange way, and a face appeared on the outside of its stomach. Then it kept devouring all the flesh in the lake, while the shadow hovered above and watched. After eating so much, it grew as tall as the trees. Its rage had no end, and it started marching through the forest under the bell-bearer's gaze. That monster was heading for a human village. It was now the second morning of its journey. The piglet was full of energy that morning. She looked around, searching for her friend. The first one she spotted was the meditating samurai. The gunslinger asked where the king was, and he replied that the boy had spent all night working on something. He was behind a pile of straw. Thinking it would be enough, the boy had pushed himself into total exhaustion. Only one last step remained for his plan. A jar appeared in his hands. He set it under the hay. He also brought out his still-living slime. Then he squeezed the slime's juice into the jar. After that, he put it back into his inventory. Sitting over the jar, he prepared to use his skill. Slowly, the mixture began to break down. He had used decomposition on all of it. It took intense focus. The gunslinger admitted that kind of magic suited a king, and even the samurai had not expected he could do it. Soon, all that matter was being broken apart. The little one earned a lot of experience from it, but his plan still was not complete. He then spat out a strange liquid. It was a strong potion that could cure every status problem he had, but making it left him far too exhausted to even talk. The piglet hurried over, worried. He tried to ask for help, pointing at the potion. She recognized the flask at once, and he felt hopeful she understood. When she picked it up, he gave her an approving signal. The piglet managed to open it. Now she just needed to help him drink it. The little mushroom waited for her help, sure she knew what to do. Instead, she decided the best idea was to drink the whole thing herself. He could only watch the potion disappear. After working all night, this was the last thing he expected. The piglet thought she had helped him, while he could do absolutely nothing. Because she drank it all, her body suddenly overflowed with energy. It was like a huge transformation. Her power, body, and vitality all rose to an amazing level. The poor mushroom could not stay awake any longer. His stamina hit 0 again, and he passed out. 3 days passed after that. During that time, the piglet trained with the gunslinger. When she opened her eyes, she noticed something, and her mentor noticed it too. The boy was deep in training, but the moment she saw her friend, the piglet ran toward him. Bolt was not about to make it easy. A fumble net nearly caught her. She had no way to avoid it. She was completely trapped, which forced her to change form right away. She was clearly upset about getting caught. The gunslinger walked over. She told the piglet that her speed had improved, but her focus was still poor. That was why training had to continue. Knowing she needed more strength, the piglet agreed. Meanwhile, the boy was still suffering through brutal training. His energy was nearly gone, but now he had some of the potion he had made. That was the key to speeding up this harsh routine. Once again, his stamina ran out, but before passing out, he drank another sip. It restored him so much that pulling the weight became easy again. The samurai was impressed by how fast he was improving. The boy explained it was because of the potion he kept drinking during training. The samurai ignored that and decided it was all thanks to his great teaching. Seeing he was being ignored, the boy went along with it. He believed pushing himself each time would help him improve faster. But the samurai cut him off. If he had breath to talk, he had breath to keep pulling. He said the boy had to understand that stopping at the basic stage meant working 10 times harder than an evolved monster. There was no room for laziness. He had far more barriers to break than anyone else. That was why he had to keep training until he surpassed his limits, and once he broke one, he would have to train even harder to break the next. That was the road he had to walk to grow stronger. Until one day he would truly become powerful and agile. He had to endure all this to stand beside the strongest monsters. The boy already knew how hard it would be. Then the samurai hit him again, and he had no idea why, but that level of pain still wasn't enough. The training was about to get worse. Now he had to drag the weight while dodging attacks. By the 4th day, the training had become completely brutal. Meanwhile, Piglet kept training with the gunslinger. By day 8, the boy was being pushed harder and harder. The piglet was too. She worked on her focus. By day 12, the weight he dragged had become much heavier, and the piglet could already catch thrown objects without even opening her eyes, even after night fell. He kept training. After 20 days of training, their progress was already obvious. A huge monster appeared before the piglet. It was a level 55 stone giant, an elite monster and a dangerous one. This was finally her test. Her trainer told her to beat it. The monster could harden its body. She hit it again and again with full force, but did no damage and left herself wide open. She blocked the counterattack, but it still sent her flying. The gunslinger told her not to rely on strength alone. Stronger enemies would exist, so she had to find their weak spots. The piglet realized she needed a new plan. She immediately began to focus. Her wild instinct had reached level 4 before the creature could catch her off guard. She dodged. With her speed, avoiding those blows was easy. Soon, she found weak points on the monster's body and knew exactly where to strike. Her eyes filled with determination. She struck the first weak point, then hit several more. To protect itself, the creature hardened its body again. At the same time, it tried to attack, while she was distracted. That blow should have hit her, but the monster's body shattered first. It was reduced to a pile of stones. Proud of beating it, she asked if she could go play with her mushroom friend. This time, she got permission right away. She might act childish, but she learned fast. As the king's companion, her talent was rare. The samurai warned that his student couldn't rely on potions if he wanted real strength. After all that training, the boy was nearly dried out. His potion had already run out, but he thought he could keep going until he reached total exhaustion again. Then the system warned him what was coming, and he collapsed unconscious. The samurai praised the boy's effort. Since he'd reached his limit, training was over for the day. But then something unexpected happened. His body began to glow. The samurai was shocked by what he saw. Even the women couldn't explain it. He shone like a little lamp. He was going through some kind of transformation. He had broken through his first barrier. His growth speed increased, and he also gained experience and leveled up. The result was amazing. His whole body felt much lighter. The samurai was the most stunned. His student had done this in less than a month of training. For the boy, it had gone exactly as planned. But the samurai had no idea what he meant. The boy had figured out he needed to break through layers and add a little extra push. During the harsh training, he kept taking small sips of his potion. That gave him the extra force to push against his body's barrier. He repeated it again and again, building up more potential until his mushroom body could no longer contain the energy and released it all at once. That was the trick that brought him this far. The gunslinger said that was pretty smart. The samurai still didn't understand any of it. But one thing was clear: it was time for real training and actual combat. The boy was crushed when he realized this was only the beginning. Several of those monsters had already been taken down. The boy was using his sword technique against them, and he finished one off with a final strike. His attack clearly worked. With cuts on his face, he stared at his next enemy. Even a level 57 senior monster was no match for him. The piglet happily cheered for his victory. She tried bragging to the samurai, saying her skills were great too. He said that had only been the warm-up. The boy instantly got nervous. If that enemy had been a specialist, he might have died. He could already feel the danger. A blade was waiting for him there. He had to react, fast or be sliced apart. Even then, the blade's impact still hurt him. After being knocked back, he tried to see his attacker. The creature had already sheathed its sword. This monster was completely different. Before him stood a swordsman monster with incredible skill. It was a level 78 Grandmaster. Its stats were terrifying. The samurai said that as king, the boy had to learn how to handle something like this. Even after all his training, his stats still weren't enough for this enemy. He got distracted while talking, and the creature took advantage. It was about to land a perfect strike, one he couldn't react to. That night, they made camp around a fire. The piglet gathered bits of grass. Near the fire, the little mushroom was badly hurt. That last challenge had been too much. Fighting someone closer to his level would have been better. But because he was the king, they couldn't go easy on him. Only stronger enemies could bring out his true potential. In the last war, many humans had been stronger than the king, yet they all lost, except for the last one. The samurai said he had to improve in two ways. He wasted too many movements, and he needed to figure out the rapier's true power. He didn't even know the sword had a hidden ability. All he knew was that it was a unique weapon. It was the king's legacy, appearing before them like a miracle. The samurai still didn't know how the boy got it, but he could tell they weren't fully in sync. To him, the sword looked ordinary. While they talked, the piglet kept collecting ingredients. The previous king could absorb impacts and send that energy through his sword. That explained how he defeated those humans. The little mushroom only needed to learn how to absorb and release energy. Then he got smacked on the head. He didn't know why. The samurai said he clearly wasn't listening. Every rapier is unique, and its power matches its user. Each king fights differently, so he asked how the boy got his sword. The boy said it used to be a tree branch. After hearing that, the samurai felt they were doomed. As he held the sword, he seemed to remember something. Then he noticed his wounds had reopened and his health started dropping. The next day, Mantis Grandmaster sat in meditation, feeling a little more confident. The boy thought he could win. This time, he rushed straight at the creature, and it instantly opened its eyes. In one flash, it knocked away the little mushroom's attack and sent him flying. The samurai looked disappointed, but the boy refused to quit and charged again. The creature needed only one quick draw to beat him again. The gunslinger kept count of his losses, knowing he wouldn't stop. So the boy tried again. He rushed the creature, and this time their blades collided. The monster thought it had already won again and sheathed its sword, then froze in surprise. The boy was still standing. He had finally managed to see that attack. Sage mode reached level 8 at last. He had made a little progress, but it wasn't enough. The sword monster still blasted him away. Seeing the move wasn't enough, his body still couldn't keep up with his mind. The samurai praised his progress, but said the boy would still be helpless against that guild. Improving that fast proved he had talent. He needed to understand his sword better, but he still didn't know the rapier's hidden power. Since he had the royal inheritance and knew how he got it, only he could unlock it. He just had to pour his mana into the divine tree branch. Thinking it over, the samurai guessed maybe he couldn't do it because he didn't look enough like a mushroom. That made the boy think hard, and he finally came up with a solid idea. In human form, his charge created force that moved into his legs. Whenever he took human form, his powers had to adjust. That was mushroom magic. Even though the women could transform, he was different from them. Sensing danger, the creature slashed so fast the blade was back in its sheath at once. Even then, a strike cut through the spore cloud. It was so fast that even the samurai got worried. The piglet also thought something had gone wrong, but the creature was the first to realize it had missed. By switching forms, he had combined his abilities into one. Right before the strike landed, he used Spore Explosion to protect himself. Now in human form and close to the enemy, he believed the rapier could store magic energy. He unleashed another flurry of attacks at the creature. This time, he made it clear he was using transformation in battle. As the rapier began to glow, it seemed he was getting closer to his goal. But the creature had grown even more dangerous. Its wings beat, and its speed shot up. It could move unbelievably fast. Once again, their swords were about to clash. At the little mushroom's feet, spores had already spread. The boost let him dodge the strike and slip right behind the creature. That gave him a perfect opening for a heavy blow. But he still couldn't finish it off. He only made it angry. The creature answered with a devastating attack. Switching forms, he kept slipping past its blows. Inside the spore cloud, the little mushroom began his plan. Hidden in the spores, the creature had no clue what he was setting up, and that gave the boy a chance to surprise it. But the enemy still landed a clean hit. The slash was so strong it cut off his head. The sight shocked his friends and made them panic. Then they realized there were several boys on the battlefield. The one that died was only a clone. None of them understood how he had done it. Using the spores to carry himself through the air, he kept moving, and each movement released even more. Surrounded by so many targets, the creature looked confused. Still, it swung at one of them. The strike was powerful and kept tearing through the clones. This was the Mushroom King's special skill. It was called Royal Spore of the Mushroom King. The enemy had just sheathed its blade when a sudden storm of cuts slammed into it and couldn't block any of them. His friends were stunned all over again. At last, the creature fell defeated. The clones slowly began to fade until only the real one remained. The system congratulated him for defeating an elite monster. He gained experience, his inheritance skill improved, and the piglet happily celebrated the win. Those spores could only make basic mushrooms, and since he was one too, he could make copies of himself. He was the only king who could do that, proving the mushroom tribe was in good hands. After watching all that, the samurai fully agreed. After all those battles, the creatures bowed to them with respect. As they moved on, the samurai said goodbye. The boy asked if they had met before. They had back when his master was still training him, but his friend hadn't evolved yet. The samurai refused to explain more and told him to keep pulling the cart. The gunslinger knew the king could use a map, so she asked how far they still were from their goal. He said he'd check. They still had a decent distance to go. At their current pace, it would take about 6 days. Too slow, the gunslinger said, through a puff of smoke. The samurai said that was his old speed. After training, he could go much faster. They only had 3 days, so the boy hoisted the cart onto his shoulders and said he'd move much faster, now that he was stronger. The closer they got, the more dangerous monsters appeared, but none were a real problem. He and the piglet handled them easily. The Mushroom King was already level 62, with what felt like endless stamina and strong passive boosts. The piglet was level 62. As they neared an inn, the system reminded him about an active mission. He had forgotten it, but since it was on the way, he decided to stop there. Soon, they reached the inn. He told his mentors to sit still and not cause trouble, since he'd be quick. The samurai told him to hurry. Gather information too. Polter asked if he wanted a drink or to check the available missions. His last job had been to capture the duo of criminals. Everyone else who took it had vanished, and no one had claimed the reward. Since he was the only one to return, he received the full payout. When he got the money, he thought of his muscular friend, a gentle and polite man. The piglet noticed his brief sadness and quickly cheered him up. Then she asked him to check the new missions. Now there were A and shranked jobs, and even the easiest ones were tough. Many monsters were attacking cities, and these missions were serious. Dangerous monsters were raiding villages, and many had already been wiped out. Even with the Sword Saints sending men, it wasn't enough. A beast that could destroy a city was no joke, and even the big guilds were taking losses. He wanted to grab a mission on the way, but he was already thinking it might be smarter to avoid extra trouble. The samurai told him power wasn't the point. They might not be stronger than their enemies, but the fight would help his training. That fired him up, and he asked which monster was closest to the route to the volcano. The nearest one was an Arank mission, but there was a problem with it. He cut that off right away. He didn't want to hear more problems, and decided to take it. Behind him, a man came over while draining a bottle of wine and reached toward him. Completely drunk, he said his team had accepted the same mission and asked if they wanted to join up. Put off by the smell, the boy said he'd rather go alone. The man proudly said they were from the obese Walrus Guild and were very, very strong, then immediately passed out drunk. His teammates apologized, saying he always drank too much. The girl explained that they had passed through every place those monsters attacked, even after the Sword Saints' men cleared them out. From the damage left behind, one thing was clear. Those creatures were dangerous. There was something unusual about the girl's ear. He noticed and realized she had to be from the Fey tribe, so he used appraisal on her. She was a brank adventurer at only level 33, and she warned that if they fought the monster, they'd lose. He politely thanked her for the warning, but her low level bothered him, and he wondered if she was hiding her real strength. Her attitude offended the samurai, and the boy asked him not to start trouble. And the gunslinger said she'd handle it. She recognized the girl as a Fey, a race known for arrogance, and drew her bow, saying she was a shooter too. Before the argument could go further, tempers were already rising. The gunslinger challenged her to a duel, and the girl didn't flinch. A man in armor stepped in and told her not to make a scene. They needed to focus on the mission at hand. That only annoyed her more. The knight introduced himself as Eugene, the guild's combat instructor, and apologized for his subordinate's sharp tongue. Then, out of nowhere, he looked at the gunslinger like he was completely enchanted by her beauty. A second later, he was down on one knee. He said he was at fault for not controlling his team, and since they were heading the same way, he asked if she would let him stay by her side. She instantly told him to get lost. He hadn't expected such a blunt rejection, and somehow that only made him like her more, seeing he was an idiot. The girl walked off. Since they were all going to the station, he was sure he'd see her again. He swore he'd impress her in battle and looked forward to meeting her again. The gunslinger asked if the king had felt it. He asked if she meant the monster, or inside that night. Not just any monster. It was a dragon. Taming one was a huge deal, so that guy definitely wasn't weak. The boy figured he might be some legendary knight, since he'd never seen a dragon before. The samurai said the last dragon that attacked the Mushroom Kingdom ended up as a snack with his drink. The gunslinger said they should move before someone else took their target, and the boy was excited to watch a knight like that fight. When they reached the city, everyone was panicking. Ruins were everywhere. It was hard to believe one monster had done That to a human city. He felt powerful magical energy ahead, right where they were heading. They quietly moved in and watched from hiding. The gunslinger told him to change forms, so no one would recognize him. He transformed at once. They needed some kind of edge. The samurai should have gone with them, but it would be bad if anyone recognized him. He couldn't hide how annoyed he was that he couldn't transform, but he silently chose to follow the team anyway. They searched for a high spot to watch from. Meanwhile, the city kept being torn apart. The monster behind it was incredibly strong, but the drunk knight managed to block one attack, sending it back at the beast and making one of the heads on its waist shrivel up. At the same time, several arrows flew toward it and hit its chest, making it scream in pain. Another head on its waist shriveled up, and before it could respond, a storm of sword slashes hit it. The blades used for that attack were badly damaged. Even enchanted weapons weren't enough to truly hurt the creature. The monster then started spitting something out. It looked like acid heading for the ninja, but one ally raised a wall of fire that blocked it completely. The beast seemed fish-like, and its body was coated in slime that reduced physical damage. To hurt it, they first had to burn that layer away. As the wall of fire closed in, the creature started to panic until the mage set off a massive explosion. Even wounded all over, it was still alive. Then another head on its waist shriveled, and before it noticed, the dragon knight struck from behind. That blow clearly hurt badly. The creature collapsed, finally overwhelmed. High above the city, the knight rode the creature he had tamed. From the dragon, he dove toward the city to attack, unleashing one of his strongest blows and smashing the ground apart. The townspeople cheered as the adventurers defeated the monster that had destroyed the village. The impact was so strong it kicked up a huge cloud of dust. From above, the Little Mushrooms group watched the whole fight. That knight's attack was brutal. The samurai, though, wasn't impressed. Dragon or not, he still saw him as an ordinary man. That attack was way too flashy. Humans really loved wasting mana on bad moves. The knight's party thought the fight was already over. The girl got sure, she'd soon be stronger than that knight. Then something stabbed into the ground beside them. They were shocked. It was the knight's lance, covered in red liquid. The sight made everyone uneasy. The knight had no idea what was happening. His power was being drained away. Tentacles locked his body in place. In a panic, he called for his dragon. The dragon prepared a huge attack, but something pierced its jaw and sliced it apart. Watching his dragon go down, the knight got so scared he soiled himself. His allies moved at once. Since the fight wasn't over, the mage launched a fireball at the creature. Those strong attacks hit their mark, but it didn't react at all. Sensing something was wrong, the drunken knight warned everyone to stay alert. Tentacles began rising from the dust, and he told the others to get behind his shield, but his shield couldn't stop them. Using his last strength, he told them to run from the city. With a hole in his chest, he couldn't go on. The smug girl finally understood how bad things were. The tentacles kept searching for new victims. With danger closing in, the mage tried to help. He raised a barrier to protect his teammate. It stopped the tentacles for a moment, but the non-stop hits overloaded both the stone and his staff. Then the barrier vanished. The proud girl was clearly shaken. The dragon knight was deeply worried about his team. Unable to move, he was being wrapped tighter and tighter. He was too weak to break free. Behind the dust, the creature had changed. Its body looked far more twisted now. Tentacles were coming out of its chest. Seeing the adventurers lose, the townspeople grew even more terrified. Now able to speak in its demon king form, the creature declared it would take lives for the being that gave it power. On the ground, the proud girl begged for help. She remembered how people always called her spoiled and weak. Now that she was losing, she started to think they were right. That creature's power was terrifying. The demon king held the dragon knight in its grip. The girl was shaking in fear and despair as she begged her father to save her. The creature had no idea someone was watching it. A voice suddenly told the stupid demon to stop right now, or that mushroom and little pig would crush its butt. The voice also made the girl look over. Something had landed beside her, releasing spores into the air. That was enough to put her to sleep. Seeing that form, the gunslinger confirmed it was a demon king, just a different kind. Even the samurai agreed, saying this one was much weaker. Now it was time for the little mushroom and the piglet to beat it down. The creature got ready to use its tentacles again. To fight back, the piglet had to transform. The tentacles rushed her, but her pink swine power knocked them away. Her punches were brutal, and while the demon king staggered, the little mushroom got in close. He swung his sword and cut through part of the creature's arm. Once the strike ended, he had changed back into human form. The demon stared at its wounded arm. The pain only made it angrier. Tentacles rushed the boy, but he dodged everyone. Then he ended up surrounded, on all sides. One more second and he'd be trapped. There were too many tentacles to dodge, but the piglet wouldn't leave her friend in danger. Using her power, she yanked his body toward her, pulling him straight into her lap. The attack had come way too close, and their hits didn't seem to matter much. Even when they hurt the demon king, it kept regenerating. Still, each time it healed, it grew smaller. Maybe that was the key to beating it. Then he and the piglet were both caught off guard and trapped by the tentacles. At the last second, the piglet broke free. The boy escaped too by using his spores. While attacking, he almost got grabbed by a tentacle, but that was only a clone. He used the royal spores again. Even so, the creature attacked wildly. There were more mushrooms than it could handle. Some used spores to launch themselves, while others spread even more into the air, until the cloud grew thick enough to block its view. This time, the piglet got into position. She had found the enemy's weak points. Her charge could deal serious damage. The creature cried out in pain. At last, the boy saw his chance. A small yellow orb formed at the tip of his sword. They were bombs, and he hurled them at the creature. Several of them struck it. Deep marks spread across its back. Its body had taken heavy damage. The demon king could barely stay on its feet. In desperation, he used another attack. A wave of sound wiped out the boy's clones. Seeing him about to fall, the piglet changed form so she could catch him. It was a magic blast, which was why the clones were destroyed. Even after that, they were still in danger. All the demon king felt now was pure hatred, and it wanted to wipe out every living thing there. But while it ranted about life, it was cut in half and hit with 2 gunshots. At last, the creature collapsed, completely out of the fight. The girl thanked her mentors for helping. With the battle over, the samurai asked if he finally understood why human attacks hadn't worked. The creature could absorb magic power, so every magic attack only made it stronger. Looking through the smoke, they figured it might still resist. It was smaller now, but still dangerous. Then something began happening inside its mouth. A huge magic blast swallowed the whole village. The city was completely wrecked. The mushroom and his friends were unharmed. The gunslinger fired a few shots, hitting the creature's eyes. At the same time, the samurai moved in from behind, but the creature twisted its neck in a strange way. He was shocked to see an eye inside its mouth. It fired a brutal attack at the samurai. That wasn't enough to stop his blades. His slash cut through the attack and sliced the creature. It tried to pull itself back together, but the samurai kept attacking, sending chunks of its body flying. That kept it from regenerating quickly. The idea was decent, but that attack had no real chance of working. He followed with several sharper cuts, turning the demon king's body into disgusting jelly. The pieces dropped onto mushrooms that pinned them down. They tried to join together again, but after being split for too long, they dried out and died. The gunslinger asked if they should help the little mushroom. After looking at the enemy, the samurai said they could handle it. More tentacles were coming from that eye, but the piglet dodged them all. She had clearly found the creature's weak spot. With fierce focus, she got ready to strike. Before she could, a tentacle burst from the ground and caught her off guard. The boy told her not to rush and to wait for the right opening. Fully focused, she agreed. His spore cloud was blocking the creature's sight. That was the opening he wanted to create for her. The piglet began digging underground. The creature attacked wildly, but the boy kept dodging with ease. By switching forms, he got close to it and spread a dense cloud of spores around the creature. Soon, the cloud grew even thicker. Even with amazing healing, its defense wasn't very strong. And then it realized its enemy was already close. Its body had also grown much larger. That let the whirlwind land several attacks, and the boy had to raise a shield. Big cracks formed in the ground near the creature. The piglet burst out from below and struck its weak point. He guided the spores to follow the creature, then told the piglet to light them now. To do that, she had to transform. She grabbed a piece of wood from the battlefield. One end was burning like a cigarette. She threw the burning log at the creature. It was just about to hit. Then a huge explosion swept through the village. While the boy struggled to control the spores, he knew that if he kept them packed around the enemy, the fire would finish it, and it almost did. The flames nearly wiped it out. Then another explosion burst near the Demon King. Pieces of it began falling apart. The boy fought unlike any other mushroom. Even the gunslinger couldn't read his moves, and he still wasn't near his full strength. The fire mage rested, completely drained. He suddenly woke as if he'd just had a nightmare. He was in a room recovering. Once he realized he was alive, he worried about his friends. Then the pain hit him hard. He pulled out a health potion and drank it right away. He was so weak he dropped the bottle. After that battle, his whole body ached. Blocking that last attack used all his mana, and his internal injuries were serious. Then the door opened. Holding a few vials, the boy saw the mage was already awake. Thinking the boy had saved them, the mage thanked him. The boy handed him another potion. Knowing his body was still in bad shape, the mage thought it wouldn't be enough and that he'd need treatment. Back at guild headquarters, his injuries were so bad he could barely finish speaking. The boy just watched him hesitate. Then he forced the potion into his mouth so he'd heal faster. The healing worked right away. His body felt stronger instantly. He had never taken anything like it. He had only heard that top alchemists could make potions that good. It tasted amazing, like something made by a god, and even the boy was shocked by how well it worked. Even diluted 30 times, the potion was still ridiculously strong. He might need to water it down even more. He gave some to the girl too, and her eyes slowly opened. The first thing she saw was the boy with the piglet on his head. The mage said they could never repay him, but he still wanted the name of the young man who used something so rare on them. Since he knew how it was made, the boy said it wasn't as precious as they thought. Still, he was strong and had saved them with costly medicine, so to her he seemed like a great adventurer who wanted no fame. She realized her family had been right. Without her father's protection, she was nothing. The mage said he wouldn't push for answers, but he swore that if they ever needed him, he'd risk his life to help. The boy said there was one thing he could do. The village was ruined, barely anyone was left, and none of them knew how to reach the volcano. That question immediately surprised the mage. The boy also asked if he had found any strange stones in that volcano. The mage decided to be honest. He used to belong to the Firebane Guild. He warned him not to go near that place. Seeing how serious he was, the boy asked why. The mage revealed that the guild had already fallen apart. Hearing that, the samurai got angry. They still hadn't finished their revenge. The boy told him to calm down, since they hadn't heard everything yet. The mage was still recovering from the samurai's outburst. The gunslinger asked what kind of danger had destroyed the guild. The girl answered with one word: the undead. The dead and even the monsters in the volcano had been infected by a miasma that turned them undead. Even a tiny amount was enough to infect everything. That was a huge threat, and the gunslinger knew mushroom spores could do something similar. The samurai only cared about one thing: whether the fire user was still alive. If it was Gilheim, the mage couldn't be sure, but with his strength, he had probably survived. After hearing that, the boy asked why. No other guild had stepped in. The guilds had an agreement no one entered another guild's land without permission, or it would mean war. A month had passed, and no request for help ever came. The guild's collapse was still just a rumor. Knowing about the miasma, the gunslinger asked why no one understood how serious it was. The mage said the volcano was full of undead, but because of its shape, they were trapped inside. As long as no one went near it, they stayed there. They didn't know if the guild was truly gone, but the infection was real. For answers and revenge, this might actually help them. The boy asked his mentors what they thought, if they really had to go. The samurai said yes. He needed to see his enemy's body. With that, they all agreed. He then asked the mage to guide them. The mage took them to the route leading into the volcano. It was called the elevation station, but monsters had destroyed it, so getting in was much harder now. The samurai was frustrated, but he believed there had to be another way. He refused to come this far for nothing. Below them, lava swallowed anything that fell into it. The boy asked if there was another entrance. The mage said they could only get in from above, by airship or by riding a monster. When the tide rose, seawater fell into the lava and warm, created huge amounts of steam. They used that steam to carry the train into the volcano. It would happen again that night, and after that, not for another month. That was all he knew, and he regretted he couldn't do more. The girl tried to talk them out of it and begged them to return with her instead. After all, he had saved her whole team. Her guild would be grateful, and he could visit her tribe too. Seeing her get so close, the piglet grew jealous and started headbutting the girl because she hated how friendly she was acting. The boy told his partner to stop, since the woman hadn't done anything wrong. But the piglet still couldn't hide her killing intent. The waves grew stronger, and more water began pouring into the lava. As things got worse, the mage told them to leave, before the steam burned them. The gunslinger said the train was only a tool, they could replace it. The mage asked if she had a plan. She answered by firing at the tracks. A very old mushroom came out of the shot. The humans were stunned by the summon. The old mushroom slowly walked toward the steam. To him, the heat felt pleasant and refreshing. The gunslinger climbed on top of the mushroom and said it would keep them from getting burned, then told the others to climb up too. He listened right away. The girl, still outside, said this was far too dangerous, but the boy was going anyway. It was his duty as an adventurer. The piglet stayed jealous, while the proud girl was clearly falling for him. More water crashed down, creating even more steam. All that heat rushed up toward them, and that weird mushroom seemed far too happy about it, using the force to climb higher. Fire Mage had to put up a barrier against the heat. He knew they needed to go back and report everything that had happened. The girl had made up her mind. She wanted to become as strong as Dumo. The higher they rose, the more scared the boy became. He was already freaking out from all the shaking. The steam launched them upward fast. Meanwhile, the suspicious mushroom loved every second of it. Small hairs moved along the ground. Then they noticed something coming, and it slammed into the ground from the sky. It was that same strange mushroom. After reaching the volcano, the system gave the boy a bunch of experience points. He was still sick from the ride, but at least they had arrived safely. This was the volcano they'd been searching for, and he saw there were several grouped together. The samurai didn't care. He just wanted to kill his enemies. Still uneasy, the gunslinger warned everyone to stay alert, since she hadn't seen any undead yet. The piglet complained about how hot it was. The boy remembered a coin that could help. He crushed it at once, giving them the fire blessing the mage had given him. It would block the heat for a while. Now that they were there, he asked the system where the golem's seal was. The system gave the same useless answer. It was somewhere with a lot of energy. The boy was disappointed by how useless it was. The system snapped back, saying it was his fault for changing the game's rules. Not wanting to hear that, he shut it off and decided to rely on himself. The samurai told him to stop talking to himself. If they wanted the place with the most energy, it had to be that volcano, the likely base of their enemies. With a goal in mind, they moved out. Behind them, the strange mushroom waved goodbye. The fire mage couldn't believe his friend was really leaving the guild, but she had decided. After this, she would return to her own city. The girl realized her need to grow stronger went deeper than simple pride. As they walked, motorcycles suddenly sped past them, and they had no idea who those riders were or when they had shown up. A new player entered the story, some biker with a wild haircut. The steam kept rising, and he saw his path was blocked. He and his gang had no way forward. One of his men suggested turning back, but he stared at the magma without fear. He said he'd go alone, and if he didn't return in 10 days, they could leave. Then he revved his motorcycle. Even all that power wasn't enough to launch him over the tracks. His bald subordinates were amazed what a man with hair could do. They watched him drive his bike straight over the lava. Since they had no hair themselves, they were terrified, especially when the bike vanished, then burst from the magma. With an overwhelming aura, this was the rebel, biker's uncontrolled mode. His motorcycle ignored the fact that magma isn't solid and kept going as if physics didn't matter. But the magma ended, and a giant rock wall rose before him. For a true delinquent, that was no problem. Once again, his motorcycle ignored physics. To those wheels, gravity was just a word in a dictionary. His men got emotional. The power of a man with hair was unbelievable. They could only stare as the motorcycle ignored gravity's pull. Meanwhile, the boys' group neared the main volcano, carefully crossing the walls and avoiding giant snakes and other monsters. Since this would help him grow, the gunslinger chose not to interfere. The samurai asked if they were even going the right way because the climb kept getting harder. The boy didn't know. He was already worn out. Their fire protection would wear off soon, and the harsh environment was draining his stamina too. The biggest volcano was still far away, and the heat kept rising. Tired and starving, the piglets started complaining. A long path stretched ahead of them. The samurai knew that at this rate they'd run out of strength before reaching their goal. Then the gunslinger found a water source where rabbits were calmly resting. It looked suspicious, so the boy used appraisal. These hot springs appeared at random and could fully restore the body. After learning that, he told everyone to get in. But that led to an obvious problem. The little mushroom's dirty mind started imagining girls barely dressed, so he switched to his monster form. That instantly killed those bad thoughts. Only the samurai had no clue why he stayed in that form. The gunslinger said the magic inside him was clashing, but he didn't care anymore. At least he had recovered a little. He figured those stones might help them handle the heat. With an idea in mind, he stepped out of the spring. He climbed onto a rock and used decomposition right away. The stone slowly began to split, and the ground beneath it cracked too. The skill failed, there just wasn't enough material, so he tried the biggest rock instead. The little mushroom climbed up, saying he was breaking it down. He started the process, pushing hard as the boulder cracked. The system said it worked, but something strange happened. The samurai warned that this was getting dangerous. Everyone jumped out of the water. Something was in there. It looked like a person had dropped into the spring, and the mushroom noticed a mineral inside. With the spring ruined, the samurai blamed him. Still, the boy had picked up a few small stones. They could block heat if they stayed in contact with them. The samurai didn't buy it. Then he stepped on something hot, looked down for a second, and started yelping from the heat. It turned out the mineral only worked when mixed into their clothes. After fixing that, the gunslinger praised him. She didn't feel hot anymore. The piglet, though, was still starving. He asked if the others had noticed something coming out of that rock. So everyone checked the spring. There really was something inside. A person, and clearly a very well-built one. It was a woman. She was unconscious, but after a while, her staff began glowing, and she woke from what felt like a very long sleep. She was terrified. She thought people from the sacred sanctuary had come. She introduced herself as Marianne, a level 68 priestess. She thanked the saint for coming to save her. Sword in hand, the samurai said he was there to help her go to hell. Realizing they weren't from the sanctuary, she couldn't understand how they found her. Then she felt a strong disturbance in her mind. Seeing hands rise from the ground, she told everyone to run. The undead were coming. A huge horde had already gathered. The samurai snapped that a bunch of corpses wouldn't scare them, and she wasn't escaping. He instantly launched his strongest attacks. The undead were cut apart, falling to pieces as bodies dropped everywhere. Then more undead rained from the sky. They just kept coming, covering the whole area. Among them was a familiar face with the same sword he had used before. That creature's hands twitched, and a creepy grin spread across its face. After hitting the ground, it stood back up. Its face twisted into a terrifying smile. That sight shook everyone. The piglet started crying. This was one of the attackers from Mushroom Kingdom. The zombie announced that they had finally found the target. They had been searching for the priestess. Their leader ordered them to capture her alive, even if they had to hurt her. He also mocked Gilheim, saying it was a shame she'd been caught. The mage was imprisoned, able to move despite his high level, watching his sister through a crystal ball. The gunslinger had already drawn her weapons, cutting down several undead, their remains scattered across the volcano. The samurai charged through and cut down more of them. The worst part was that even chopped off limbs kept moving, even as a zombie. The ninja could still use his skills, but if he was weak alive, he was worse dead. Samurai destroyed him again. The problem was his headless body could still attack, which the samurai didn't expect. The strike went for the girls, but the gunslinger wasn't about to get hit by something that pathetic. The boy summoned a giant mushroom as a shield, and its cap blocked the weapons. Meanwhile, the stronger zombie swung his sword. The boy could track every move easily. He felt no magic from them. They were still using mana. Marianne explained they had become servants of the guild leader. Their power came from a strange star, so the source had to be destroyed. Her purification magic worked especially well on them, permanently killing one undead, but in her condition, she couldn't keep it up. The boy kept holding the zombies back, but soon they were nearly surrounded. Knowing she was the real target, Marianne told them to run while they still could. The samurai refused. She wasn't getting rid of them, and he still wanted revenge. She warned they'd die if they stayed. The boy said there was one way to beat them: throw them into the lava. One zombie started firing a gun, but he could barely stand straight because he was still looking for his head on the ground. At last, he found it. He picked it up, put it back on, and finally aimed his machine gun properly, spraying bullets at them. The priestess and samurai tensed up. The gunslinger and the little mushroom knew they had to move, too. They avoided the main line of fire, but one bullet still hit the girl, knocking her back even though it only grazed her. They had to get those monsters in the eternal fire. Using the last of her strength, Marianne said she'd teleport everyone out with her remaining magic. The samurai said he wouldn't fall for that, but the gunslinger grabbed him by the hair. A moment later, they were all inside the magic circle and instantly teleported away. The creatures pointed where they had gone, and the sword zombie fired off several slashes. He gathered his power for one final move, throwing his broken sword after them, but something intercepted the blade, dropping into the battlefield with crushing force. Even the zombie stopped in surprise. The other undead had no clue who the intruder was. As motorcycle riding boots stepped forward, a tough, imposing figure approached them. The perfect delinquent had arrived, and he said he'd help by fighting them all. Meanwhile, the teleport sphere kept moving until the group landed far from the zombies. The priestess was badly weakened by the effort. Right away, she found a sword pointed at her head. The samurai warned that if she used magic again, her head and body would be getting a harsh divorce. He demanded to know why they attacked Mushroom Kingdom and where the fire user was. Hearing that, she asked if he belonged to a guild and what he wanted with Gilheim. With the blade still at her neck, he reminded her that he was asking the questions. She revealed Gilheim had been captured and hidden in a cave under the main hall, near a stone covered in strange writing. The boy asked about the stone, but she only knew it looked like some kind of seal, and the leader wanted it broken. That's why they were chasing her. The gunslinger asked if all this fighting was because of that. Marianne said they knew almost nothing. Everything was kept secret. She only knew the final ingredient was her heart. As soon as she said that, her body began to shake, and she started convulsing. She didn't even have the strength to stand. The boy told her to stay awake. He still had more questions. Thinking she was faking it, the samurai threatened to kill her if she didn't wake up. Meanwhile, the boy used evaluation on her. He saw she wasn't just weak, she was poisoned and marked. She had really passed out, so they had to keep her alive for answers. Meg landed near them, and the woman finally woke up. Still stressed, she woke with a start, then realized the undead were gone. The gunslinger told her she was safe with them for now. The boy had given her potions earlier, which had likely restored some of her mana. Even so, she was still weak, poisoned and marked. Sensing she had been evaluated, she said only high priests from the sacred sanctuary could do that. She could use that skill herself, and he recognized the potions the boy had used on her, but she couldn't evaluate any of them. The boy realized this was what being evaluated felt like. Feeling it too, the samurai told the human not to try that again. She apologized. Her skill had failed, and since they all noticed it, they had to be very strong. The gunslinger told everyone to calm down. They needed to talk, figure out what happened, and why they wanted Marianne's heart. That would also explain the attack on Mushroom Kingdom. She said it started with that attack. Their leader had two goals: take the king's crown and create a huge number of corpses. That was part of the plan. The boy guessed the bodies were for undead control research. That only left the crown unexplained. She didn't know either, only that it was needed to break the seal. The boy was shocked that both the crown and her heart were required. The gunslinger asked how Marianne had escaped this long. She said she was poisoned the day their leader was. Confronted about his plan, the fire mage asked what his final request had been. The leader wanted the girl's heart so he could leave that team. Without his medicine, she'd die anyway, so he thought her heart should at least serve a purpose. If she went back to the sacred sanctuary, her fate would be even worse, and that terrified her. The fire mage said he hated bad jokes, but this wasn't one. He needed to hurry and help. His medicine couldn't cure her. It only held back the symptoms. After hearing enough, the fire mage exploded in rage, sending the brat flying. A wall of fire rose around him. The leader muttered that this had become troublesome, so he had to step in himself. Soon the entire place lay in ruins, with lava everywhere. The fire mage realized they had been tricked from the very beginning. That seal had been holding Golem. The leader's body was burned away. He couldn't win this fight. It was just like their last battle for leadership. The pain was unbearable, but then the shell cracked, and a healthy body emerged. As long as he was surrounded by heat, the fire mage would not fall. The leader knew that too. That was why he believed the fire mage should have led them. One of his hands began producing poison, and he kept making it stronger. Right away, the girl began feeling pain throughout her body. Her screams were agonizing to hear. The mage tried to counter that magic with fire, but it did nothing. He was powerful, but curses were not his specialty. Something was hidden inside those sacks. Snakes suddenly burst out of them and bit the fire mage. He was struck, but still used a defense technique. The Fire Knight's armor cut off the snake's head and covered his entire body. But maintaining that defense while trying to break, the curse would drain him quickly. Then a hand rose from the ground, and more bodies started coming back as well. Now the fire mage was trapped. The leader boasted that his new servants never got tired. Soon they would wear him down, take the priestess' heart, and turn the mage into another slave. He planned to turn the entire land into a giant lab for twisted experiments. The woman begged the mage to run, but he refused to leave her behind. He had to suppress the poison no matter what. Her pain kept growing worse, while he struggled to save her. His magic slowly pushed the curse back, until it completely wrapped around her. The leader called it pointless. He was only delaying the inevitable. So the mage summoned the spirit of flames. He asked her to get Marianne out of there. It was the first time she had seen her master this shaken, but she promised to help. Flames wrapped around the woman. In a panic, the leader ordered his minions to stop her escape. Even that ferocious wolf had become undead. Its paw nearly reached them, but the fire spirit burned it away with ease. The wolf had no chance of stopping her. She carried the priestess outside, leaving the mage alone. The leader mocked him for wasting time. The mage was nearly out of strength. Zombies surrounded him, ready to finish him off. But the leader said he wouldn't let him die quickly. To protect herself, she had used a transformation spell and hidden her body inside that mineral, then sent a call for help to her old guild, the Sacred Sanctuary. The samurai couldn't believe his kingdom had been destroyed over some stones, and the gunslinger asked how much she knew about the seals the leader wanted to break. She didn't know much, only rumors she had heard. The boy explained that one seal held Golem's power, and whoever broke it would gain that power. Everyone was shocked that he knew this. The gunslinger asked if it was like the power the former king had gained. Maybe, but he wasn't sure. 6 stones were sealing that being away, and Golem's apostles were trying to bring him back. The gunslinger realized they had turned the former king into a demon, defeated him, and taken his crown. Furious, the samurai accused the priestess of helping make it happen. She admitted she had helped, but she had not known their true goal. For the slaughter of his homeland, she should pay. But the boy stopped the samurai. The gunslinger told him to hold back too, but he still wanted revenge and couldn't understand why they were stopping him. The gunslinger said this was the current king's will. The boy added that he would help him get revenge, but killing her now made no sense. They needed the real mastermind behind the attack. Seeing the logic, the samurai calmed down. The boy asked if the leader wore long black robes, but she said he usually wore a white lab coat. Using magic, he revealed the man's identity. He looked like a child. The boy asked if her magic could show something hidden in his mind. She warned him not to trust appearances and said yes. She could help him see it. She told him to relax and not resist her magic. The moment she touched him, the piglet woke up, at once, even while sleeping. She saw her dear friend holding another woman's hand and quickly sprawled across his lap, to claim her spot. The priestess told him to picture that person. The image of the shadow appeared. It matched his memory exactly. He asked if anyone in her guild looked like that, but she had never seen anyone dressed that way. He wasn't from there. She asked if that shadow was the one from the Mushroom Kingdom. The boy said yes, he had been right beside them, and none of them noticed. The samurai said that was impossible. With their strength, they should not have been fooled like that. He suspected the priestess had tampered with the king's mind. He reached for his swords. Terrified, she swore she had done nothing. The boy said that if she wanted to live, she had to make a deal with him. That made both the samurai and the gunslinger pay close attention. The offer caught the woman's interest. The enemy of his enemy could become an ally. He needed her help to defeat her old leader. She said she would give her life for that as long as they spared Gilheim. The gunslinger refused. That mage deserved death because of that. The priestess rejected the offer. The samurai warned that keeping her alive would be useless. She asked them to kill her quickly, so her enemy would lose the final ingredient. The boy agreed to her condition, but said he also needed the fire mage's help. The samurai grew furious, still craving revenge, but they had to stop the mastermind, the true villain. By doing that, the fire mage could atone for his sins. He asked for the gunslinger's opinion. She admitted it made sense, but until he proved useful, she wanted the right to kill him at any time. Since those two agreed, the samurai backed down. Gunslinger kept smoking, while the boy walked over to the priestess. She was deeply grateful for the trust. He held out his hand. From that moment on, they were allies. Everything that had happened left her emotional. At last, they shook hands. The system announced that they were now on the same team. After a long fight, the delinquent realized those creatures would not stay dead. He had already crushed several, so that was no problem. He would just destroy them all. Then something burst from the ground, a zombie head desperately trying to bite him. It clamped down on the delinquent's thick arm, but he watched it fail to break his skin. It wasn't strong enough to hurt him. He flexed his steel-like muscles, and the thing's jaws snapped. The head flew off like a ping-pong ball. The rest of the zombies were terrified of him now. None of them wanted another beating. Then a head started, dropping from the top of the pile. The bodies fused together into something monstrous, a giant creature. It was time for the delinquent's secret weapon. He had just the right item for this in storage. A giant speaker appeared. While the monster formed, he fiddled with the device. He had to find the right button. Then the speaker turned on, music blasted out, and his body started dancing. The beat took over, and he began smashing the creatures in rhythm. Then he launched himself upward with a massive jump. Now he was face to face with the giant zombie. Right then, the drum solo kicked in. Every drum beat matched one of his punches. The beat sped up, the drumming never stopped, and the song kept building. The sound completely took over his body until the cymbals crashed in. Fired up, he kept tearing the creatures apart with the power of his stylish hair. His enemy was being completely crushed, and the song still wasn't over. Then came the perfect beat. The delinquent danced deeper into the groove like the Michael Jackson of violence. At last, the song reached its peak. The zombies grew uneasy at the sound. Through one zombie's eye, the fight was being watched. The girl searched the body's memories and said none. of them knew who that man was. That caught the leader's interest. She asked what his next order was. He decided this had gone far enough. It was time to kill the delinquent. Still, the delinquent kept dancing to his favorite song. As the creatures rose again, their bodies formed a massive wave and became another giant monster. Each one was a living weapon, and they began spewing attacks at him. A storm of strikes came at him, but the music kept playing. With pure swagger, he smashed the attacks away. With even greater violence, his fists moved faster than anything they threw at him. The music grew wilder, but so did the attacks. One finally struck the side of his head. That truly pissed him off. He gathered all his rage and declared that nothing would ruin his dance, but there were too many attacks, and the speaker was finally destroyed. He looked back and mourned the loss of that precious item. He froze for just a moment, and the attacks all slammed into him at once. Thinking they had won, the zombies started celebrating, their bodies gathering around the blast point. In seconds, the undead swarmed together into a giant sphere around their target, but the glow of his stylish hair burst out with savage force. From inside the sphere, his power erupted stronger than ever. It was so fierce that it burned the zombies' bodies. Then the delinquent blasted a huge hole straight through them. His hair-fueled rage was so hot that even stones began to melt, and he was still using only 20 of his power. Still furious, they had destroyed his speaker. He shouted for the coward hiding behind them to come out, calling himself a level 83 boar king. Even the zombie girl was shaken, knowing that monster was only at 20. People with that kind of raw strength were rare, and their leader had never heard of him. Since he seemed connected to fire, the leader guessed he might be with the imprisoned mage. But his real concern was Marianne, and he hoped this stranger had not been sent by the sacred sanctuary. After getting crushed, the zombies tried to run. The delinquent told them he was not done beating them yet. Still, they kept fleeing. He found it annoying to deal with enemies this weak. Already enraged, he didn't want to let them off that easily. His feet burned with fury. But after thinking it over, he let them go. He had bigger things to handle. He scooped up a little molten stone in his hands. Then he gargled. It quickly swished it around and spat it onto the ground. He even washed his face with the molten rock. To him, it felt refreshing. He knew he had to hurry. His brothers were waiting outside, and his little piglet still needed to be fed. Carrying the burden of being the only real man there, he kept moving. Elsewhere, a winged creature flew over the desert. It was a level 97 dragon, queen searching for something. She spotted some creatures in the distance and instantly went on guard. She didn't know what they were before. They attacked without mercy. Her weakened body crashed onto the icy ground. After tasting that flesh, the man was disgusted. Those creatures should never have been outside. The bat mocked his companion, saying he was useless and had ruined everything. That made him ask the saint for permission to tear the bat's face off. He said that would be satisfying, but the bat bragged he could beat him anyway. Femri shot back that he had already beaten the bat before. The saint told them both to shut up. This was a golden chance. Marianne could be the perfect sacrifice, though it was a shame her body had been defiled. For now, she couldn't do much to Marianne, but she had sent out a call for help. This was her chance to obtain the heart she needed. Then a strange portal appeared before them. She immediately ordered her companions to stop. They had been found, and her subordinates wanted to know how. Since the old man couldn't smell anything, he told the bat to check with sonar. The bat said he had already been doing that, and within 10 kilometers, he sensed nothing suspicious. The saint said they would not be able to detect this one, then told them what she felt. A dark figure appeared and ordered them to turn back at once. The saint called him the strangest apostle yet, and said he was the one who should move. Ignoring that, he simply told her again to leave. She asked what would happen if she refused. The shadow repeated the warning, but Femra said talking was pointless. Firebane was gone, so the shadow couldn't do anything without their support. The fight began immediately. Her subordinates transformed. The bat was level 118, and the wolf was level 121. Certain of victory, the saint declared she would reveal who that shadow really was, even though he still had not acted. He rang his bell and told her one more time to turn back. Then the sound of that artifact spread across the area. Portals opened all over the frozen desert ground. The bat and wolf suddenly looked worried. Dangerous creatures began pouring out across the ice. The wolf sneered that those demon camels were too weak, and numbers alone would not matter. But one of them was truly dangerous. It was the same dragon they had defeated earlier. Even after showing that much power, the shadow calmly warned them again to turn back elsewhere. The woman used magic to view the enemy base. After sharing what she knew about her old guild, the gunslinger said they needed a real plan. The priestess said she couldn't come with them because the poison in her body allowed the enemy to track her. Maybe the boy could help. He had already used his best potions, but none worked. Her case was worse than that. The curse had 2 layers, and breaking the first would kill her. Maybe he could decompose it, but the samurai thought trying was pointless. Still, leaving her behind meant she could be captured, so the mushroom asked to try. Since the curse would kill her sooner or later, she said she had no regrets even if he failed. But first she wanted to know something. The boy asked what it was. She wanted to know who he really was, and why he hated the fire mage so much. In front of her, the boy changed form. Revealing that he was a mushroom, he asked if she understood now. The shock made her eyes widen. She guessed he had been cursed into becoming a monster. The gunslinger explained that they were survivors of the slaughtered kingdom. The fire mage had destroyed their home, so of course they hated him. When the priestess saw the gunslinger's true form, she recognized her and said they had only followed orders. The samurai was tired of excuses and said she should remember him, too. She looked at him carefully but couldn't place him. Even so, she kept trying to remember. In the end, she guessed he was just some human from that land. Outraged, the samurai yelled that he was a mushroom too. She apologized, and the boy explained that special circumstances had left him stuck in that form. The gunslinger added that this was only a temporary truce. Her former leader would answer for everything first. After that, they would decide the fire mage's fate, and if she betrayed them, she would pay too. She said that if it meant saving the fire mage, she didn't care about being used as bait. Now that everything had been said, it was time for the boy to use his plan. The priestess agreed to cooperate with whatever he needed. The mushroom said it was simple. He just had to enter her body. Marianne immediately turned bright red. The samurai waited outside the cave. As a true mushroom, he had no interest in human women. Marianne turned her back to him and asked if he could do it from there. The mushroom said that view was perfect. By now, he had decomposed all kinds of things. At his level, his skill could break down plenty, but he still had to be careful. If the curse wasn't immune to magic, he could do something. He used his multiplication spores, creating several more mushrooms. He sent them toward Marianne. The tiny creatures were ready to decompose. They piled onto her body, and the process was about to begin. She could already feel it happening. For it to work, she couldn't resist much. The main mushroom was moving in. He pictured the route he needed to take. While his clones began decomposing, the priestess felt the effects more clearly. Then the mushroom entered her mental world and unlocked a new skill, Spore Link. Inside, he noticed something strange. Rings surrounded her inner self, and he knew they had to be the curse. If even one circle touched her life would be erased. Using spores to propel himself, the little mushroom moved closer. He tried to push through the barrier, but the curse was incredibly tough. The system said it was unique magic, and without the right method, there was no way in. That didn't frighten him. Clapping his hands together, he decided to use another miracle move. He released spores around the curse and ordered his tiny mushrooms to attack the barrier. They latched onto it, till almost the entire surface was covered, and all he could see were mushrooms. That let him use decomposition on the barrier itself. Outside, his friends waited nervously. The piglet looked especially worried, and the gunslinger said he would be fine. He had to have a plan. The clone's eyes glowed brighter and brighter, while the priestess seemed to be in pain. Inside, the mushroom kept trying to break the curse barrier. His clones were pushing hard. Soon, cracks appeared in the barrier. They were getting close. Then the cracks spread even wider. The clones pushed with Even more force. Because of that, her inner self began to wake up. She found herself surrounded by mushrooms. Worse, all she could see were their backsides. At last, the barrier broke. Back in the real world, the mushrooms came out of her body. Marianne felt an enormous sense of relief. The clones vanished as if their job was done. For breaking the curse, the system granted him resistance to magic and poison. His plan had worked better than expected. Marks from the clones remained on the priestess's back, but they quickly faded. The worried piglet instantly hugged him. She had not known if he would come back, and the boy gently reassured her. Then, still hungry, the piglet started biting his head. He panicked, afraid his friend might lose control. While he freaked out, the priestess rose to her feet. The little mushroom had removed both the poison, curse, and the saint's curse. Now much stronger, she had all her mana back. The mushroom had not expected that. That sudden surge of power caught everyone's attention. The samurai grew worried, while the gunslinger realized the woman had been hiding something, or maybe the curse. A truly sealed part of her strength, the gunslinger asked if she thought being stronger now meant she could beat them. She answered no at once, but then cast a spell on the piglet. Seeing that, the samurai became certain humans could never be trusted. He lunged at the priestess without mercy, but she said he had misunderstood. The gunslinger told him to calm down and at least hear her out. The little mushroom focused on the piglet, who now looked satisfied that her hunger was gone. That spell could block every harmful effect on the body, and that's where this video ends.